Chapter 601, Mortis Lucida 1. Malin's golden eyes remained fixed on the horizon long after the last Savage Communion vehicle had vanished into the heat shimmer of the western wastes. Her cyan hair danced in the wind, each strand catching the light like spun metal, but she stood as still as carved stone. The silence that followed their departure felt heavier than the rumble of their engines had been, pregnant with unspoken implications and the bitter taste of political necessity. I watched her profile, noting the subtle tension in her jaw, the way her fingers flexed almost imperceptibly at her sides. Even someone of Malin's legendary composure couldn't entirely mask the distaste of dealing with such unsavory allies. The Savage Communion represented everything the civilized realms fought against, yet politics made strange bedfellows in times of greater threats. The dust takes longer to settle than you'd expect, Malin murmured, more to herself than to me. Then, as if a switch had been thrown, her military bearing reasserted itself. She turned to face me, and the weight of her regard felt like standing before a tribunal. "You did well, Arthur. Exceptionally well." Her words carried the gravity of official commendation, but underneath lay something warmer, genuine approval from someone who rarely offered praise lightly. I inclined my head, accepting the recognition with appropriate gravity. "Thank you, Marshal. Though I suspect the demonstration may have revealed more than intended." A ghost of a smile touched Malin's lips. "Indeed. We'll address that shortly." "Damn," Callie interjected, her voice cracking slightly on the word. "I can't believe how strong you are." She stood a few paces away, arms wrapped around herself despite the desert heat. The awe in her voice was undercut by something rawer, frustration, perhaps even a touch of despair. I studied her face, recognizing the complex emotions warring there. Callie possessed remarkable talent for someone her age, but talent and power existed on different scales entirely. "Strength is relative," I said carefully, choosing my words like a diplomat navigating dangerous waters. "When you break through, you can manage something similar." "When, not if," Malin emphasized, her tone brooking no argument. "The wall isn't insurmountable, Callie. It's simply the universe's way of ensuring only those truly ready ascend to the next level. Your theoretical knowledge is already beyond many who've crossed it. What you lack is the catalyst moment, and that will come." Callie nodded, though her smile remained strained. "I know. Intellectually, I know. It's just." She gestured helplessly at the scarred battlefield behind us, where ancient powers had clashed with the fury of natural disasters. Seeing it in person makes the gap feel infinite. The honesty in her admission created a moment of uncomfortable silence. I had felt that same crushing realization once, staring up at mountains I'd thought were hills. The difference was that my circumstances had forced rapid evolution, trial by fire, in the most literal sense. "We should return to the house," Malin said, mercifully changing the subject. Behind us, military personnel were already beginning the complex process of damage assessment and repair. The situation here will be handled through proper channels. The journey back through Malin's personal warp gate felt surreal after the intensity of combat. One moment we stood amid the harsh beauty of the border wastelands, the next we were surrounded by the elegant comfort of her estate's transportation chamber. The contrast was jarring, from a place where death lurked in every shadow to rooms designed for quiet contemplation and refined conversation. As we made our way through corridors lined with tasteful artwork and subtle lighting, I found myself appreciating the deliberate peace Malin had cultivated here. "Callie," Malin said as we reached the main sitting room, "I imagine you'll want time to process what you've observed today. Sometimes the most valuable insights come during quiet reflection rather than immediate discussion." The dismissal was politely worded but unmistakable. Callie seemed almost relieved rather than offended. The emotional weight of the day had clearly taken its toll. "You're right," Callie agreed, though she turned to me before leaving. "Arthur, thank you for letting me witness that. And for asking Grand Marshal Potton to give me that inscription earlier. Today has been..." She paused, searching for adequate words. "Educational?" I suggested with a slight smile. "Overwhelmingly educational," she corrected, some of her usual humor returning. "I'll need weeks to sort through all of it properly." After Callie departed through the estate's main transportation hub, Malin and I found ourselves alone in the sitting room where our day had begun. The peaceful elegance felt almost dreamlike after the brutal reality of ancient-level combat, a reminder of how quickly circumstances could shift from routine to extraordinary. Malin settled into her chair with visible relief, the careful mask of official duty finally relaxing into something more genuine. "Arthur," she said, her voice carrying new weight, "we need to discuss what just transpired. Privately." "I expected as much," I replied, claiming my own seat. Using my full capabilities in such a public setting was strategically questionable. Even though I held back the Nightingale method in favor of testing Valeria's integration, I revealed everything else, I thought grimly. "Questionable is one word for it," Malin agreed with dry humor. "Though I suspect the revelation was inevitable given your development trajectory. Power like yours doesn't remain hidden indefinitely." She leaned forward, golden eyes studying me with the intensity of someone reading a complex text. "The symbiotic integration with your ancient undead was extraordinary. In decades of witnessing combat at the highest levels, I've never seen anything approaching it. The consciousness merger, the capability enhancement, the seamless coordination, you've transcended traditional summoning entirely and created something revolutionary." "It remains experimental," I said carefully, though I felt a flush of pride at her professional recognition. "Experimental or not, it's paradigm shifting." Combined with your other demonstrated capabilities, the grade 6 arts, the inscribed miracle, the tactical sophistication, you've essentially announced that Arthur Nightingale operates beyond conventional categorization. That kind of revelation carries consequences. The weight of those implications settled around me like a familiar burden. I had known the risks, but hearing them articulated by someone of Malin's experience made them feel immediate and pressing. Which brings me to something important, Malin said, her expression shifting to carry both warmth and significance. I have something for you, Arthur. Something I've been saving for the right moment. She rose gracefully, moving toward what appeared to be a secured cabinet I hadn't noticed during our earlier visit. The magical protections surrounding it were subtle but sophisticated, clearly containing something both valuable and dangerous. After witnessing your performance today, she continued, carefully disabling the protective wards, I believe that moment has arrived. She withdrew an ancient scroll, its parchment bearing the unmistakable aura of forbidden knowledge, and placed it in my hands with ceremonial gravity. Mortis lucida, she said solemnly. Bright death, my mind translated automatically before I caught myself. It means death's clarity, Malin explained, watching my reaction carefully. Right, Latin never existed here, I reminded myself as she continued. It is a forbidden spell, she said, her words making my eyes widen in shock. Forbidden spells. Magical techniques deemed too dangerous for practical application, their very existence carefully controlled and monitored. The fact that Malin possessed one and was willing to share it spoke to both her trust in me and her assessment of what challenges lay ahead. This, Malin said with quiet intensity, is a spell of enlightenment. Chapter 602, Mortis Lucida 2. This, Malin said with quiet intensity, is a spell of enlightenment. Enlightenment. The word carried weight that went far beyond its mundane usage. In my previous world, enlightenment had been a philosophical concept, something achieved through meditation and self-reflection. Here, it was as real and measurable as gravity or thermodynamics. I had experienced enlightenment myself, that sudden, overwhelming rush of understanding that had propelled me past the wall from integration to ascendant rank. The moment when scattered knowledge crystallized into perfect clarity, when the universe itself seemed to whisper its secrets directly into my consciousness. There were distinct categories of enlightenment, each serving different purposes in a practitioner's development. Natural enlightenment came in two forms: progression enlightenment, the catalyst required to ascend between major ranks, and awakening enlightenment, the initial burst of understanding that accompanied a gift's manifestation. Without progression enlightenment, crossing the barriers between ascendant, immortal, and radiant ranks remained impossible. The universe simply wouldn't permit such advancement without the requisite understanding. But this scroll represented something different entirely. This type of enlightenment happens by connecting with the Akashic records, Malin explained, her voice taking on the reverent tone reserved for discussing forces beyond mortal comprehension. The Akashic records? The words slipped out before I could stop them. In my previous world, the Akashic records had been pure fiction, a mystical library supposedly containing all knowledge of past, present, and future across the entire universe. Oh, they're very real, Luna's voice whispered in my mind, carrying an odd note of reverence I rarely heard from her. Even we Chilans speak of the great library in hushed tones. Akasha is ancient beyond measure. The Akashic records are very real, Arthur, Malin said, watching my reaction carefully. I saw them myself when I used Mortis Lucida. A massive, sprawling, incomparable library that stretches beyond the horizon in every direction. Infinite shelves containing infinite knowledge, all overseen by Akasha, the librarian. When you activate the spell, it grants you access to that very place. How is that possible? The question burst from me with desperate curiosity. Nobody knows, Malin admitted with a slight shake of her head. This isn't a spell crafted by human hands or mortal understanding. Mortis Lucida is the creation of Akasha herself, a being worthy of being called a god. The word god hung in the air like a foreign concept. Religion as I had known it didn't exist in this world, making Malin's casual reference to divinity both jarring and significant. If someone of her caliber used such terminology, the entity in question operated on scales that defied conventional understanding. She's not wrong to call Akasha a god, Luna murmured thoughtfully. Though god is such a limited word for what she truly is. The librarian exists outside the normal flow of time and space, maintaining knowledge that predates the creation of worlds. I stared down at the ancient parchment in my hands, feeling the weight of knowledge it contained. The script was unlike anything I had seen before, not quite writing, not quite symbols, but something that seemed to shift and flow when I wasn't looking directly at it. The very air around the scroll hummed with potential energy. However, Malin continued, her expression growing stern, you must not use the spell lightly, Arthur. In fact, I strongly advise you to avoid using it at all unless you face truly grave danger, the kind where your life hangs by a thread and no other option remains. I frowned, looking up from the scroll. If it's so powerful, why the restriction? Because power always comes with cost, she replied gravely. You're strong enough and talented enough to survive the process, that's why I'm giving this to you now instead of 2 years ago when we first met. Back then you were too weak to handle the strain, and more importantly. She paused, a wry smile crossing her features. You had an unfortunate penchant for finding yourself in dangerous situations. You would have used it at the first sign of real trouble and likely died from the attempt. The assessment stung because it was accurate. The Akashic records will provide you with exactly one book, Malin continued, settling back into her chair with the air of someone imparting crucial wisdom, containing the enlightenment you need for your specific situation at that moment. It's not unlimited knowledge, it's precisely what you require to survive or overcome whatever challenge you face. Think of it as the universe's way of giving you a single, perfect answer to an impossible question. I nodded slowly, beginning to understand the gravity of what she was entrusting to me. This wasn't just a powerful spell, it was a lifeline, a final resort when all other options had been exhausted. The kind of tool that could mean the difference between life and death, but only if used with perfect judgment. The process itself is intense, Malin added, her golden eyes distant with memory. You don't simply read the knowledge, it becomes part of you instantly and completely. When I used it during my own moment of desperation, the understanding hit me like avalanche. One moment I was drowning in impossible circumstances, the next I possessed exactly the insight needed to survive. But the mental strain nearly broke me and I was considerably stronger then than you are now. The weight of the scroll in my hands seemed to increase with each word. Such power came with tremendous responsibility, not just to use it wisely, but to ensure I was worthy of bearing it in the first place. There's something else you need to address before you'd ever consider using this, Malin said, her tone shifting to something more instructional. Your balance has become dangerously skewed, Arthur. Your deep dark has far surpassed your pure light development, and that imbalance is limiting your true potential. The observation hit like a physical blow. I had known my deep dark abilities were advancing rapidly, especially after my symbiotic integration with Valeria, but I hadn't fully considered how that might be affecting the delicate equilibrium required for optimal performance. You need to focus heavily on pure light techniques going forward, she advised seriously. Your strength comes from the harmony between opposing forces, not from the dominance of one over the other. Until you restore that balance, you're operating at a fraction of what you could achieve, and more importantly, the imbalance makes you vulnerable to certain types of attacks that specifically target such weaknesses. I absorbed her words, recognizing the wisdom in her assessment. The symbiotic integration with Valeria had been extraordinary, but it caused pure light to be behind deep dark. How do I correct it? I asked, setting aside my pride in favor of practical necessity. Discipline and patience, Malin replied. Focus your training on pure light techniques exclusively for the next several months. I know it will feel like deliberately slowing your progress, but you need to bring your light-based abilities up to match your mastery of darkness. Only then will you be able to access the true synergy between them. As I carefully secured the scroll by storing it inside my spatial ring, I felt the weight of new responsibility settling over me. The power to access the Akashic records was beyond anything I had imagined possible, but with it came the burden of perfect judgment. One moment of weakness, one instant of poor decision-making, and I could waste the greatest gift I had ever received. The thought was both terrifying and oddly comforting. In a world where power often came through violence and conflict, it was reassuring to know that somewhere in the cosmos a vast library existed where knowledge waited patiently for those desperate enough to seek it. Just promise me you won't use it unless you absolutely have to, Luna said quietly, her mental voice carrying genuine concern. I know of what happens to those who aren't ready for the librarian's attention. The knowledge itself can be overwhelming enough to shatter unprepared minds. I just hoped I would never be desperate enough to need it. Chapter 603, Two Princesses 1. My dorm room at Mythos Academy had never felt smaller than it did right now. What should have been a peaceful first day back from winter break had quickly devolved into a situation that tested both my patience and my ability to remain diplomatically neutral in the face of overwhelming feminine attention. Two princesses, both blonde and both radiating barely contained possessiveness, had claimed my arms the moment they'd arrived at my room. Their contrasting personalities were on full display as they glared at each other across my chest with eyes that perfectly matched their opposing natures. Rachel Creighton, princess of the northern continent and the future saintess of the world, pressed against my right arm with an innocence that was entirely feigned. Her deep blue eyes held a dreamy, almost intoxicated expression as she rubbed her cheek against my shoulder, making full use of her considerable natural advantages to maintain her grip on my arm. On my left, Cecilia Slaymark, princess of the Slaymark Empire, had taken a different approach entirely. Where Rachel relied on physical persuasion, Cecilia employed her considerable dexterity to trace patterns across my palm and fingers with surgeon-like precision. Her crimson eyes held a calculating gleam that suggested she was very much aware of the effect her ministrations were having. We were seated on my bed, the only furniture in the room large enough to accommodate 3 people, though I was beginning to regret not investing in a larger couch. The close quarters only seemed to intensify their competitive behavior. What are you both doing? I asked for what felt like the 10th time since they'd knocked on my door. I missed you, they said in perfect synchronization before immediately turning to glare at each other with renewed intensity. Honestly, they behaved more like competitive twins than rival princesses from different continents. Of course, if I ever made that observation aloud, I'd likely find myself in considerably more trouble than I was already in. They both go super Yandere over you, so fair point, Luna's voice chimed in my mind with obvious amusement. She wasn't wrong. Rachel might present herself as kinder and more innocent than the admittedly manipulative Cecilia, but the future saintess had her own way of being, intense when it came to matters involving me. I missed Arthur so much over winter break, Rachel sighed, deliberately breathing in my scent with a glazed expression. The days felt so empty without you. God, I can't believe such a horny girl is going to be the world's saintess, Cecilia muttered, though her voice carried more exasperation than genuine criticism. The comment made Rachel's cheeks flush pink, but she made no attempt to release my arm. We won the rights to visit Arthur first today, so don't waste our time with complaints, Rachel warned, her saintly demeanor cracking slightly to reveal something decidedly more possessive underneath. I was well aware that the four girls, Rachel, Cecilia, Serafina, and Rose, had developed some sort of elaborate scheduling system to determine who got to spend time with me when. It was the only practical way to prevent what Luna had once jokingly referred to as the inevitable world war over Arthur's attention. The fact that this was even necessary still felt surreal. Why don't you go seduce some more girls while you're at it? Luna suggested with mock helpfulness. You've only managed to charm representatives from 3 out of 5 continents so far. 2 more and you could probably start your own international incident. I did my best to ignore my unhelpful Chilean companion as I tried to figure out how to extract myself from this situation without causing offense. My room's holographic displays showed the academy schedule for the new semester, reminding me that classes would be starting tomorrow and I still had preparations to make. Arthur, Rachel said, her voice taking on a softer, more vulnerable tone that immediately put me on guard. When the future saintess switched tactics like this, it usually meant she was preparing to deploy weapons-grade emotional manipulation. I have something important to discuss with you about what happened during the break. We both do, Cecilia interjected quickly, her grip on my hand tightening possessively. And since we won joint visiting rights for today, we should discuss it together. The phrase joint visiting rights made me wince internally. When had my social life become something that required legal terminology to manage? Probably around the time you decided to become the most eligible bachelor across multiple continents, Luna observed dryly. Though I have to admit, watching you try to navigate this is endlessly entertaining. Given their tendency toward dramatic reactions and the fact that I'd spent the entire winter break focused on creating Valeria instead of visiting any of them as promised, I had a sinking feeling that whatever conversation awaited me was going to be considerably more complicated than a simple welcome back to school. All right, I said carefully, trying to shift into a more comfortable position without dislodging either princess. What did you both want to discuss? You created an ancient undead, right? Rachel asked, her blue eyes studying my face intently. I nodded, unsurprised that she knew. I'd kept in contact with all the girls during my time at the Ebony Tower, sharing updates about my research progress even if I hadn't been able to visit them in person. Valeria. The symbiotic integration was successful. Father mentioned that your balance might be compromised because of it, Rachel continued, her expression growing more serious. My eyes widened slightly. Of course Uncle Alastair would have noticed. Alastair Creighton, one of only 4 9-circle mages in the world and among the 10 humans to achieve Radiant rank, understood my magical development better than almost anyone, even Malin Potton. His insight into such matters was virtually unparalleled. But he also offered a solution, Rachel said, her expression brightening considerably. He wants to give you access to a divine beast. The words hit me like a physical blow. My grip on both princesses' arms loosened involuntarily as I processed what she just said. He said you can claim one whenever I reach ascendant rank, Rachel continued, clearly pleased by my reaction. Since you'll be bonding with a divine beast raised by the Creighton family, the timing needs to align with my own advancement. Without thinking, I pulled Rachel closer, wrapping my free arm around her in a tight embrace that made her squeak in surprise and delight. She immediately melted into the hug, wrapping her arms around my neck and rubbing her cheek against mine with the enthusiasm of an overeager golden retriever. Cecilia made a noise of protest at being temporarily ignored, but I was too stunned to properly acknowledge it. A divine beast. The implications were staggering. Divine beasts were mana creatures with pure light affinity, transcending the typical classifications that governed ordinary magical fauna. They existed on a completely different level. Where Valeria and Erebus represented the pinnacle of deep dark manipulation, a divine beast would provide the perfect counterbalance, a living embodiment of pure light magic. The most powerful divine beast is a phoenix, Luna observed thoughtfully, but I doubt even the Creightons could arrange that. Though knowing your luck. Phoenixes, dragons, cheilants, and basilisks, the 4 mythical beasts that stood above all others. Each represented the absolute pinnacle of their respective affinities, creatures of legend that most people never even glimpsed, let alone bonded with. The Creighton family had spent generations developing methods to facilitate bonds between worthy pure light practitioners and divine beasts from across the world. It was an incredibly complex process that required not just magical compatibility but also spiritual resonance between human and beast. The fact that Alastair was willing to extend this opportunity to me spoke volumes about both his assessment of my potential and his affection for me as family. So this time as well, Rachel will likely bond with a phoenix, I mused, remembering details from the original timeline. It made perfect sense. In terms of raw pure light talent, Rachel surpassed me completely even without considering her gift. Her pure light purity was so exceptional that it had marked her as the future saintess from childhood. Arthur? Rachel murmured against my ear, her voice soft and pleased. You seem happy about Father's offer. More than happy, I replied honestly, reluctantly loosening my embrace enough to look at her properly. This could solve the balance issues that have been developing. A divine beast would provide the perfect counterpoint. Good, Cecilia interjected pointedly, because we're not done discussing your winter break activities. There are other matters that require attention. I glanced at her, noting the slight edge in her voice that suggested whatever she wanted to discuss might be considerably less pleasant than Rachel's gift offering. Oh, this should be interesting, Luna commented with obvious anticipation. I wonder what the Empire's princess has been up to while you were playing with dead bones. Chapter 604, Two Princesses 2. The comfortable warmth of Rachel's embrace was still settling around me when Cecilia cleared her throat pointedly, her crimson eyes holding the calculating gleam that usually preceded her more strategic moves. Since we're discussing gifts, she said, reaching into her spatial storage with practiced elegance, I have something for you as well, Arthur. She withdrew a sword case made of polished ebony wood, its surface inscribed with intricate silver runes that seemed to pulse with contained power. The craftsmanship alone suggested whatever lay inside was worth more than most people's annual salaries. The case itself radiated an aura of barely contained magical energy that made the air around it shimmer slightly. Cecilia, I said carefully, reluctantly disentangling myself from Rachel enough to give the case proper attention, you didn't need to. It's an ancient grade blade, she interrupted, her tone carrying the satisfaction of someone delivering news they knew would create an impact. It is called Voidlight, not a very inventive name, but it is a good sword. My mouth went dry. Ancient grade weapons were incredibly rare, the kind of treasures that nations went to war over and legends were built around. The fact that she was casually presenting one to me spoke to both the Slaymark Empire's vast resources and her personal feelings about our relationship. The materials she'd mentioned alone would bankrupt most noble houses. Cecilia, I already have a Volvis, I said, gesturing toward where my own ancient-grade sword rested in its sheath across the room. While I'm incredibly grateful for the thought, I don't really need another weapon of this caliber. It's not for you, she interrupted again, though this time her voice carried a note of something that might have been embarrassment. Her usual confident demeanor wavered slightly as she continued, it's for Reka. The words hit me like a thunderbolt. Rachel's arms went slack around my neck as she pulled back to stare at Cecilia in obvious shock, her blue eyes wide with surprise and something that looked suspiciously like territorial concern. 4. Reka? I managed, feeling as though the conversation had taken a turn into completely unexpected territory. The Reka who works at my guild? Cecilia's cheeks had taken on a faint pink tinge, but her expression remained determinately composed despite the obvious emotional cost of her admission. I know you've been considering getting her a proper weapon, she said, her voice carefully neutral though I could detect the slight tremor underneath. She works directly under you in the guild and you two are close. I thought it would be more efficient if I simply handled the matter myself. You're giving Arthur a sword for another girl? Rachel asked incredulously, her saintly composure cracking to reveal something much more territorial underneath. Cecilia, that's completely strategic, Cecilia finished firmly, though the slight tremor in her voice suggested she wasn't entirely comfortable with her own decision. Arthur cares deeply about his people and Reka is one of his most trusted guild members. If she's properly equipped with gear matching her position, she can better support him during dangerous missions. It's practical. The logic was sound, but I could see the emotional cost written in the tension around Cecilia's eyes and the way her fingers gripped the sword case just a little too tightly. She was doing this despite her obvious jealousy, not because of any lack of feeling about the situation. The gesture spoke to a level of selfless consideration that was both deeply touching and slightly heartbreaking. Besides, Cecilia added with forced casualness, it would reflect poorly on the guild if his second-in-command was poorly equipped. People might think Arthur doesn't value his subordinates properly. A smile tugged at my lips as I looked at her, this brilliant, calculating princess who was willing to arm her romantic competition simply because she knew it would make me happy and support my goals. The gesture spoke volumes about her character beneath all the political maneuvering and imperial pride. Thank you, Cecilia, I said softly, setting the sword case aside carefully before leaning forward to press a gentle kiss to her forehead. This means more to me than you know. The thought behind it, the consideration for someone important to me, it's incredibly generous. I'm not a child who needs to be kissed on the forehead, she protested immediately, though the pleased flush spreading across her cheeks contradicted her words entirely. I'm a princess of the Slaymark Empire, not some little girl to be patronized. Arthur? Rachel complained, her arms tightening around me possessively as she pressed closer. What about me? I just offered you a divine beast from my family's most prized collection. I found myself caught between two expectant faces, both princesses looking at me with expressions that suggested any wrong move on my part would result in considerable diplomatic complications that could potentially escalate to international incidents. I can't exactly kiss you both at the same time, I said helplessly, which turned out to be precisely the wrong thing to say. Both princesses turned to glare at each other with renewed intensity, their earlier cooperation in claiming my attention apparently forgotten in the face of this new competition. The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees as they engaged in a silent battle of wills that I was powerless to influence or mediate. Then, as if they'd reached some sort of unspoken agreement through their mutual glaring, they moved in perfect synchronization. Rachel turned to kiss my left cheek at the exact same moment Cecilia claimed my right, their lips touching my skin with a timing that suggested they'd somehow coordinated the action despite their obvious rivalry. Well, that's one way to solve the problem, Luna observed dryly. Though I suspect this is just going to create new complications down the line. Also, calling it now, they're definitely going to start comparing who got the better cheek. As both princesses pulled back, looking simultaneously satisfied and annoyed with their compromise solution, I felt the need to properly thank them both for their extraordinary generosity. You know, I said carefully, I'm genuinely overwhelmed by both of your offers. A divine beast and an ancient-grade weapon, these aren't small gestures. That's one way to put it, Luna chimed in with amusement. Your sugar mommies are really going all out with the expensive presents. At this rate, you're going to need a treasure vault just to store all the gifts. I know you like me for who I am, not what I can provide, Rachel said softly, her blue eyes meeting mine with surprising vulnerability. But I also want you to know that you shouldn't hesitate to use my influence when you need it, Arthur. The Creighton name carries weight across all continents, and as the future saintess, my word will only grow more powerful. Please don't feel like you have to handle everything on your own. Cecilia nodded firmly, her crimson eyes burning with intensity. Rachel's right. You should use my power as a princess like it's your own, because in many ways, it is. The resources of the Slaymark Empire, the political connections, the military support, consider all of it at your disposal. What belongs to me belongs to you. The casual way she said it made my chest tighten with emotion. Here were two of the most powerful young women on the continent offering not just gifts but access to the full extent of their authority and influence simply because they cared about me. I started, then found myself genuinely at a loss for words. Thank you. Both of you. I don't know what I did to deserve this level of support. You existed, Cecilia said simply, her usual calculating demeanor softening into something more vulnerable. That's all you needed to do. Rachel nodded in agreement, snuggling closer to my side. Just promise us you'll actually use what we're offering instead of trying to handle everything yourself like some kind of lone hero. They have a point, Luna observed. Your tendency to shoulder impossible burdens alone is getting a bit ridiculous. As I sat there surrounded by these two remarkable women holding Cecilia's incredibly generous gift and processing Rachel's life-changing offer, I couldn't help but marvel at how my life had developed. The complications were real, but so was the genuine care and support they were offering. Chapter 605, Two Princesses, 3. The tension in Arthur's dorm room had shifted from competitive playfulness to something far more intimate. Both princesses had moved closer, their earlier rivalry temporarily set aside in favor of a shared understanding that they both cherished these rare moments alone with him. Rachel was the first to move, her blue eyes soft with emotion as she cupped Arthur's face gently. I've missed this, she whispered, before pressing her lips to his in a kiss that spoke of months of separation and longing. Finally, Rachel thought as their lips met, her heart racing with the familiar intoxication that only Arthur could provide. He's here, he's real, he's mine. The possessive thought should have surprised her. After all, she was meant to be the pure, saintly princess, but around Arthur, such pretenses fell away entirely. I don't care about sharing him with others as long as I can have moments like this. As long as he keeps looking at me like I'm precious. The thought of other women touching him, kissing him, made something dark and violent stir in her chest, but she forced it down. The arrangement they'd all agreed to was practical, necessary even, but more than that, it was merciful. She'd learned the hard way during the sophomore ball that her jealousy, no matter how justified it felt, only ended up hurting Arthur. The memory of his pained expression when she and Cecilia had fought publicly still haunted her nightmares. When they finally broke apart, Cecilia was watching with eyes that burned like crimson fire. My turn, she said simply, her voice carrying an edge of barely controlled hunger. Arthur turned to her, and Cecilia felt her breath catch as she saw the way he looked at her, with genuine affection, desire, and something deeper that made her feel like she could conquer the world. She pulled him close, their lips meeting with a passion that had been building since the moment she'd walked into his room. Mine, Cecilia's thoughts echoed Rachel's with startling similarity. He's mine, and I'll destroy anyone who tries to take him away. The intensity of her feelings should have concerned her, but she'd long since stopped caring about such trivial matters as sanity when it came to Arthur. As they separated, both princesses found themselves on either side of Arthur again, but the dynamic had changed. The competitive edge had softened into something more collaborative, as if the kisses had reminded them that they were united in their devotion to him, even if they remained rivals for his ultimate affection. Arthur felt the shift too, his arms coming around both of them as they settled against his sides. The warmth of their bodies, the soft scent of Rachel's jasmine perfume mixing with Cecilia's rose oil, created an atmosphere of contentment that he rarely experienced. I should feel guilty about this, he thought, but couldn't quite manage it. These women had chosen him, knowing full well about each other, and had somehow made it work through sheer force of will and political necessity. They're happy, I'm happy, it's unconventional, but it works. His thoughts drifted to the other two women in his complicated romantic web. Seraphina Zenith, the third princess he was involved with, had been notably absent from his communications during the winter break due to isolation training at her home, Mount Hua Sect. I should visit her soon, Arthur mused. Then there was Rose Springshaper, daughter of Marquis Springshaper and heir to the Vacher Corporation, the most powerful necromancy company in the Slaymark Empire. Their conversations during the winter break had been almost entirely business-focused, discussing potential collaborations between her family's resources and his guild operations. The talks had been productive, but he realized he'd barely spent any personal time with her. Rose deserves better than just business meetings, he thought with a pang of guilt. Maybe I should take her on a proper date. She's been so patient with the whole arrangement, and I've been neglecting the personal side of our relationship in favor of professional opportunities. You're thinking about the others, aren't you? Rachel said softly, her intuition as sharp as ever. There was no accusation in her voice, just understanding. Cecilia's grip on his arm tightened slightly, but she nodded in agreement. It's fine. We knew this would be part of the arrangement when we agreed to it. The maturity of their response still amazed Arthur sometimes. Here were two of the most powerful young women on the continent, both possessive to a degree that could be genuinely frightening, and they'd somehow found a way to share him without destroying each other, or him, in the process. He still remembered the sophomore ball vividly. It had been a turning point for all of them. They chose my happiness over their own possessiveness, Arthur thought, feeling a surge of gratitude and love for the three princesses. That takes incredible strength. I was thinking about taking Rose on a proper date, Arthur admitted. We've been so focused on business lately that I feel like I've been neglecting her. Rachel's smile was gentle, though Arthur caught the brief flash of something darker in her eyes. That's thoughtful of you. Rose has been very accommodating about the scheduling. Accommodating, Rachel thought, the word tasting bitter. More like calculating. She knows that playing the patient, understanding card makes Arthur feel guilty and pay more attention to her. Clever little manipulator. Cecilia's expression remained carefully neutral, but her thoughts were similarly dark. At least Rose keeps things professional most of the time. It's Serafina I worry about. That annoying half-elf. What about Serafina? Cecilia asked aloud, her voice deceptively casual. She's been quiet lately. Arthur's expression grew thoughtful. She said she was in isolation training. Both princesses exchanged a look over his head, one of the rare moments when their rivalry gave way to shared concern. Let's focus on now, he said, pulling them both closer. I have you two here, and I want to enjoy that. The tension immediately melted from both princesses as they remembered what mattered most, this moment, this connection, this rare opportunity to simply be with the man they both loved with an intensity that sometimes frightened them. Rachel pressed a soft kiss to his neck, breathing in his scent like it was a drug she couldn't live without. I love him so much it hurts, she thought. I'd burn the world for him if he asked. Cecilia's fingers traced patterns on his chest, her touch possessive and gentle at the same time. As the afternoon light filtered through the windows of Arthur's room, the three of them settled into comfortable silence, each lost in their own thoughts about love, possession, and the complex web of relationships that somehow managed to work despite all logic suggesting it shouldn't. Chapter 606, Final Semester 1. The first day of my final semester at Mythos Academy began with the familiar ritual of gathering in Class 4A for Professor Nero's briefing. As I approached the classroom, the weight of this being my last semester here settled over me like a mantle, heavy with both nostalgia and anticipation. Class 4A housed the Academy's most elite students, and our small cohort of 14 occupied seats arranged in a neat 2x7 formation. The intimate setting meant everyone knew everyone else's business, for better or worse. As I entered the room, I noticed I was among the last to arrive. Most of my classmates were already seated or milling about in small groups, their conversations creating a low hum of anticipation for the new semester. At the seat next to mine sat Lucifer Windward, the emerald-eyed protagonist whose very presence seemed to shift the atmosphere of any room he entered. His characteristic smile greeted me as I approached, but there was something different about his aura today, something stronger. He's close, I realized immediately, sensing the familiar pressure that accompanied ascendant rankers. The strength radiating from him was unmistakable. He'd reached the same level as me, meaning he must have scaled the wall during winter break. Lucifer stood and extended his hand, his green eyes bright with genuine warmth. Hey Arthur, he greeted, his smile as infectious as ever. I heard you took down the future Pope of the Savage Communion in a fight. I did, I replied, accepting his handshake and noting the increased firmness of his grip. He was quite strong. High ascendant rank, right? Lucifer asked, and I nodded in confirmation. Lucifer possessed that rare combination of natural talent, unwavering determination, and the kind of charisma that drew people to him like moths to flame. We started off as rivals since I needed to surpass him, but after doing so, we became friends. And now, I found myself genuinely enjoying our conversation. The classroom door opened again, and Dia and Ciola entered together, their synchronized movements speaking to the deep bond they shared. Both possessed the same striking golden eyes, though their personalities couldn't have been more different. Dia's confident stride contrasted with Ciola's more reserved grace, but they complemented each other perfectly. Lucifer's entire demeanor brightened as he spotted his two girlfriends, a soft, pleasant smile spreading across his features. The genuine affection in his expression was impossible to miss. Whatever complex arrangement they'd worked out, it clearly brought all three of them happiness. At least I'm not the only one with complicated romantic situations, I mused, though I suspected Lucifer's relationships were considerably less politically charged than my own. The door opened once more, and Rachel and Cecilia entered side by side, their blonde hair catching the morning light streaming through the classroom's large windows. Rachel's vibrant energy was palpable even from across the room, while Cecilia moved with the calculated grace of someone always aware of her effect on others. I could see the exact moment Rachel spotted me. The golden flecks in her beautiful sapphire eyes began to shimmer with excitement, and she took half a step in my direction before Cecilia's hand on her arm brought her up short. The brief pout that crossed Rachel's features was almost endearing, though I caught Cecilia's subtle smirk as she stopped Rachel. Before Rachel could attempt another approach, the classroom door opened again to admit the final two members of my personal romantic complications. Serafina Zenith glided into the room with her characteristic silent grace, her pale ice blue eyes scanning the space with cool assessment. Her silver hair fell like liquid moonlight around her delicate features, and the scent of honey seemed to follow in her wake like an invisible entourage. Rose Springshaper entered just behind her, providing a stark contrast to Serafina's ethereal presence. Where Serafina was all cold beauty and calculated distance, Rose moved like flowing water, natural, adaptive, finding her path with effortless grace. Her auburn hair and warm brown eyes created a more approachable beauty, though no less captivating for its earthiness. "Arthur," Serafina said simply, her voice carrying that familiar crystalline quality that never revealed more emotion than she intended. Despite her reputation for coldness, I'd learned to read the subtle signs of her affection, the way her eyes lingered on my face just a moment longer than necessary, the almost imperceptible softening around her eyes. "Good morning, Serafina," I replied, offering her a genuine smile. "How was your winter break?" "Productive," she answered in her typical economical style, though the brief flash of warmth in her pale eyes suggested there was more she wasn't saying in present company. Rose moved to my other side, her presence immediately warmer and more openly affectionate. "Arthur, you look well," she said, her voice carrying genuine pleasure at seeing me again. "I hope you found time to rest between all your research projects." "Some," I admitted with a slight laugh. "Though I suspect the final semester won't be offering much in the way of relaxation." "Probably not," Rose agreed, her smile turning slightly mischievous. "Especially with everything we discussed over winter break. There will be opportunities to explore." She's referring to the potential collaboration between her family's necromancy company and my guild operations, I realized. Though given her expression, she might also be hinting at more personal opportunities. As we talked, the remaining seats filled with the rest of our elite class. I caught sight of Ian Vizirian settling into his usual spot, his red hair catching the light as he organized his materials with characteristic precision. His golden eyes met mine across the room, and I offered him a friendly smile, which he returned with a slight nod of acknowledgement. Gene Ashbluff took his seat near the back, his black hair and dark eyes giving him an almost brooding appearance that matched his generally serious demeanor. When he noticed my attention, I smiled in his direction as well. The final student to enter was Rinkagu, and the change in him was immediately apparent. His white hair seemed somehow duller than I remembered, and his distinctive violet eyes held a weight that hadn't been there before winter break. Where he'd once carried himself with quiet confidence, now he moved with the careful deliberation of someone nursing invisible wounds. "Run looks terrible," Rose murmured quietly, following my gaze. Serafina's pale eyes also tracked to our white-haired classmate, though she offered no verbal commentary. The slight tightening around her eyes suggested she'd noticed the change as well. The classroom door opened one final time to admit Professor Nero, his imposing presence immediately commanding attention. The scattered conversations died away as all 14 of us turned to face the front, ready to begin what would be our last semester at Mythos Academy. "Here we go," I thought, settling back in my seat as Serafina and Rose gracefully claimed the assigned chairs. The final semester begins. Chapter 607, Final Semester 2. "Welcome back," Professor Nero's voice cut through the quiet hum of the lecture hall like a blade through silk. His presence commanded immediate attention, the kind of authority that came from decades of shaping the continent's most elite practitioners. "I trust your winter break was productive." He tapped his tablet with practiced efficiency, and a shimmering holographic display materialized in the center of the room, bathing us all in a cool, blue light. The new rankings pulsed in the air before us, each name glowing with soft luminescence. Rank 1, Arthur Nightingale. Rank 2, Lucifer Windward. Rank 3, Rinkagu. Rank 4, Ciola Moyong. Rank 5, Rachel Creighton. Rank 6, Cecilia Slaymark. Rank 7, Serafina Zenith. Rank 8, Gene Ashbluff. Rank 9, Rose Springshaper. Rank 10, Dia Solarin. Rank 11, Clara Lopez. Rank 12, Ian Vizirian. Rank 13, Ariagu. Rank 14, Ava Peng. A ripple of murmurs passed through the classroom as students processed their positions. I noticed several surprised glances directed toward the hologram, particularly focused on certain shifts in the rankings. "Bear in mind," Nero added, his tone crisp and professional, "these standings don't reflect any growth since the last semester concluded." The clarification was important. These rankings were based on our end-of-semester evaluations from before winter break. Any advancement or new capabilities we developed during the vacation wouldn't be factored in until the semester progressed. What caught my attention most was Dia's position at rank 10. She climbed 2 spots since the beginning of the year, which was no small feat in a class this competitive. The quiet determination she'd shown throughout our time at the academy was clearly paying dividends. "Dia's growth has been impressive," I mused, watching as she maintained her characteristic composure despite what had to be satisfying news. Her partnership with Ciola and relationship with Lucifer seemed to be spurring all three of them to greater heights. "Your evaluation this semester will be threefold," Nero continued, his gaze sweeping across our faces with the intensity of someone taking the measure of each student individually. "1 critical mission, your end-of-year project, and the Sovereign's Tournament." The Sovereign's Tournament. Every year, the Academy's finest students competed in what was essentially a showcase of the continent's future leaders. For final year students, it carried additional weight. Performance in the tournament often influenced post-graduation opportunities and political positioning. The tournament structure has been adapted for 14 participants, Nero explained, his fingers dancing across his tablet as additional information appeared in the holographic display. This grants buys to the top 2 rankings. We will update the rankings once more just before the tournament to finalize the roster. They've scrapped the preliminaries entirely, Luna observed. Smart move, really. Class A has always been the only division that mattered for the real competition. It was a logical adaptation. The Academy's lower classes, while talented, simply couldn't compete at the level required for the Sovereigns tournament. By limiting participation to the Elite 14, they were ensuring that every match would be meaningful. Professor, Rachel's voice cut through the silence with characteristic directness. What about exchange programs or field trips this year? The question hung in the air for a moment, and I noticed several students leaning forward with interest. The Academy's traditional programs had been highlights of previous years, offering unique learning opportunities and chances to build relationships with institutions across the continents. No exchange programs or field trips this year, Nero stated flatly, his expression becoming notably more serious. This decision was made in light of the unforeseen circumstances of the past 2 years. A collective tension tightened in the room like a drawn bowstring. We all remembered, how could we forget? 2 years ago, our supposedly routine field trip to an archaeological site had been ambushed by a death cult seeking to capture or kill several high-profile students. The attack had been coordinated and brutal, and only quick thinking from our supervising professors had prevented casualties. Last year, the exchange program with Starcrest Academy had become the epicenter of a full-blown war when political tensions between allied nations had erupted into open conflict. Students from multiple continents had found themselves caught in the middle of a diplomatic crisis that had taken months to resolve. My eyes flickered to Lucifer, and I couldn't help but notice the pattern. Both incidents had occurred when he was present, when the supposed protagonist of this world was in a position to be targeted or used as a catalyst for larger conflicts. It's always because of him, I thought, though without malice. It wasn't Lucifer's fault that destiny seemed determined to throw increasingly dangerous obstacles in his path. The one destined to be the emperor of the world is bound to face a few trials, Luna's voice echoed in my mind with typical philosophical detachment. Though the collateral damage does tend to be significant. With Nero's announcements concluded, the lecture hall dissolved into a low buzz of conversation as students began processing the information and discussing implications with their neighbors. Art, Lucifer started, turning toward me with what looked like an attempt at casual conversation, but his word was cut short as Dia and Ciola materialized at his sides like synchronized phantoms. I watched with barely concealed amusement as both young women grabbed one of Lucifer's arms with the kind of possessive determination that brooked no argument. The Prince of the North, this world's prophesied hero and future emperor, was currently being manhandled by his 2 girlfriends with all the dignity of a contested toy. His verdant eyes, wide with alarm and embarrassment, found mine across the room. The pleading look he sent me was almost comical. Here was someone capable of facing down ancient-level threats, reduced to helpless panic by 2 determined young women. Help, his expression clearly said. I offered an internal reply that I was certain he could read in my bland expression. And you'll help me with my 4? Lucifer blinked once, then twice. His gaze dropped, his head bowing in silent defeat as the reality of our mutual predicament settled over him. That was exactly the answer I'd expected. With resignation written across his features, he allowed himself to be dragged away by the 2 swordswomen who, despite their warrior pedigrees, looked almost delicate next to his considerable frame. At least his romantic complications are more straightforward than mine, I mused as they disappeared through the classroom door. A soft scent of honey drifted to me, as distinctive as a signature and twice as intoxicating. The fragrance heralded an arrival I knew instantly. Arthur, Serafina said, her voice carrying that familiar crystalline quality as she approached my desk. Her pale face maintained its characteristic mask of perfect, doll-like stillness, beautiful but seemingly devoid of emotion to casual observers. But I had learned to read the minute tells that others missed, the slight purse of her lips suggesting internal deliberation, the almost imperceptible tension in her jaw indicating suppressed feeling. The way her ice-blue eyes focused on me with laser-like intensity despite her composed exterior. She's grown stronger, too, I noted automatically, assessing the subtle changes in her aura. The power radiating from her had definitely increased during the winter break. In a straight fight, even Cecilia would struggle against Serafina now. All 4 of my girls were at the peak of integration rank, pressed hard against the wall they were destined to scale this summer, ready to shatter advancement records on their way to ascendant rank. What is it, Sarah? I asked, using the shortened version of her name that only I was permitted. She leaned in close, her silver hair cascading like liquid moonlight as her lips approached my ear. When she spoke, her words were barely more than a whisper, but their impact was devastating. The specific words she murmured made my entire thought process come to a dead halt. Serafina straightened up slowly, a flicker of something that wasn't quite happiness but definitely deep satisfaction dancing in her pale eyes. She looked like someone who had just played a particularly effective chess move. Meanwhile, I could only blink repeatedly, my mental processes attempting to reboot after the verbal bombshell she'd just delivered. Did Serafina really just say that? Oh my, Luna's voice carried obvious amusement. The Ice Princess has some hidden fire after all. And here I thought she was all proper royal restraint. My eyes flicked down to my smartwatch automatically. The rest of my day was clear, no classes, no obligations, nothing that couldn't be rearranged. Well then, Ratch, I called out, getting to my feet with what I hoped was casual composure. I need to talk to you later. My room at 9 tonight. Rachel's face lit up at the prospect of a late-night private meeting, her blue eyes sparkling with anticipation and curiosity about what I might want to discuss. I then turned to Rose, who had been watching the entire exchange with obvious interest. Rose, I'll ping you later. Are you free around 2 this afternoon? Of course, Rose beamed, her warm brown eyes conveying genuine pleasure at being included in my schedule. Cecilia, however, narrowed her crimson eyes at the string of appointments I was making. I took Serafina's offered hand, our fingers lacing together with practiced ease as we prepared to leave the lecture hall. Her skin was cool against mine, but I could feel the slight tremor that betrayed her anticipation despite her composed exterior. And where were we going? Back to my room, of course. After all, what kind of boyfriend would I be if I said no to such a direct request? Chapter 608, Elven Desire 1, R18. The familiar weight of Arthur's hand in mine sent a wave of contentment through my carefully controlled composure. 1 month. 1 month since I'd felt this simple contact, and my body remembered every detail, the calluses from sword practice, the warmth that seemed to radiate from his skin, the way his fingers automatically adjusted to provide the perfect grip. Finally, I thought, allowing myself a small internal smile while maintaining my serene exterior. We walked through the academy's corridors in comfortable silence, a rhythm we'd perfected over the years of our relationship. Arthur understood that I didn't fill empty air with meaningless chatter, and I appreciated that he never pressured me to perform the bubbly princess act that seemed to come so naturally to Rachel. Rachel, Cecilia, and Rose had all maintained their regular calls with him, I reflected without bitterness. They were more naturally inclined toward frequent communication, and that was fine. I had made my choice, isolation training at Mount Hua, knowing it would mean minimal contact but maximum growth. While they'd been chatting with Arthur about daily life and keeping him updated on their activities, I'd been pushing myself beyond every previous limit. Father and uncle had initially been concerned about my intensive schedule, but when I'd explained my reasoning, they'd simply nodded in understanding. I mused about my training as we climbed the stairs toward the dormitory wing. The isolation had been my choice, deliberately undertaken because I'd known Arthur was focused on something crucial at the Ebony Tower. While the others maintained their emotional connections through constant communication, I'd chosen to forge myself into something stronger, a gift I could present upon his return. 18 hours a day of forms, meditation, and combat practice. Not because I was desperately trying to distract myself from missing him, but because I'd recognized an opportunity. Arthur was growing stronger, and I'd be damned if I'd fall behind. The results spoke for themselves. I could feel the new power thrumming beneath my skin, my integration rank abilities crystallized into something approaching true mastery. I was stronger now than I'd ever been, pressed against the wall that separated integration from ascendant rank with the confidence of someone who had earned their position. All for us, I acknowledged as Arthur's room came into view. The same door I'd visualized during meditation sessions, thinking about this moment when I'd finally get to show him what I'd accomplished. He released my hand to unlock the door, and I felt the familiar flutter of anticipation that had nothing to do with desperate longing and everything to do with the natural excitement of reuniting with someone I loved after months apart. The magnetic lock disengaged with a soft chime, and Arthur stepped aside with his characteristic gentlemanly gesture. The familiar scent of his room enveloped me, clean linen, the subtle fragrance of whatever soap he used, and underneath it all, that indefinable something that was purely Arthur. I'd missed this specific combination of scents, the way they immediately made me feel at home. The door closed behind us with a soft click, and I felt my carefully maintained public composure begin to shift into something more private, more genuine. This was our space, our time, where I could set aside the ice princess facade that the rest of the world required. "Sarah," he said softly, and I heard the warmth in his voice that was reserved for these private moments. I moved toward him with deliberate grace, my hands coming up to rest against his chest as I looked up into his eyes. "I chose the isolation training," I said simply, knowing he would understand the significance. Arthur's expression shifted to one of understanding mixed with admiration. After this long together, he knew my choices were always calculated, purposeful. I rose on my toes to press my lips to his, wrapping my arms around his neck. The kiss was warm, familiar, carrying the comfort of a relationship that had weathered years together while retaining the spark that had drawn us to each other in the first place. Arthur's arms tightened around me, and I felt the rightness of being here, in this moment, with him. When we separated, I rested my forehead against his shoulder, breathing in his scent and allowing myself to simply enjoy the physical closeness I deliberately sacrificed for 1 month. I missed this, I admitted quietly, the words carrying the weight of someone who had made a conscious choice to endure temporary separation for long-term gain. I kissed Arthur again, deeper this time, my lips trembling with a month's worth of pent-up longing. Every ounce of energy I channeled into crafting my icy, untouchable facade melted away, leaving only me, Serafina, the half-elven woman who had forged herself in solitude to return to him as my truest, best self. My silver hair spilled over my shoulders, catching the dim light like a cascade of starlight, and I pressed myself closer, my slightly toned stomach brushing against the warmth of his body. I didn't care about restraint or appearances anymore. All I wanted was to give him everything, every heartbeat, every breath, every unspoken wish I'd carried for him. His hands found my waist, strong and steady, pulling me against him until there was no space left between us. My ice blue eyes met his deep blue ones, and in that moment I felt seen, utterly and completely. His gaze held a quiet confidence, softened by a tenderness that made my chest ache. My sensitive ears twitched as his breath grazed them, sending a shiver down my spine that felt like a spark igniting kindling. I leaned into him, my lips parting as our kiss deepened, a slow, burning dance of tongues and shared breaths. My body pressed closer, the soft curves of my breasts against his chest, and I felt a familiar hardness against my thigh. Arthur, unapologetically aroused, his desire as evident as mine. A flush of heat spread through me, pooling low in my belly. We'd been here before, countless times, our bodies familiar with each other's rhythms, yet every touch felt new, electric. I tilted my head, my silver hair sliding across my shoulder as I kissed along his jaw, savoring the faint stubble that scratched against my lips. His scent, earthy, warm, uniquely him, filled my senses, grounding me even as my pulse raced. Serafina, he murmured, his voice low and husky, vibrating against my ear. The sound sent another shiver through me, my sensitive ears amplifying every nuance of his tone. His fingers slid beneath the hem of my uniform, tracing the curve of my waist with a reverence that made my heart stutter. I arched into his touch, my skin tingling as his calloused palms grazed the smooth plane of my stomach. He was confident, always so sure in these moments, but there was a softness in the way he touched me, like I was both his anchor and his treasure. I tugged at his shirt, my fingers fumbling in my eagerness to feel his skin against mine. He chuckled softly, a sound that warmed me from the inside out and helped me pull the fabric over his head. His black hair fell messily across his forehead, framing those deep blue eyes that held me captive. I ran my hands over his chest, feeling the steady beat of his heart beneath my palms. My own heart answered, a frantic rhythm that spoke of need and trust and love. He guided me backward, gentle but firm, until the backs of my thighs met the edge of the bed. I sank onto the soft linens, pulling him with me, our lips never parting. My blouse joined his shirt on the floor, and his gaze swept over me, lingering on the swell of my breasts, the silver hair fanning across the pillow. "You're beautiful," he said, his voice thick with emotion, and I felt a rush of warmth that had nothing to do with the heat of our bodies. My fingers tangled in his hair as he kissed a path down my neck, his lips brushing the sensitive tips of my ears. I gasped, the sensation sharp and exquisite, like a note struck on a finely tuned string. Every touch was amplified, my half-elven senses drinking in the warmth of his mouth, the faint roughness of his hands as they cupped my breasts, teasing with a gentleness that made me ache for more. I arched beneath him, my body pleading for closeness, for the connection we'd built over countless nights like this. He moved lower, his lips trailing fire across my stomach, pausing to kiss the faint lines of muscle I'd worked so hard to hone. I felt cherished, desired, every kiss a testament to the man who saw me, not just the ice princess, not just the half-elf, but me. My hands found his shoulders, urging him back up, and our lips crashed together again, urgent and hungry. Chapter 609, Elven Desire 2, R18. The air in Arthur's bedroom was thick with anticipation, the dim glow of a single light still on casting flickering shadows across the walls, painting the room in hues of amber and gold. My ice blue eyes met his deep blue ones, a connection that felt like the universe aligning, both eternal and fleeting, grounding me in the moment as my heart raced in my chest. Arthur's presence was magnetic, his broad shoulders filling the space, his black hair slightly tousled, falling across his forehead in a way that made my fingers itch to brush it back. He paused, his breath warm against my sensitive half-elven ear, sending a shiver cascading through me like a pebble dropped into a still lake, ripples spreading outward until my entire body hummed with anticipation. "One moment," he murmured, his voice a low, velvety rumble that seemed to vibrate through my bones, quickening my pulse. His lips brushed the delicate curve of my ear, the sensation so acute it drew a soft gasp from me, my pointed ears twitching at the intimate contact. My half-elven heritage amplified every touch, every sound, turning the simplest gesture into a symphony of sensation. Arthur leaned back, his movements deliberate and unhurried, exuding a quiet confidence that made my breath catch. He reached for the bedside table, the muscles in his arm flexing subtly beneath his skin, and retrieved a small foil packet. The faint crinkle of the wrapper was almost deafening to my heightened senses as he tore it open with practiced ease. My eyes followed his strong fingers, mesmerized by the way they moved, deftly rolling the condom over his impressive length. Even after countless nights together, the sight of him, thick, commanding, and undeniably masculine, sent a flush of heat blooming across my cheeks, my ice blue eyes widening with a mix of awe and anticipation. His size was a constant marvel, a delicious challenge that my body had grown accustomed to, yet never failed to ignite a spark of wonder. My silver hair spilled across the pillow like liquid moonlight, catching the candlelight in a soft, ethereal glow. I reached for him, my fingers trembling slightly as they traced the hard planes of his chest, feeling the steady thrum of his heartbeat beneath my touch. "You're still, so much," I whispered, a shy smile curving my lips, my voice barely audible over the pounding of my own heart. His answering grin was a perfect blend of cocky and tender, a glimpse of the man who knew exactly how to unravel me, body and soul. His deep blue eyes softened, crinkling at the corners, and I felt a rush of warmth at the intimacy of that look. He leaned down, capturing my lips in a kiss that was deep and consuming, his tongue teasing mine with a slow, deliberate rhythm that mirrored the pulse of desire between us. The faint rustle of the silk sheets beneath us, the soft creak of the wooden bed frame, filled my sensitive ears, each sound heightened and electric, weaving into the tapestry of the moment. As he positioned himself above me, his weight a comforting anchor, I felt the world narrow to just us, his heat, his scent, his unwavering gaze. When he pressed into me, it was a slow, exquisite stretch, my body yielding to him with a familiar ease that still felt like a revelation. I gasped, my nails digging into the broad expanse of his shoulders, the fullness of him drawing a soft moan from my lips. He moved with confidence, each thrust measured and deep, his hips finding a rhythm that made my toes curl against the cool silk of the sheets. My toned stomach tensed as I arched beneath him, my full breasts pressing against the hard plane of his chest, the friction sending sparks of pleasure through my nerves. His hands roamed, one cupping my breast, his thumb brushing over the sensitive peak, drawing a sharp inhale from me while the other gripped my hip, guiding me to meet his movements with a perfect synchronicity. Every sound was magnified to my senses, the low groans rumbling in his throat, the faint hitch in his breath, the soft, rhythmic slap of skin against skin. My pointed ears twitched at each noise, drinking in the symphony of our passion. His touch was both commanding and reverent, his fingers mapping the contours of my body as if committing every curve to memory. I felt cherished, desired, my body singing under his skilled hands, each caress igniting a fire that burned brighter with every passing second. The first wave of pleasure hit me like a tide, building low in my belly, a slow, molten heat that surged through me until it crashed with a cry I couldn't contain. My ice-blue eyes fluttered shut, my head tipping back against the pillow, my silver hair tangling in a shimmering cascade. Arthur slowed, his lips finding my ear again, whispering my name, Serafina, like a sacred vow, his voice sending aftershocks through my trembling body. The tenderness in his tone, the way he held himself, still hard, still ready, spoke of a stamina that was both a promise and a challenge. We shifted, his strong hands guiding me to straddle him, my thighs bracketing his hips as I sank down onto him, my breath hitching at the renewed stretch. The shift in position gave me a sense of control, and I savored the way he filled me, my body adjusting to his size with a delicious ache. His deep blue eyes drank in the sight of me, my breast swaying gently with each movement, my toned stomach flexing as I rode him slowly, deliberately. My sensitive ears caught the low growl in his throat, a sound that sent a thrill through me, and his hands gripped my hips, steadying me as I found my rhythm. His fingers brushed my silver hair back, tucking it behind my pointed ears with a reverence that made my heart ache, a gesture so intimate it felt like a declaration of love. Hours slipped by, time losing meaning as our bodies found new rhythms, new positions. He took me from behind, my hands gripping the carved wooden headboard as he thrust with a steady, relentless pace, his lips grazing my sensitive ears until I was trembling, another climax tearing through me with a force that left me breathless. Later, we lay on our sides, one of my legs draped over his hip as he moved within me, his hand cradling my face, our kisses soft and lingering even as our bodies burned with need. Each round was a dance, his stamina seemingly endless, his desire matched only by his care for me. My senses drank in every detail, the heat of his skin, the faint salt of his sweat, the love shining in his deep blue eyes. By the time we collapsed, breathless and sated, the room was heavy with the scent of us, musk and the faint sweetness of honey. The sheets were a tangled mess beneath my silver hair, my limbs heavy with a delicious exhaustion. Arthur's arm curled around me, warm and grounding, his black hair damp against his brow as he pressed a kiss to my forehead. "Shower," he murmured, his voice husky with exertion and affection. I nodded, a lazy smile spreading across my face, my ice-blue eyes half-lidded with contentment. He led me to his bathroom, the cool marble tiles a stark contrast to the warmth of his hand in mine. The shower was spacious, its glass walls fogging as hot water cascaded from the wide rainfall showerhead, enveloping us in steam. I leaned into him, my body still humming from our passion as he lathered soap over my skin. His hands were gentle, tracing the curves of my breasts, the dip of my waist, washing away the evidence of our intimacy with a tenderness that made my chest ache. My sensitive ears twitched at the sound of the water, the soft hum of his voice as he teased me about my elven glow, his words laced with affection. I laughed, the sound bright and carefree, and splashed him playfully, the water catching the light in a prism of droplets. He pulled me close, kissing me under the spray, his lips soft and unhurried, a promise of forever in their warmth. We stood there, wrapped in each other, the steam curling around us like a cocoon, shielding us from the world outside. My heart was full, my body sated, and as I looked into his deep blue eyes, I knew with unshakable certainty that this was where I belonged, with Arthur, always. This was the man I would give up the world for. Chapter 610, Rivers and Roses. After Serafina and I showered together, she changed into comfortable casual clothes that she'd stored in her spatial ring, soft gray leggings and a t-shirt that somehow managed to look elegant on her frame. "I'll see you later," she said, pressing a gentle kiss to my cheek before heading toward the door. Her ice-blue eyes held a contentment that spoke to our successful reconnection after months apart. I glanced at my smartwatch, 1:45 p.m. Rose would be expecting me in 15 minutes, which gave me just enough time to shower and change into something more appropriate for a date. Even if we were confined to the academy grounds, I wanted to make an effort. 20 minutes later, I found myself standing outside the main dining hall, scanning the area for familiar auburn hair. The academy's central courtyard buzzed with activity as students settled back into semester routines, groups clustering around tables and benches to catch up on winter break adventures. "Arthur?" I turned at the sound of my name and immediately spotted Rose approaching from the direction of the dormitories. She'd changed out of her academy uniform as well, wearing a flowing sundress in deep forest green that complemented her warm brown eyes perfectly. Her auburn hair caught the afternoon light like burnished copper, and her smile was as bright as sunshine. There's something infectious about Rose's energy, I reflected as she drew closer. Where Serafina was serene lakes and hidden depths, Rachel was blazing fires and passionate intensity, and Cecilia was calculated storms and strategic brilliance. Rose was flowing water, adaptive, persistent, finding her way around obstacles with natural grace. Rachel's energy was more infectious without a doubt, but Rose's calmness worked wonders at times. "Sorry I'm a bit late," she said, slightly breathless as she reached me. "I got caught up reviewing some documents that arrived this morning from Father's company," and I held up a hand to stop her, already recognizing the direction this conversation was heading. "Rose. What?" She blinked up at me with innocent confusion, though I caught the slight flush in her cheeks that suggested she knew exactly what she was doing. "We're on a date," I said firmly but gently. "Whatever business documents your father sent can wait." She opened her mouth, probably to protest that the quarterly necromancy market analysis was time-sensitive, so I did the only thing I could think of to derail her business-focused train of thought. I leaned down and kissed her. Rose made a small sound of surprise that quickly melted into appreciation as her hands came up to rest against my chest. When we separated a few moments later, her cheeks were definitely flushed and her business-oriented urgency had evaporated entirely. "You're right," she admitted with a sheepish smile. "I shouldn't be talking about market projections and supply chain optimization on a date. That's not very romantic of me." "That's the understatement of the century," Luna observed with amusement. "Though I have to admit, watching you redirect a determined businesswoman with strategic kissing is rather entertaining." "It's not that I don't appreciate your dedication," I said, offering Rose my arm as we began walking toward the Academy's garden district. "But we spent most of winter break discussing professional matters. Today, I want to focus on you, not Vakert Corporation or necromancy market trends." Rose's smile widened as she slipped her arm through mine, her touch warm and comfortable. "You know, that's one of the things I love about you, Arthur. Most people see the Springshaper name and immediately start thinking about business opportunities or political advantages. You've never done that." We strolled through the Academy's meticulously maintained gardens, following winding paths lined with flowering bushes and ornamental trees. The restriction to Academy grounds on the first day was annoying, but the campus was large enough to provide plenty of scenic walking routes. "Tell me about your winter break," I said as we found a secluded bench beneath a flowering cherry tree. "And I don't want to hear about quarterly reports or market analysis. What did you do for yourself?" Rose settled beside me with that fluid grace that reminded me of water finding its natural level. "Honestly? I spent a lot of time in the family greenhouse. It's therapeutic, you know, tending to plants." "That's surprisingly fitting," I thought, my eyes going down to her covered abdomen as I remembered the cute rose tattoo she had. "Like water," I said aloud, earning a surprised look from her. "What?" "You're like water," I explained, reaching over to tuck a strand of auburn hair behind her ear. "Persistent but adaptable. You don't try to break down walls, you find ways around them, or through them, or you wait for them to erode naturally." Rose's cheeks pinked at the observation. "That's actually a really nice way to put it. Most people just think I'm indecisive or non-confrontational." "They're wrong," I said firmly. "There's nothing indecisive about choosing flexibility over rigidity. It takes a different kind of strength to be adaptable." We sat in comfortable silence for a few minutes, watching other students enjoy the garden paths. I noticed several curious glances directed our way. Being seen on what was obviously a romantic date with Rose Springshaper would definitely fuel the Academy gossip mill, but I found I didn't particularly care. She deserves this attention, I thought, watching as Rose absently braided and unbraided a section of her hair. I've been so focused on guild business and magical advancement that I've neglected the personal side of our relationship. "Arthur?" Rose's voice was soft, hesitant. Can I ask you something that might sound a bit insecure?" I turned to give her my full attention. "Of course." She took a deep breath as if gathering courage. "Do you ever feel like I'm the boring one? Among the four of us, I mean. Rachel is the future saintess with incredible pure light talent. Cecilia is the brilliant crown princess with genius chaotic spellcasting talent. Serafina is mysterious and graceful and has this ethereal beauty that makes people stop and stare while also being a strong swordswoman. And then there's me, the daughter who talks too much about her father's business and is also a pretty talented mage." The vulnerability in her voice made my chest tighten. I shifted on the bench to face her more directly, taking her hands in mine. "Rose, look at me." She met my gaze reluctantly, clearly expecting some polite reassurance that wouldn't really address her concerns. "You want to know what I love about you?" I said, keeping my voice gentle but firm. "You're real. You're grounded in ways that keep me anchored when everything else in my life becomes chaotic and political and overwhelming. When Rachel gets lost in saintly idealism, when Cecilia starts playing games within games, when Serafina retreats into her ice princess facade, you're still you. Steady, adaptable, genuine." Rose's eyes widened slightly as if my words were hitting deeper than she'd expected. Tears gathered at the corners of Rose's brown eyes, though she was smiling. "You really mean that?" "Every word," I confirmed, leaning forward to kiss her forehead gently. "You're not the boring one, Rose. You're the one who keeps me sane." She laughed, a sound like water over stones, and wiped at her eyes with the back of her hand. Now you're going to make me cry on our date and then I'll look all blotchy and unappealing. Impossible, I said, earning another laugh and a sweat on the arm. This is what I love about Rose, I thought as we settled back into comfortable closeness on the bench. She doesn't demand dramatic gestures or grand romantic displays. She just wants to be seen and appreciated for who she actually is. All the girls did in their own unique ways. So, Rose said after a few minutes, her emotional equilibrium restored, what should we do next? I mean, besides sitting here looking romantically scenic for the benefit of passing students. I glanced around the garden considering our options. The academy grounds offered plenty of possibilities even with the restriction against leaving campus. How do you feel about checking out the new greenhouse complex? I suggested. I heard they finished construction over the break and they're supposed to have some rare botanical specimens. Rose's face lit up with genuine excitement. Oh, that sounds perfect. I've been wanting to see their plant collection ever since I heard about it. I stood and offered Rose my hand, which she accepted with a grace that made the simple gesture feel like a small dance. Come on then. Let's go see what grows in the dark. As we walked hand in hand toward the greenhouse complex, I felt the familiar contentment that came from spending time with Rose. In the end, like the other girls, I loved her with all my heart. Chapter 6:11, Professor Gravemore. Classes had officially begun at Mythos Academy, though the atmosphere felt markedly different from previous semesters. The administration had clearly learned from the disasters of recent years, particularly the exchange program that had cost several student lives, and the missions assigned to us now were considerably more conservative. Gone were the high-risk expeditions and politically charged assignments that had defined our earlier academy experience. Not that I'm complaining, I thought as I made my way through the academy's corridors. After everything that had happened during winter break, creating Valeria, the confrontation with the Savage Communion, receiving forbidden spells from Malin, I was looking forward to a semester focused more on personal growth and enjoying life rather than constantly worrying about the next life-threatening crisis. The scrutiny placed on Mythos Academy following the exchange program debacle had resulted in a complete overhaul of their risk assessment protocols. Where once they pushed us toward increasingly dangerous challenges to forge us into elite practitioners, now they seemed more concerned with ensuring we all survive to graduation. Perhaps that's for the best, I mused. We've all proven ourselves capable of handling serious threats. Maybe it's time to focus on refinement rather than raw survival. My destination today was Professor Gravemore's office, located in the Academy's deep dark studies wing. The familiar path through progressively dimmer corridors felt like returning to an old friend. These halls had been my second home during first year when I'd spent countless hours learning the fundamentals of necromancy under Gravemore's tutelage. He was the one who helped me create my first lich, I remembered with a mixture of nostalgia and gratitude. As I approached his office door, I became acutely aware of something that would have been unthinkable 3 years ago. Professor Gravemore's magical aura no longer felt overwhelming. The realization hit me like a cold shock. When I'd first met him, Gravemore had been an imposing figure whose very presence had made my magical senses reel with the weight of his power. He'd been a mountain I could barely comprehend, let alone hope to climb. Now, as I stood outside his door, I could feel the boundaries of his strength with uncomfortable clarity. He was still formidable, ascendant rank, certainly with decades of experience and deep theoretical knowledge, but the gap between us had narrowed dramatically. I knocked on the door, pushing aside the strange melancholy that accompanied such realizations. Professor Gravemore? It's Arthur Nightingale. Enter, came the familiar gravelly voice from within. The office looked exactly as I remembered, shelves lined with preserved specimens in various states of decay, arcane texts bound in materials I preferred not to think about too closely, and the subtle aura of controlled necromantic energy that permeated everything. Professor Gravemore sat behind his desk, his gaunt frame and hollow cheeks giving him the appearance of someone who'd spent too much time communing with death. Arthur, he said, looking up from a stack of papers with genuine pleasure. I was wondering when you'd come to visit. I heard through the academic grapevine that your winter break was eventful. That's one way to put it, I replied, settling into the chair across from his desk. Though I suspect the version you heard focused more on the political implications than the magical ones. Gravemore's eyes sharpened with interest. Oh? And here I thought the most noteworthy aspect was your defeat of a high ascendant rank opponent. Are you telling me there were other developments? I smiled, appreciating his priorities. While most people fixated on the political ramifications of fighting the future Pope of the Savage Communion, Gravemore immediately focused on the magical achievement required for such a victory. Actually, yes, I said, deciding to cut straight to the point. I wanted to show you something. A project I completed during the break. Without further preamble, I reached into my consciousness and called forth Valeria. The familiar sensation of our symbiotic connection activating sent power coursing through my body as the bone symbiote manifested. The change was immediate and dramatic. My physical form shifted as Valeria's essence merged with mine, bone armor spreading across my skin while additional limbs extended from my back. The office's ambient temperature dropped several degrees as ancient-level necromantic energy filled the space. Professor Gravemore's reaction was everything I could have hoped for. His eyes widened in shock, then narrowed in intense focus as he studied the transformation with the precision of a master evaluating a masterwork. Extraordinary, he breathed, rising from his chair to examine me more closely. The integration is seamless. I can barely detect the boundary between your consciousness and the undead's essence. He's seeing details that most people would miss entirely, I noted with approval. Despite being technically weaker than me now, Gravemore's theoretical knowledge and analytical skills remained formidable. This is a bone symbiote, I explained, allowing him to study the transformation from multiple angles. An ancient undead designed specifically for symbiotic integration with a living host. The craftsmanship is incredible, Gravemore murmured, his professional excitement overriding any surprise at my advancement. The bone density, the magical conductivity, the way the consciousness integration maintains distinct personalities while enabling shared capabilities. Arthur, this is revolutionary work. I felt a flush of pride at his assessment. Coming from someone who dedicated his life to necromantic research, such praise carried significant weight. But more than that, he continued, circling around to observe the wing-like appendages extending from my back, this represents a second proof of concept for something the academic community has considered impossible. Creating ancient undead without supernatural gifts, I said, understanding his excitement. Exactly. Gravemore's gaunt face was animated with scholarly fervor. The prevailing theory has always been that ancient undead require either natural formation over centuries or creation by someone with specific supernatural abilities in the form of gifts. You've demonstrated a third path, pure magical technique and theoretical understanding. You did this before with your lich and now once again. I allowed Valeria to withdraw, the bone armor retracting as our consciousnesses separated back into distinct entities. The office's temperature returned to normal, though the lingering traces of her deep dark would probably persist for hours. The symbiosis was the key breakthrough, I explained, settling back into my chair. Rather than trying to create a traditional autonomous undead, I designed Valeria specifically for integration. The shared consciousness model eliminates many of the control and stability issues that plague conventional ancient-grade creation attempts. Professor Graymore nodded thoughtfully, his mind clearly working through the implications. And the base materials? All provided by the Ebony Tower, I said as he nodded in understanding. Remarkable, Gravemore said, returning to his seat with the satisfied expression of someone who just witnessed something truly significant. Arthur, I hope you realize what you've accomplished here. This isn't just an impressive piece of necromancy, it's a paradigm shift. Actually, Gravemore said suddenly, this solves a problem I've been contemplating regarding your end-of-year project. I raised an eyebrow. Oh. Every final year student is required to complete a major independent research project that demonstrates mastery of their chosen field, he explained. Most students struggle to find topics that are both achievable and sufficiently advanced to warrant academic recognition. A smile spread across his gaunt features. You, on the other hand, have already completed what may be the most significant necromantic breakthrough in decades. Your bone symbiote serves as proof of concept for ancient undead without supernatural gifts, demonstrates innovative consciousness integration techniques, and represents an entirely new category of undead entity. That would certainly simplify things, I thought with relief. The prospect of having to design and complete another major research project on top of everything else had been weighing on my mind. That would be incredibly helpful, Professor, I said gratefully. I was wondering how I'd find time for another major project given everything else on my plate. Nonsense, Graymore waved dismissively. When a student produces work of this significance, the Academy should be grateful to document and preserve it. This is the kind of research that gets cited in academic texts for generations. As I prepared to leave his office, Professor Gravemore stood and extended his hand. Arthur, it's been a privilege watching your development over these 4 years. When you first walked into my classroom, I knew you had potential. But this. He gestured toward where Valeria had manifested. This exceeds even my most optimistic projections. I shook his hand, feeling the familiar mixture of pride and humility that came with such recognition. Thank you, Professor. For everything. The foundation you helped me build made all of this possible. Keep pushing the boundaries, he said seriously. The magical world needs innovators like you. Don't let convention limit your imagination. As I left his office and made my way back through the deep dark studies wing, I reflected on how much had changed since my first year. The corridors that had once felt mysterious and intimidating now felt familiar, almost comfortable. Chapter 6:12, Peaceful Interlude. The weeks following my visit to Professor Gravemore passed in what could only be described as blissful normalcy, a concept that had become increasingly foreign during my time at Mythos Academy. For once, the administration seemed more concerned with keeping their students alive than forging them in the crucible of mortal peril, and I found myself genuinely enjoying the change of pace. Our assigned mission had been a perfect example of this new, cautious approach. Instead of infiltrating hostile territories or confrontations high-level threats, Class 4A had been tasked with investigating reports of minor magical disturbances in a peaceful farming community. The disturbances had turned out to be some beasts, a few 7 stars too, but nothing we couldn't deal with. Hardly the stuff of legend, I thought at the time, but the simplicity had been refreshing. We'd spent 2 days negotiating a relocation agreement that satisfied both the sprites and the farmers, filed our reports, and returned to campus without a single life-threatening encounter. Remember when your missions used to involve near-death experiences and international incidents? Luna had commented with amusement. This is positively mundane by comparison. The change had been welcomed by everyone except perhaps Lucifer, who seemed slightly restless without regular opportunities to demonstrate his heroic tendencies. But even he had adapted to the calmer pace, spending more time with Dia and Ciola and less time unconsciously attracting catastrophic events. My academic workload had been similarly manageable. With Professor Gravemore's confirmation that Valeria could serve as my end-of-year project, I found myself with considerably more free time than anticipated. The documentation and theoretical analysis were progressing steadily, but the heavy lifting was already complete. This unexpected leisure had allowed me to focus on aspects of academy life I'd often neglected in favor of survival, actually attending social events, participating in casual study groups, and most importantly, nurturing my relationships without the constant pressure of impending doom. The scheduling arrangement between Rachel, Cecilia, Serafina, and Rose had evolved into something remarkably civilized over the weeks. What had once felt like careful diplomatic negotiations now flowed with natural rhythm. Each of them had found ways to claim time with me that played to their individual strengths and preferences. Rachel favored spontaneous encounters, appearing at my room with hot chocolate and gossip, dragging me to academy events that showcased her social butterfly nature, or simply sprawling across my bed while I worked on assignments, providing commentary that ranged from helpful to hilariously distracting. She's like having a beautiful, extremely affectionate puppy, I'd reflected during one such visit, watching as she practiced light magic while humming cheerfully to herself. If puppies could level mountains and were destined to become the world's greatest healer. Cecilia preferred more structured time together, formal dinner dates in the Maven City's upscale restaurant, strategic walks through areas where being seen together would reinforce certain political messages, or intense discussions about continental politics that somehow always ended with us making out on my couch. Her mind is terrifying and attractive in equal measure, I noted after she'd casually outlined a plan to manipulate grain prices across 3 continents to benefit both our territories. I'm never sure if I should be impressed or concerned. Serafina maintained her preference for quiet, intimate moments. She'd appear at my door with books of poetry, suggest meditative walks through the academy's more secluded gardens, or simply sit in comfortable silence while we both worked on our respective projects. Her presence was like having a piece of winter moonlight as a companion, beautiful, calming, and somehow essential. She's the only person I've ever met who can make not talking feel like the most meaningful conversation in the world, I'd realized during one of our silent study sessions. Rose brought an easy warmth to our time together that felt effortlessly natural. She'd cook for me using ingredients from her family's specialized herb gardens, share fascinating stories about botany that somehow made magic sound like the most nurturing force in the world, or accompany me to greenhouse visits where her expertise made everything more interesting. She's the only one who makes me feel completely normal, I thought while watching her explain the proper care techniques for a carnivorous funeral lily. Classes themselves had taken on an almost leisurely pace. Professor Nero and other professors continued to push us academically, but the life-or-death urgency that had characterized previous semesters was notably absent. We studied advanced combat techniques without immediately being thrown into situations where we'd need them to survive. We learned complex magical theory without the pressure of having to apply it under mortal duress. The Sovereign's tournament preparations had also proceeded smoothly. With rankings updated to reflect our winter break advancement, I'd maintained my position at the top while Lucifer held steady at second. The tournament structure remained unchanged. Lucifer and I would receive buys through the first round while the other 12 students would compete for advancement. Jean and Ian had both proven to be excellent study partners, their different continental perspectives providing valuable insights during our advanced politics and strategy courses. Even the typically reserved princes seemed to be enjoying the reduced pressure of the semester. This is what academy life should be like, I'd reflected during a particularly animated discussion about trade route optimization. Challenging but not lethal. Competitive but not cutthroat. But all peaceful interludes must eventually end, and as winter gave way to early spring, the approach of spring break brought with it a return to more serious responsibilities. The message from Reika had arrived 3 days before break officially began, written in her characteristically efficient style. Arthur, multiple situations requiring guild master attention have developed during your absence. Recommend immediate return to Avalon upon commencement of spring break. Non-urgent matters have been handled, but strategic decisions await your input. Also, the sword Cecilia provided has been received and distributed appropriately. Thank you. Reika. Back to being a guild master rather than just a student, I'd realized with mixed feelings. The peaceful semester had been wonderful, but I'd always known it was temporary. Ouroboros had been operating largely independently during my academy focus, with Elias handling day-to-day operations and the senior members managing routine contracts. Spring break would provide an opportunity to assess how well the organization functioned without my constant involvement. The last few days of classes passed quickly, filled with final assignments and the usual pre-break social activities. My relationships with the 4 girls required careful coordination to ensure everyone received appropriate attention before the separation, but the established rhythm made the process smoother than it might have been. One more night, I thought as I packed for the trip to Avalon. The spatial storage ring made the process trivial, but I found myself taking time to organize everything carefully, as if the ritual of preparation helped transition my mindset from student to guild master. Ready for a return to real responsibility? Luna asked as I sealed the last of my belongings in the ring. As ready as anyone can be, I replied, taking a final look around my room. It's been nice having a break from life-or-death decision-making. Well, enjoy it while it lasts, she said with amusement. Something tells me that peaceful interludes are going to become increasingly rare as you continue advancing. She wasn't wrong. But for now, I was grateful for the weeks of normalcy I'd been granted. Tomorrow would bring a return to the complexities of guild leadership, territorial management, and whatever situations had developed in my absence. Tonight, however, I was still just a student preparing for spring break. And that was enough. Chapter 613, Moonshot 1. As soon as I returned to Avalon, I was engulfed in work. Any hopes of easing back into guild responsibilities were immediately dashed by the sheer volume of accumulated decisions, strategic planning sessions, and time-sensitive opportunities that demanded my immediate attention. My sister Arya was away on a trip to the northern continent with her friends. My parents were equally occupied with their own responsibilities at Minerva. Perfect timing, really, I thought as I settled into my office on the top floor of the Ouroboros headquarters. I can devote my entire spring break to guild business without feeling guilty about neglecting family time. And you're going to need every minute of it, Luna observed, her mental voice carrying a note of anticipation. What you're planning is either brilliant or completely insane. Possibly both. The centerpiece of our current operations was ambitious enough to qualify as either description: Project Lunar Reach, our attempt to establish the first permanent extraction and refinement operation on the moon. The potential rewards were staggering. Etherite represented a revolutionary advancement in mana technology, offering capabilities that far exceeded anything achievable with traditional beast part components. If we can pull this off, we'll be positioned at the forefront of the next generation of magical technology, and Ouroboros could sit atop every guild in Slaymark Empire, I reflected. I stood before the large conference table in my office, looking out at the core leadership team of Ouroboros. These were the people I trusted with the guild's most sensitive operations, individuals whose competence and loyalty had been proven through years of increasingly complex challenges. Callie Malekith sat at my right hand, her position as Vice Guild Master reflected in both her seating arrangement and the way the others instinctively deferred to her input. Her black hair caught the afternoon light streaming through the office windows, and her sharp eyes held the kind of focused intensity that made her such an effective administrator. Gene Ashbluff occupied the chair to my left, his presence serving a dual purpose. He was both a capable guild member and our primary liaison to the Western continent's political establishment. The dark-haired prince had proven invaluable in navigating the complex diplomatic requirements that accompanied our growing international operations. Elias Vance sat directly across from me, his meticulously organized files and holographic displays representing the administrative backbone that kept our organization functioning. My secretary's analytical mind was perfectly suited to managing the intricate logistics that complex operations required. Reika Solien had claimed the chair nearest to my position, her violet eyes, shaped like the flower she was named for, focused on me with the kind of unwavering attention that had become her trademark. At 20, she possessed a competence that put many senior to her to shame, combined with a personal devotion that sometimes made me slightly uncomfortable. Finally, Carrie Milton sat at the table's far end, her veteran experience evident in the way she studied our planning materials with professional assessment. The red-haired swordswoman was older than the rest of us, her years of practical fieldwork providing a grounding influence that balanced our sometimes ambitious theoretical planning. As all of you know, I began, my voice carrying the somber weight appropriate for such a significant undertaking. This is potentially the most important endeavor our guild has ever attempted. The successful extraction and refinement of Etherite could fundamentally change the balance of power in magical technology. I activated the room's holographic display system, filling the air above our table with detailed schematics of the lunar extraction equipment we'd spent months developing. The machinery was elegant in its complexity: extraction units capable of identifying and harvesting Etherite deposits, refinement systems that could process raw materials into usable components, and transportation arrays designed to ferry finished products back to Earth. The research and theoretical aspects of this operation will be primarily handled by the Tower of Magic and the Creighton family, I continued, gesturing toward the relevant sections of our operational plan. Their resources and expertise in advanced magical theory far exceed our current capabilities. Our focus will be on practical implementation, ensuring the extraction and refinement processes function smoothly under actual lunar conditions. Carrie, I said, turning to address the veteran directly, you'll be leading the on-site operations. Your experience with hostile environments and complex logistical challenges makes you the natural choice for ensuring everything functions according to plan. I accept the assignment, Guild Master, Carrie replied with a crisp bow that spoke to her military background. The equipment specifications appear sound, and the support infrastructure should be adequate for extended operations. Master, Reika said, her use of the more personal title immediately drawing my attention. Our eyes met across the conference table, and I saw the familiar mixture of respect, devotion, and carefully controlled ambition that had characterized our relationship since she joined the guild. I wish to accompany the lunar expedition, she continued, her voice carrying quiet determination. My skills could prove valuable in supporting the extraction operations. I considered her request carefully. Reika, Carrie, and I were the only members of our guild who had successfully crossed the wall to Ascendant rank. While our organization was growing rapidly, most of our personnel were still developing their capabilities. Having additional high-level support on the moon could prove crucial if unexpected challenges arose. She's certainly qualified, I mused. And her tactical capabilities would complement Carrie's operational expertise. She cleared 3 7-star dungeons specifically to prepare for this mission. Callie leaned in to whisper, her breath warm against my ear. Been training nonstop since you announced the project. The information brought a smile to my lips. 7-star dungeons represented serious challenges, and completing 3 of them demonstrated both exceptional capability and remarkable dedication to the mission's success. All right, Reika, I said, noting the way her violet eyes brightened at my words. I'll assign you to work alongside Carrie. Your combined capabilities should be more than sufficient to handle any complications that arise. Thank you, Master, Reika replied, offering another bow that somehow managed to convey both professional gratitude and personal satisfaction. Jean, I said, turning to address the prince, I need you to travel north and coordinate our refinement and processing arrangements with the Creighton family. Your diplomatic status will be valuable in ensuring smooth cooperation, and your technical knowledge will help bridge any gaps between their theoretical approach and our practical requirements. Understood, Jean replied with the easy confidence of someone accustomed to handling complex negotiations. Should I establish a permanent liaison position, or will this be a temporary assignment? Permanent for now, I decided. The Etherite processing infrastructure will require ongoing coordination as we scale up operations. I'll join you there after completing some remaining business in Avalon. Callie, I continued, addressing my vice guild master, you'll remain here to oversee our coordination with the Tower of Magic's manufacturing facilities and research departments. They're handling the production of specialized equipment and providing technical support, but someone needs to ensure our interests are properly represented. Any particular concerns I should watch for? Callie asked, her sharp mind already working through potential complications. Resource allocation and timeline management, I replied. They have multiple projects competing for attention and resources. Make sure our operation receives the priority it deserves. Also keep an eye on their researchers, I added. The Tower of Magic has a tendency to get distracted by fascinating theoretical possibilities at the expense of practical deadlines. Elias, I said, addressing my secretary, you'll maintain oversight of general guild operations as you've been doing. Continue managing our standard contracts and business relationships while the senior team focuses on the lunar project. Of course, Guild Master, Elias replied, his organized mind already cataloging the various responsibilities that would require attention during our absence. Should I prepare contingency protocols in case the lunar operation encounters unexpected developments? Yes, but keep them discreet, I said. We don't want to advertise potential complications before they actually materialize. What about you? Callie asked, her question carrying the slight edge that suggested she'd noticed something in my planning that concerned her. What will you be handling while we're managing these various operations? I felt a smile tugging at my lips as I considered how to answer her question. The meeting I needed to attend was both crucial to our long-term success and potentially dangerous enough to warrant significant concern from my team. I have to meet with someone very important, I said, deliberately maintaining an air of mystery that I knew would both intrigue and frustrate my assembled leadership team. Chapter 614, Moonshot 2. As the other guild members filed out of Master's office, their voices fading into the corridor beyond, I lingered behind. The familiar weight of responsibility settled over me, not just for the lunar mission, but for the trust he'd placed in me by approving my request to join the expedition. He could have refused, I thought, watching as he organized the holographic displays with characteristic efficiency. He could have deemed it too dangerous or decided that my skills were better utilized here on Earth. But he didn't. The simple fact that Master had faith in my capabilities to handle whatever challenges awaited us on the moon filled me with a warmth that had nothing to do with the office's ambient temperature. His approval meant everything to me, more than he probably realized, and certainly more than I could ever express directly. Master, I said softly, waiting until the office door had closed behind Jean before approaching his desk. He looked up from the documents he'd been reviewing, his azure eyes focusing on me with the kind of attention that always made my heart skip slightly. Yes, Reika? Thank you, I said, bowing formally despite the private setting. For trusting me with this opportunity. I know how important this mission is to the guild's future, and I won't let you down. Something shifted in his expression, the professional mask he wore during meetings softening into something more personal, more genuine. I know you won't, he replied simply. You never have. The quiet confidence in his voice made my chest tighten with emotion. 3 years. 3 years since I'd first encountered Arthur Nightingale and understood immediately that here was someone worth following, worth serving, worth dedicating my life to supporting. He saved me, I remembered, thinking back to that first meeting. He gave me purpose, helped me become stronger, made me part of something greater than myself. Master, I said, feeling heat rise in my cheeks. Could you pat my head? For good luck. Of course, he said, rising from his chair and moving around the desk to stand before me. His hand settled on top of my head with gentle pressure, fingers threading through my dark hair as he ruffled it slightly. The simple gesture sent waves of contentment through me, like being acknowledged and cherished by someone whose opinion mattered more than anything else in the world. This, I thought, closing my eyes and savoring the moment. This is worth everything. All the training, all the dangerous missions, all the sleepless nights spent improving myself, it's all worth it for moments like this. Bring back something interesting from the moon, he said softly, his voice carrying affection that made my heart race. And Reika? Be careful up there. We don't know what conditions you'll encounter. I will, I promised, meaning both parts of his request with equal intensity. I'll make sure the mission succeeds and I'll come back safely to report our findings. Because I have to, I added silently. Because you're waiting for me to return. The next 24 hours passed in a blur of final preparations, equipment checks, talking to family and coordination meetings with Carrie. The veteran swordswoman approached the lunar mission with the same methodical professionalism she brought to every assignment, her experience providing a steadying influence that balanced my own excitement and nervous energy. Remember, Carrie said as we reviewed the extraction equipment specifications for the final time, our primary objective is establishing a functional base of operations. The actual etherite harvesting, except for the sample, can wait until we've confirmed the environment is stable and our equipment is operating properly. Understood, I replied, though part of me was eager to begin the real work of discovering what treasures the moon might hold. Safety and sustainability first. Master is counting on us to succeed, I reminded myself. Rushing into complications would serve no one's interests. By dawn, our expedition team had assembled at the designated rally point, myself, Carrie, 8 specialized researchers hired from various academic institutions and enough equipment to establish a comprehensive lunar research facility. The researchers looked nervous but excited, their academic enthusiasm tempered by the natural apprehension that came with undertaking humanity's first extended lunar expedition. The journey to the Tower of Magic was quick as it was in the same city as the guild headquarters. Even having seen it multiple times before, the tower's scale never failed to impress me, a gleaming shaft of crystalline material that stretched impossibly high into the sky, its summit disappearing into the clouds above. Charlotte Alaric was waiting for us in the tower's main reception area, her presence immediately commanding the attention of everyone in our expedition. The tower master looked exactly as I remembered from previous encounters, elegant and composed, with red hair that seemed to hold its own inner light and jade eyes that suggested depths of knowledge most people couldn't even imagine. Reika Solien, she said, offering me a slight nod of recognition. Arthur speaks very highly of your capabilities. I trust you're prepared for what promises to be a historic undertaking. Yes, Tower Master, I replied, bowing respectfully. We're honored by your support for this mission. The honor is mutual, Charlotte replied with genuine warmth. What you're attempting represents a significant advancement for magical research. The Tower is pleased to provide whatever assistance we can. She gestured toward a group of individuals standing nearby, additional researchers and technical specialists whose expertise would supplement our own expedition team. I'm assigning 6 of our senior staff to accompany your mission, she continued. They'll focus on documenting any unique magical phenomena you encounter while supporting your primary extraction objectives. Even more resources than we'd originally planned for, I noted with satisfaction. Master will be pleased when I report the extent of the Tower's commitment to our success. The spatial gateway is prepared and calibrated, Charlotte continued, leading our expanded group through corridors that hummed with barely contained magical energy. The gateway chamber was a marvel of magical engineering, a vast circular room dominated by an ornate archway that seemed to bend space around itself. Technicians moved with practiced efficiency, making final adjustments to equipment whose complexity exceeded my understanding. Final systems check complete, one of the technicians announced. Gateway is stable and ready for passenger transport. The gateway's energies swirled and coalesced, forming a shimmering portal that showed glimpses of an alien landscape beyond. Gray soil, stark crater walls, and an impossibly black sky filled with stars that never twinkled in the absence of atmosphere. The moon, I realized, my heart racing with anticipation and nervous excitement. We're actually going to step onto the moon. Expedition team, prepare for transport, Carrie announced, her professional composure helping to calm the obvious nervousness of some team members. I took my position near the gateway's threshold, checking my equipment one final time and running through the mission parameters in my mind. Somewhere far below, Master was handling his own important business while trusting me to help establish humanity's first permanent lunar presence. I won't disappoint him, I promised myself as the gateway's energies reached full activation. Whatever we find up there, whatever challenges we face, I'll make sure this mission succeeds. The portal stabilized with a sound like distant thunder, revealing the lunar landscape in crystal clarity. The moment of truth had arrived. For Master, I thought, stepping forward. I crossed the threshold and felt the familiar disorientation of spatial transportation, the sensation of being simultaneously everywhere and nowhere before reality reasserted itself. My feet touched lunar soil and I became one of the few humans to stand on another world. Chapter 615, Moonshot 3. The first sensation that struck me was the absolute silence. On Earth, even in the quietest moments, there was always something, whine through leaves, distant voices, the subtle hum of magical energy in the air. Here, on the lunar surface, silence was total and profound, broken only by the sound of my own breathing within the magical barrier that kept me alive in this airless environment. My second step on lunar soil sent me floating upward in a gentle arc that would have been impossible on Earth without magic. The low gravity made every movement feel dreamlike, as if I were moving through water rather than across solid ground. I had to consciously adjust my movements, taking smaller steps and moving more deliberately to avoid accidentally launching myself into an ungraceful trajectory. Master would probably find this amusing, I thought, steadying myself against the side of the advanced moon base that rose before us like a crystalline monument to human achievement. The Tower of Magic's lunar facility was a marvel of engineering that defied conventional architectural logic. Transparent walls held back the vacuum of space while allowing unobstructed views of the stark lunar landscape, and the internal atmosphere hummed with the kind of sophisticated enchantments that only centuries of magical advancement could produce. The base sprawled across several acres, its modular design allowing for expansion as operations grew more complex. Impressive, isn't it? Carrie said, her voice carrying clearly through the communication enchantments built into our protective barriers. She moved with the easy confidence of someone who adapted quickly to new environments, though I noticed she was also taking care to moderate her movements in the reduced gravity. It's incredible, I replied, still marveling at the sight of Earth hanging in the black sky above us, a blue and white marble suspended in infinite darkness. To think that just this morning we were on that world, and now we're standing on the surface of the moon, representing Masters Guild in humanity's first permanent expansion beyond Earth. I completed the thought silently. The responsibility is both exhilarating and terrifying. Dr. Helena Morrison, the lead researcher from the Tower of Magic, approached our group with the measured steps of someone who'd spent considerable time adapting to lunar conditions. Her silver hair was pulled back in a practical bun, and her eyes held the focused intensity of someone accustomed to working in hostile environments. "Welcome to Lunar Station Alpha," she said, gesturing toward the base behind her. "We've been maintaining operations here for 6 months, primarily focused on atmospheric research and geological surveys. Your etherite extraction mission represents our first major resource exploitation attempt." 6 months of preparation, I noted with appreciation. The Tower of Magic doesn't undertake projects lightly. "What have your geological surveys revealed about potential etherite deposits?" Carrie asked, her tactical mind immediately focusing on mission-critical information. "Promising readings in 3 distinct sectors," Dr. Morrison replied, activating a holographic display that materialized in the space between us. The projection showed a detailed topographical map of the surrounding area with several regions highlighted in pulsing blue indicators. "Our long-range sensors have detected energy signatures consistent with theoretical etherite formations, but we haven't conducted direct sampling until now." I studied the map carefully, noting the distances involved and the terrain features that would affect our extraction operations. The nearest indicated deposit was roughly 2 kilometers from the base, accessible via a relatively flat approach that would accommodate our heavy equipment. "Master chose me for this mission because he trusts my judgment," I reminded myself. "I need to make decisions that will ensure our success while minimizing unnecessary risks. We'll start with the closest deposit," I decided, pointing to the nearest blue indicator on the map. "Conduct initial sampling and assessment before committing to permanent extraction infrastructure." "Sound strategy," Carrie agreed with approval. "Better to verify the deposit's quality and accessibility before investing in major construction." Our expedition team spent the next hour organizing equipment and finalizing our approach strategy. The specialized detection arrays we'd brought from Earth needed careful calibration for lunar conditions, while the extraction machinery required comprehensive systems checks to ensure it would function properly in the low-gravity, vacuum environment. The journey to our target site proved to be an exercise in adapted movement and spatial awareness. Our equipment carrier, a magical hover platform designed for lunar operations, glided smoothly across the regolith surface, but controlling its momentum in the reduced gravity required constant attention. I found myself developing an appreciation for the complex physics involved in operating effectively in this environment. The lunar landscape around us was simultaneously beautiful and alien. Rolling hills of gray dust stretched to the horizon, punctuated by impact craters that created dramatic shadows in the harsh sunlight. Earth hung overhead like a constant reminder of home, its familiar blues and greens providing an emotional anchor in this stark, colorless world. I'm walking on another world, I thought, still struggling to fully comprehend the magnitude of what we were accomplishing. "Energy readings are intensifying," announced Dr. Sarachin, one of the tower researchers who joined our expedition. She studied her detection array with growing excitement, the device's displays showing increasingly strong signatures as we approached our target coordinates. "How much further?" I asked, feeling my own anticipation building as we drew closer to potentially discovering the first confirmed etherite deposits. "Less than 50 meters, Dr. Chen replied, her voice tight with professional excitement. "The signatures are stronger than anything we detected from orbit. If these readings are accurate—" She didn't need to finish the sentence. We all understood the implications. Etherite represented a fundamental advancement in magical technology, a resource that could revolutionize everything from transportation to combat applications. Successfully locating and extracting it would position Masters Guild at the forefront of the next generation of magical innovation. The detection array's displays suddenly blazed with activity as we crested a small rise in the lunar terrain. Below us, in a natural depression that might once have been a small crater, the ground itself seemed to shimmer with barely visible energy patterns. "There," Dr. Chen said, her voice barely containing her excitement. "Concentrated etherite formation approximately 30 meters in diameter. The energy density is extraordinary." "We found it," I realized, feeling a surge of triumph that made my heart race. "We actually found it." The etherite deposit spread across the crater floor like a field of crystalline structures that caught and reflected light in ways that seemed to defy normal physics. Some formations rose from the ground like metallic trees, while others formed geometric patterns that suggested some kind of natural ordering principle. The entire area pulsed with magical energy that made my skin tingle even through the protective barriers. Initial sampling protocol, Carrie announced, her veteran experience keeping the team focused despite the momentous nature of our discovery. Small extractions first, comprehensive analysis, then we determine the feasibility of permanent extraction infrastructure. Our sampling team moved with careful precision using specialized tools designed for extracting magical materials without destabilizing their energy matrix. The first samples came free from the deposit with surprising ease, as if the etherite formations were meant to be harvested rather than simply observed. Energy signature is stable during extraction, reported Dr. Morrison, monitoring her instruments with intense focus. No signs of cascade failure or mana instability. The material appears remarkably resilient. Better than our most optimistic projections, I noted with satisfaction. Master's faith in this mission is being validated with every reading we take. The next several hours passed in a blur of sampling, analysis, and careful documentation. Each test revealed new properties of etherite that exceeded our theoretical expectations: higher energy density, greater stability, and compatibility with existing magical systems that suggested immediate practical applications. We need to establish permanent extraction points, I decided as the data accumulated. This deposit is too valuable to leave unworked, and these results suggest we can scale up operations safely. Carrie nodded in agreement. The terrain is favorable for heavy equipment installation, and the deposit stability means we can extract significant quantities without risking environmental damage. Master will be so pleased, I thought as our construction team began surveying the area for optimal extraction point placement. Not only did we find etherite, we found it in quantities and quality that exceed every projection. The installation of permanent extraction infrastructure required careful coordination between our various team members. Tower of Magic researchers provided expertise in energy matrix stabilization, while our guild's technicians handled the practical aspects of equipment installation and environmental adaptation. The extraction points rose from the lunar soil like monuments to human ambition and magical advancement. Crystalline arrays focused and channeled the etherite formation's energy, while automated processing systems refined raw materials into usable components. The entire operation hummed with precisely controlled power that spoke to the sophistication of our technological integration. As the day progressed, though time felt strange on a world where day and night lasted weeks, our extraction points began producing refined etherite at rates that exceeded our most optimistic projections. The material's properties proved even more remarkable than theoretical analysis had suggested, offering capabilities that would revolutionize everything from transportation systems to combat applications. But even as I prepared for the eventual return journey, part of me was already planning our next phase of operations. The moon held treasures beyond our current understanding, and our successful mission had proven that humanity could not only reach other worlds but establish permanent presences there. The etherite deposits stretched beyond our current extraction area, promising months or years of profitable operations. Our permanent infrastructure could be expanded, our processing capabilities scaled up, and our understanding of this remarkable material deepened through continued research. The success of our lunar mission represented more than just a profitable venture for the guild. It was validation of Master's vision and proof that his faith in my capabilities had been well placed. I couldn't wait to return to Earth and report our achievements to the person whose approval meant more to me than anything else in either world. Chapter 6:16, Integration 1. The Sprintshaper Estate's imposing gates came into view as my transport vehicle navigated the road that led to one of the most influential properties in the Slaymark Empire. This meeting could change everything, I thought, adjusting my formal attire as we approached the main entrance. Nervous about meeting your girlfriend's father in a professional capacity? Luna asked with obvious amusement. Or nervous about the fact that you're essentially proposing to absorb his life's work into your own organization? Both, I admitted silently. The Marquis had built Vocket from a modest family business into a continental powerhouse over the course of 3 decades. Convincing him to merge with Ouroboros would require delicate diplomacy and compelling strategic arguments. The estate's grounds were a testament to both wealth and refined taste. Manicured gardens showcased rare necromantic plants that most people would find disturbing but which I recognized as valuable magical components. Fountains incorporated flowing designs that somehow made water appear to move like liquid shadow, while sculptured pathways wound between groves of trees whose dark bark seemed to absorb rather than reflect light. My transport pulled to a stop before the mansion's main entrance, where livery-clad servants waited with the kind of professional efficiency that spoke to generations of refined service. As I stepped out, I mentally reviewed my negotiation strategy one final time. To my surprise, instead of being escorted to a formal meeting room where the Marquis waited, I was led directly to an elegant study where Rose sat behind an ornate desk, reviewing what appeared to be corporate financial documents. She looked up as I entered, her warm brown eyes bright with professional confidence. "Arthur," she said, rising to greet me with a smile that somehow managed to be both personally affectionate and businesslike. "Thank you for coming." "Rose?" I thought, momentarily thrown by the unexpected development. Where's her father? I was expecting to meet with Marquis Springshaper, I said carefully, not wanting to seem disappointed but genuinely confused by the arrangement. Father decided that I should handle this meeting, Rose explained, gesturing for me to take the chair across from her desk. He's been gradually transferring more operational authority to me over the past year, and he felt that you might be more comfortable discussing sensitive business matters with me rather than him. Thoughtful of him, I realized. And probably accurate. Negotiating with Rose will be significantly less intimidating than facing down her father directly. Please thank him for his consideration, I said, settling into the offered chair. Though I hope he doesn't think I'm avoiding more challenging negotiations. Rose laughed, the sound carrying genuine warmth that helped ease the formal atmosphere. Quite the opposite, actually. He said that anyone capable of managing relationships with 4 princesses simultaneously while building an international guild from scratch obviously doesn't shy away from complex challenges. Fair point, Luna observed. Your romantic life alone requires diplomatic skills that most people couldn't manage. So, Rose continued, leaning back in her chair with the easy confidence of someone who'd grown up surrounded by high-stakes business discussions, I understand you have a proposition that could significantly alter Vokart's operational structure. I do, I confirmed, activating a small holographic projector that materialized detailed displays above her desk. As you know, Ouroboros has been expanding our operations across multiple continents. We've recently secured significant agreements with the Western Continent's Governing Council, particularly regarding necromantic research and resource extraction. Rose studied the projections with obvious interest, her analytical mind immediately grasping the implications of what I was showing her. The Western Continent has traditionally been the center of deep dark magic and necromantic arts, she said thoughtfully. Any major operations there would require extensive local partnerships and specialized expertise. Exactly, I said, pleased by her quick understanding. Which brings me to my proposal. Rather than attempting to establish competing infrastructure or partner with smaller regional firms, I'd like to integrate Vokart directly into Ouroboros' expanding operations. Your family's company is the largest necromantic corporation in the central continent. That expertise would be invaluable for our Western Continent ventures. Integration, Rose repeated carefully, her business instincts clearly analyzing the various ways such an arrangement could be structured. What exactly are you envisioning? Vokart would maintain its corporate identity and operational autonomy, I explained, highlighting relevant sections of my proposal. But it would function as a specialized division within Ouroboros' larger framework. Your expertise in necromantic materials processing would complement our extraction and research capabilities. Rose nodded slowly, her expression thoughtful as she worked through the strategic implications. And what would prompt Father to consider surrendering even partial control of something he spent his life building? Because the opportunities we're discussing extend far beyond traditional necromantic commerce, I said, activating new sections of the holographic display. As we discussed before, we're moving forward with the Ashen Territories operations. Rose nodded, her expression showing the familiar mixture of admiration and concern that had characterized our previous conversations about this topic. I remember you telling me about your plans for the Ashen Territories. I have to admit, when you first mentioned establishing operations in the Archlich's domain, I thought you might be overreaching. And now? I asked, curious about how her perspective had evolved. Now I think it's exactly the kind of ambitious vision that separates true leaders from people who merely manage existing resources, she replied with a warm smile. The Ashen Territories represent the largest concentration of deep dark energy and necromantic materials on the continent. If anyone can turn that opportunity into reality, it's you. Unsurvivable for most people, I agreed. But potentially incredibly profitable for those with the right expertise and resources. The Ashen Territories represent the largest concentration of deep dark energy and necromantic materials on the continent. Possibly the world. You're talking about establishing permanent operations in a region that's essentially a deep dark wellspring, Rose said, her voice carrying excitement rather than concern. When you first explained your vision to me, I knew Vokart's processing capabilities would be crucial for something this ambitious. Which is exactly why I need Vokart's expertise, I confirmed. Raw necromantic materials extracted from the Ashen Territories would require immediate refinement to remain stable during transport. Your family's techniques are unmatched in the central continent. Rose leaned forward, her brown eyes bright with enthusiasm. I remember when you told me about this, I said I'd give you anything you needed to make it happen. I meant that, Arthur. Rose was quiet for several moments, clearly working through the complexities of what I was proposing. When she spoke again, her voice carried the kind of excitement that suggested the idea was beginning to appeal to her. You're envisioning a complete vertical integration, she said slowly. Extraction operations in the Ashen Territories, processing facilities managed by Vokart, and distribution through Ouroboros' expanding network. Precisely, I confirmed. But more than that, I'm also planning to establish a permanent research facility in the Ashen Territories. The unique conditions there would allow for experiments that are impossible anywhere else. Rose suddenly smiled, her expression warm with understanding. And Callie's transformation, she said gently. I know how important that is to you. When you told me about your plans to help her become a zombie princess, I could see how much you care about giving her that opportunity. You remember everything I shared with you about that, I said, touched by her attentiveness to details that mattered to me. Of course I do. You trust me with your plans and I trust you completely with mine, she replied. The materials required for Callie's transformation and the research facilities you'll need in the Ashen territories, Vokert can handle all of it. The materials required for such a transformation. Rose mused, her analytical mind already calculating the resources involved. You'd need processing capabilities that could handle extreme concentrations of deep dark energy without destabilization. Exactly what Vokert specializes in, I pointed out. Your family's techniques for managing volatile necromantic materials would be crucial for the entire operation. Rose leaned forward, her brown eyes bright with the kind of professional excitement that suggested she was genuinely intrigued by the challenge. This isn't just a business merger, she said. You're proposing to revolutionize necromantic commerce across multiple continents. The financial projections are impressive, Rose continued, studying the economic models I'd included in my presentation. The potential profits from Ashen territory operations alone would justify significant initial investment. Plus the strategic advantages of controlling such specialized resources, I added. Vokert's processing techniques combined with Ouroboros's extraction capabilities would create a monopoly on premium necromantic materials. Rose sat back in her chair, but instead of weighing a difficult decision, her expression showed the satisfaction of someone whose prior instincts were being confirmed. We've talked about this before, Arthur, she said warmly. I told you then that I'd support whatever you needed, and I meant it. The formal merger of Vokert with Ouroboros isn't just good business, it's the right thing to do. I know Father will agree when I present the proposal to him, Rose continued confidently. He's always respected your judgment, and after our previous conversations about your vision for necromantic advancement, he's been anticipating something like this. Success, I thought, feeling a surge of satisfaction at having secured such a crucial alliance. With Vokert's resources backing our operations, the Ashen Territory project becomes not just feasible but inevitable. Excellent, I said, deactivating the holographic displays. I'll have our legal team prepare formal documentation for the merger. Vokert will maintain its corporate identity and operational independence while functioning as a specialized division within Ouroboros. Agreed, Rose replied, rising from her chair and extending her hand in a gesture that was both personal and professional. Welcome to the Springshaper family business, Arthur. I stood and took her offered hand, but instead of the formal handshake she'd probably expected, I used the contact to draw her closer. The business meeting had concluded successfully, but Rose was more than just a corporate partner. Thank you, I said softly, looking into her warm brown eyes. For trusting me with your family's legacy. Thank you for including us in something extraordinary, she replied, her voice carrying the kind of warmth that had nothing to do with business negotiations. The kiss that followed was soft and lingering, a perfect conclusion to negotiations that had been as much about personal trust as corporate strategy. When we separated, Rose's cheeks were flushed with pleasure and her smile was radiant. Business and romance, I thought with satisfaction. Some combinations work better than others. Just remember, Luna observed with amusement, you're now dating someone who technically works for you. That adds an interesting dynamic to an already complicated relationship structure. I'll manage, I replied silently. Rose understands the distinction between professional and personal relationships better than most people. As we began discussing the practical details of integrating Vokert into Ouroboros's operations, I felt the familiar satisfaction that came from successfully executing complex negotiations. The Western continent's necromantic resources were now within reach, the Ashen Territory project was feasible, and my relationship with Rose had deepened through shared professional goals. Chapter 617, Integration 2. From my study window on the estate's upper floor, I watched Arthur Nightingale wave goodbye to my daughter, a satisfied smile playing across his features as he climbed into his car. The young man's posture spoke of successful negotiations, and the warmth in his expression as he looked at Rose filled me with a complicated mixture of paternal protectiveness and professional respect. So the deal went through, I thought, watching as his car began its descent down the road. Vokert Corporation is now officially under the Ouroboros Guild. The thought filled me with profoundly mixed emotions. For 27 years, I had built Vokert from a modest family business into the largest necromantic corporation in the Slaymark Empire. Every expansion, every technological breakthrough, every strategic partnership had been carefully orchestrated to establish our dominance in the central continent's magical marketplace. To see my life's work now operating under the banner of a guild, and not even a diamond grade one at that, was genuinely difficult to accept. But it's not just any guild, I reminded myself, settling into the leather chair behind my desk. And it's not just any guildmaster. Arthur Nightingale? Even the name carried weight that extended far beyond his individual achievements, impressive though they were. The Nightingale family. More importantly, this particular Nightingale had demonstrated capabilities that suggested he would take Vokert far beyond anything I could have achieved alone. The boy is barely 20 and he's already reshaping continental politics, I reflected, remembering the intelligence reports that crossed my desk regarding his various activities. Dating 4 highborn women simultaneously while building an international organization, defeating higher-rank opponents, pioneering magical techniques that most people consider impossible. But beyond his remarkable capabilities, there was something else that had convinced me to support this merger, his treatment of Rose. In a world where powerful young men often viewed relationships as strategic assets or political tools, Arthur treated my daughter with genuine affection and respect. He valued her insights, trusted her judgment, and most importantly, never took advantage of her willingness to support his ambitions. Rose isn't naive, I thought with paternal pride. She's brilliant, perceptive, and every bit as shrewd as I am when it comes to business. If she trusts Arthur completely, there are good reasons for that trust. The decision to have Rose handle today's negotiations rather than conducting them myself had been carefully considered. Part of me had wanted to be present for such a momentous discussion. The formal transfer of my life's work deserved the founder's personal attention. But ultimately, I'd recognized that this wasn't about the past, it was about the future. They're young, I told myself during the weeks leading up to today's meeting. Young enough that part of me still wants to guide every major decision they make. But they're not children anymore. Rose was 19, with a business education that rivaled my own and practical experience that many executives twice her age would envy. Arthur was the same age, and his accomplishments spoke to a maturity and strategic vision that defied conventional expectations. They didn't need my hovering presence during their negotiations, they needed the freedom to build something new. Besides, I'd reasoned, Rose understands Wackert's capabilities and limitations better than anyone except myself. If anyone can represent our interests while securing advantageous terms, it's her. The sound of the front door opening and closing echoed through the mansion, followed by familiar footsteps climbing the main staircase. Moments later, Rose burst into my study with the vibrant energy that had characterized her personality since childhood. "Father." She greeted me, her radiant smile immediately lifting my spirits as she rushed forward for one of her characteristic enthusiastic hugs. I returned her embrace warmly, noting the satisfaction and excitement radiating from her as she settled into the chair across from my desk. Whatever had transpired during her meeting with Arthur, it had clearly exceeded her expectations. "The negotiations went well, I take it?" I asked, though her expression had already provided the answer. "Father, we made the deal," she began, her words tumbling out with infectious enthusiasm. "Not only that, Arthur provided us with considerable resources to facilitate the transition and expansion." Resources? I thought, intrigued by the implications. Ouroboros was certainly wealthy, but providing significant capital to a company they were acquiring suggested either exceptional generosity or strategic thinking that went beyond simple corporate absorption. Rose reached into her spatial storage and withdrew a check, placing it on my desk with a flourish that suggested she was particularly pleased with this aspect of their agreement. When I looked down at the document, my mouth literally dropped open. $10 trillion. $10 trillion, I repeated silently, staring at the figure to ensure I hadn't misread it. That's our entire annual turnover, not even our profit margin. He wants us to expand our operations significantly, Rose explained, noting my stunned expression with obvious amusement. Arthur anticipates a massive influx of necromantic materials from the Western continent that will require processing capabilities far beyond our current capacity. As expected of a nightingale, I thought, my business instincts beginning to process the implications of such an investment. But something puzzled me about the scale of resources Arthur was deploying. Where did a 20-year-old guild master acquire $10 trillion in discretionary funding? I wondered. Even accounting for Ouroboros' success, this represents an extraordinary commitment of resources. Father, Rose continued, leaning forward with the focused intensity she displayed when discussing complex business matters, this isn't just about expanding our existing operations. Arthur has plans that will revolutionize necromantic commerce across multiple continents. She activated a small holographic projector, filling the space above my desk with detailed operational schematics that took my breath away. Supply chains that spanned continents, processing facilities that dwarfed anything currently in existence, and distribution networks that would position Wackert at the center of an entirely new magical economy. The Western continent operations are just the beginning, she explained, highlighting various sections of the projection. Arthur's planning permanent facilities in the Ashen territories. Can you imagine the materials that could be extracted from a deep dark wellspring of that magnitude? The Ashen territories, I thought, feeling a mixture of excitement and trepidation. That's either brilliant or completely insane. Probably both. The processing requirements alone would necessitate technological innovations that push our capabilities to their absolute limits, Rose continued, her professional excitement evident in every word. But with this level of funding, we can research and develop solutions that seemed impossible just hours ago. I studied the projections more carefully, my analytical mind working through the logistics and requirements of what Arthur was proposing. The scale was breathtaking, not just an expansion of existing operations, but a fundamental transformation of how necromantic materials were harvested, processed, and distributed. He's not just thinking about improving current systems, I realized. He's envisioning an entirely new paradigm for magical resource management. The timeline is aggressive, Rose admitted, but achievable with proper planning and resource allocation. Arthur wants construction to begin within months, with initial operations commencing before the end of the year. Months, I repeated mentally. Most corporations would spend years planning expansions of this magnitude. Father, Rose said, her voice taking on a more serious tone, I need you to know that I didn't make this decision lightly. Wackert is as important to me as it is to you. I would never have agreed to this merger if I didn't absolutely believe that Arthur will make our company greater than we could ever achieve alone. And there's the crux of it, I thought, looking at my brilliant daughter and recognizing the absolute conviction in her voice. She doesn't just trust Arthur personally, she trusts his vision for what Wackert can become. I believe you, I said simply. Your judgment in business matters has always been excellent and your assessment of people is even better. If you're confident in this partnership, then so am I. Rosa's smile brightened at my words, though I could see the relief in her expression. Despite her confidence, she'd clearly been concerned about my reaction to such a momentous decision. So, I said, rising from my chair and moving to the window that overlooked our estate's gardens, when do we begin this transformation of Vaca Corporation? Arthur suggested we start immediately, Rose replied, joining me at the window. The Western Continent materials will begin flowing within weeks and we need expanded processing capabilities to handle the volume. Then we'd better get to work, I thought, watching the sun set behind the mountains that had overseen my family's business for 3 generations. The next chapter of Vacart's story is about to begin. And despite my initial reservations, I found myself genuinely excited about what that chapter might contain. Chapter 6:18, Integration 3. After securing the integration of Vacart Corporation with Ouroboros, my original plan had been to travel north immediately to meet with the Creighton family. The prospect of coordinating our Etherite operations with their advanced magical research capabilities was both exciting and strategically crucial for the guild's continued expansion. Unfortunately, the best-laid plans often collide with the reality of managing a rapidly growing international organization. No time for travel, I thought ruefully as I stared at the growing stack of priority documents that had accumulated on my desk. Sometimes I forget that success creates its own set of problems. The integration of Western Continent necromantic material operations had proven far more complex than anticipated. What should have been straightforward coordination meetings had evolved into intricate negotiations involving multiple governmental bodies, regional trade companies, and established extraction companies who weren't particularly thrilled about Ouroboros' sudden expansion into their territory. Politics, Luna observed with amusement as I reviewed yet another formal complaint from a Western Continent mining consortium. You can defeat powerful opponents, but bureaucratic paperwork might actually be your greatest challenge. At least opponents have the courtesy to try killing me quickly, I replied mentally. These regulatory discussions could drag on for months. The Ebony Tower had been particularly demanding of my attention, their representatives insisting on detailed documentation regarding our planned extraction methods, environmental impact assessments, and long-term resource management strategies. While their concerns were legitimate, the sheer volume of required paperwork threatened to delay our operations indefinitely. They're not trying to be obstructive, I reminded myself as I signed yet another compliance document. The Western Continent takes necromantic resource management seriously and they want to ensure we're not going to destabilize local ecosystems. Still, after 3 days of constant meetings, document reviews, and diplomatic negotiations, I was beginning to appreciate why most guild masters delegated such responsibilities to specialized staff. The problem was that Ouroboros' expansion had outpaced our administrative infrastructure. We simply didn't have enough experienced personnel to handle negotiations of this complexity without direct oversight. That's something to address once we complete this expansion phase, I noted mentally. We need dedicated diplomatic and regulatory specialists if we're going to operate across multiple continents. The breakthrough came on the 4th day when a combination of strategic concessions and carefully applied political pressure finally secured the necessary permits and agreements. Our Western Continent operations could proceed on schedule with Vacart Corporation's expanded facilities ready to process the anticipated influx of necromantic materials. The timing was fortuitous because that afternoon brought news I'd been eagerly awaiting. The lunar expedition team had returned successfully after establishing permanent extraction infrastructure on the moon. Reika and Carrie are back, I realized with satisfaction. And judging by the preliminary reports, their mission exceeded every projection we'd made. I immediately dispatched Rachel and Jean to coordinate with the Creighton family regarding the establishment of a dedicated spatial pathway to our lunar facilities. The technical challenges were minimal. The Creightons possessed magic manipulation expertise that surpassed the Tower of Magic's capabilities, but the political and security considerations required careful handling. The real challenge isn't creating the pathway, I reflected as I reviewed the coordination requirements. It's maintaining secrecy about Etherite's existence until we're ready to reveal it strategically. The Tower of Magic's lunar base had been unique not because establishing such facilities was technically impossible, but because no other organization had possessed sufficient motivation to justify the enormous expense and complexity involved. The moon had been viewed as scientifically interesting but economically worthless, a perspective that Etherite would completely revolutionize. For now, nobody else knows what we've discovered up there, I thought with satisfaction. The Tower of Magic and Creighton family will need months of research to develop practical applications for Etherite, giving us a significant head start in preparing for market introduction. The strategic implications were staggering. Once Etherite-based technologies reached the market, demand would be unprecedented. Every major power would immediately begin developing their own lunar operations, creating a new arena of international competition that could reshape global politics. Which means we need to establish as large a market share as possible before anyone else realizes what they're missing, I concluded. Speed and secrecy will be crucial. My planning was interrupted by a soft knock on my office door, followed by the familiar voice that never failed to lift my spirits. Master? Reika called. May I enter? Of course, I replied, immediately setting aside the documents I'd been reviewing. Welcome back, Reika. How was the moon? The door opened to reveal my most devoted subordinate, her violet eyes bright with the satisfaction of successful completion of an important mission. She looked exactly as I remembered, composed, professional, and carrying herself with the quiet confidence that made her such an effective leader. The mission exceeded all projections, Master, she reported, though I could see the personal pleasure she took in delivering such positive news. Permanent extraction infrastructure is operational, etherite deposits have been confirmed at multiple sites, and initial processing yields are remarkable. Excellent, I thought, noting the pride in her voice that she tried to keep professionally subdued. Reika never overstates results, so if she says they're remarkable, we've probably discovered something revolutionary. And Carrie? I asked. How did she handle command responsibilities? Admirably, Reika replied without hesitation. Her experience with hostile environment operations proved invaluable, and her leadership kept the team focused despite the challenges of working in such an alien environment. Carrie is currently coordinating with our research teams to analyze the samples we brought back, Reika continued. The initial findings suggest etherite's properties exceed even our most optimistic theoretical projections. Excellent work, I said, genuinely pleased with their success. Both of you have exceeded expectations on what was essentially humanity's first major lunar resource extraction operation. Something shifted in Reika's expression at my praise, the professional mask slipping slightly to reveal the personal satisfaction that my approval always brought her. It was a reminder that despite her exceptional competence, she was still young and deeply valued recognition from someone she respected. Master, Reika said, her voice taking on a slightly different tone, if you're not too busy with other matters, I was wondering, could I remain here while you work? I know you have many documents to review and I don't want to interfere, but… She trailed off, looking uncertain in a way that was completely at odds with her usual confident demeanor. I understood immediately what she was requesting, the same arrangement we developed during previous periods when she'd sought comfort and connection after completing difficult missions. The first time Reika had made such a request, I'd been genuinely confused by what seemed like an oddly intimate gesture from someone who was otherwise scrupulously professional. But over time I'd come to understand that for her, physical proximity while I worked represented security, acceptance, and a form of recognition that went beyond professional acknowledgement. Of course, I said, gesturing toward the comfortable seating area adjacent to my desk. I have several hours of document review ahead of me. Your company would be welcome. The transformation in Reika's expression was immediate and profound, professional composure giving way to genuine happiness that made her look years younger. She moved with quiet grace to the couch beside my desk, settling onto her side and then, after a moment's hesitation, resting her head in my lap. The weight of her head against my leg was warm and oddly comforting, while her presence provided a sense of peaceful companionship that made the tedious document review feel less isolating. After a few minutes, I found myself absent-mindedly stroking her dark hair while reading, the gesture becoming automatic and natural. She's practically purring, I observed with amusement as Reika's breathing deepened into the relaxed rhythm of someone completely at peace. Your strangest relationship continues to be strangely endearing, Luna commented. As the afternoon wore on, I found myself planning the next phases of our expansion while absently ensuring Reika remained comfortable. Summer break would bring new opportunities. I intended to station Callie and Jean in the western continent to oversee our growing operations there while the etherite research continued under the Creighton family's guidance. The legal distinction was important. Guild operations were heavily regulated to prevent conflicts over limited dungeon resources, but those regulations assumed traditional resource extraction. Our etherite and other operations existed in legal gray areas that gave us significant operational flexibility. The gentle weight of Reika's head in my lap and the steady rhythm of her breathing created a peaceful atmosphere that made strategic planning feel less overwhelming. Whatever challenges lay ahead, I was confident in the team I'd assembled and the foundations we'd established. One step at a time, I thought, continuing my document review while ensuring my most devoted subordinate remained comfortable. Build the infrastructure, establish the markets, and position Ouroboros for whatever comes next. The only way to move was up. Chapter 6:19, Early Departure. The headmaster's office at Mythos Academy had always been an imposing space, but today it felt different, more like a formal conclusion than the prelude to disciplinary action that my previous visits had usually entailed. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the academic awards and magical artifacts that decorated the walls with scholarly authority. Eva Lopez sat behind her massive mahogany desk, her navy blue hair perfectly styled despite the early morning hour. Her sharp eyes studying me with the kind of amused assessment that suggested she was enjoying this meeting far more than I was comfortable with. This feels surreal, I thought as I settled into the chair across from her desk. For years of academy life, and it's ending not with ceremony but with a private meeting because I'm too busy running a guild to attend my own graduation tournament. Arthur Nightingale, she said, leaning back in her chair with a slight smile playing at the corners of her mouth. When I first reviewed your academy application 4 years ago, I knew you were going to be interesting. I just never imagined quite how interesting. Here it comes, I thought, recognizing the tone that usually preceded detailed recitations of my various academic infractions and unorthodox activities. Let's see, she continued, activating a holographic display that materialized above her desk. First year, created your own ancient undead lich with a revolutionary method and took rank 1 in the greatest generation. Second year, somehow got yourself involved in a death cult incident and cryptically disappeared. Third year, got involved in a continental war in the East. When she puts it like that, it does sound rather excessive, I admitted silently. And fourth year, Eva continued with obvious amusement, you've managed to continue romantic relationships with 4 highborn women simultaneously, publish a paper that our Professor Gravemore describes as a revolutionary breakthrough in necromancy, defeat the future Pope of the Savage Communion in single combat, and somehow find time to build an international guild that's become significant enough to require your absence from the Sovereign's tournament. Luna's amused mental laughter echoed in my mind. She's not wrong about the trouble magnet assessment. You do seem to attract chaos with remarkable consistency. Headmaster, I began, attempting to offer some form of explanation or defense, but Eva held up a hand to stop me. Oh, don't misunderstand, she said with genuine warmth. I'm not complaining. Troublemakers like you are exactly why Mythos Academy exists. We don't educate students to become comfortable bureaucrats, we shape the people who will lead continental governments, revolutionary magical research, and yes, international organizations that reshape global commerce. She stood and moved to one of the windows overlooking the academy grounds, her expression growing more thoughtful. What I find remarkable is that despite all the chaos that seems to follow you, your academic performance has been consistently excellent. Your theoretical knowledge, practical application, and innovative thinking have exceeded every expectation. That's surprisingly positive, I thought, having expected more criticism about my unconventional approach to academy life. The truth is, Eva continued, turning back to face me, you've outgrown what we can offer here. Your real-world responsibilities have reached a level where sitting in classrooms discussing theoretical applications of magic feels somewhat absurd. She's not wrong, I reflected. Planning extraction operations in the Ashen territories and coordinating international trade agreements does make academic exercises feel rather limited in scope. Which brings me to why I asked you here today, Eva said, returning to her desk and opening an ornate wooden box that I hadn't noticed earlier. The Faculty Council has voted unanimously to award you early graduation with highest honors. Your contributions to magical research, demonstrated leadership capabilities, and practical achievements have far exceeded standard graduation requirements. She withdrew a diploma from the box, not the standard academy certificate, but something more elaborate, crafted from materials that seemed to shimmer with their own inner light. The document itself was a work of art bearing seals and signatures that represented approval from the continent's most prestigious magical authorities. Normally, Eva continued, we would present this during the graduation ceremony after the 6th year. We do offer earlier graduation, but even that happens only after the Sovereign's tournament. But since your guild responsibilities have made participation impossible, and frankly since everyone knows you would probably win anyway, we decided to handle this privately. Arthur Nightingale, Eva said formally, rising from her chair and extending the diploma toward me, by the authority vested in me by the World Academy Council and the Faculty of Mythos Academy, I hereby award you graduation with highest honors, recognizing your exceptional achievements in magical theory, practical application, innovative research, and leadership. I stood and accepted the diploma, feeling its weight both physical and symbolic. The parchment was warm to the touch, embedded with preservation enchantments that would ensure it lasted for centuries. Thank you, Headmaster, I said, genuinely moved by the recognition. Mythos Academy has provided me with foundations that made everything else possible. And now you get to take those foundations and build something extraordinary with them, Eva replied, her expression shifting from formal authority to genuine warmth. Though I have to admit I'm somewhat relieved to see you go. Do you have any idea how many diplomatic inquiries I've fielded about your various activities? The paperwork alone could have supplied a small library. Probably more than I realize, I admitted. My romantic relationships alone must have generated significant political attention. But despite all the chaos, all the complications, and all the diplomatic headaches, Eva said, her voice taking on a more serious tone, you've been exactly the kind of student Mythos Academy was designed to produce. Someone who doesn't just learn magic. Someone who advances it. Someone who doesn't just follow established patterns. Someone who creates new ones. She moved around her desk to stand before me, her expression carrying the weight of someone offering genuine mentorship rather than administrative formality. I know you're going to accomplish extraordinary things, Eva continued. Not just because of your magical capabilities, though those are remarkable, but because you understand that real leadership means taking responsibility for others' welfare and growth. Your guild members, your romantic partners, even your fellow students. You've consistently prioritized their development alongside your own advancement. The Academy will miss having you here, Eva said with a slight smile. Though I suspect we'll be hearing about your exploits through international news rather than disciplinary reports from now on. Hopefully more positive news than negative, I replied, earning a laugh from the headmaster. With you, Arthur, it's never going to be boring, she said. But boring leaders don't change the world. Extraordinary ones do. As I prepared to leave her office for the final time as a student, diploma in hand and 4 years of memories behind me, I felt the familiar mixture of anticipation and responsibility that came with major life transitions. Arthur, Eva called as I reached the door. Take care of yourself out there. And remember, Mythos Academy's doors are always open to its distinguished alumni. Thank you, Headmaster, I replied. For everything. Chapter 620, The Western Gambit. 2 months. 2 grueling, exhausting, occasionally infuriating months of establishing operations in the Western continent, and finally, we had created something that exceeded even my most optimistic projections. I stood in the newly constructed command center overlooking the Shadowmere Valley, watching as our third shift of logistics coordinators managed what had become the most profitable magical resource distribution system in recorded history. The holographic displays surrounding me showed real-time data that would have seemed impossible just weeks ago. Profit margins approaching 400%, processing efficiency rates that defied conventional limits, and demand projections that suggested we could expand operations tenfold and still not meet market requirements. 2 months of 18-hour days, constant problem-solving, and diplomatic nightmares. I reflected, rubbing my eyes as fatigue finally began to catch up with me. But we actually pulled it off. Arthur, Callie said, approaching with her characteristic silver hair catching the ethereal light from our monitoring arrays. The latest efficiency reports from Sector 7 are ready for your review. And before you ask, yes, they're as ridiculously good as yesterday's numbers. Callie has been invaluable throughout this entire operation, I thought with gratitude. My vice guild master, as she had lived in the Western continent, been the best to deal with the West's unique political and commercial environment. And Jean, I asked, noting that the Prince of the West had been conspicuously absent from our morning briefings. Probably drowning in paperwork with the Obsidian Depths Consortium, Callie replied with characteristic bluntness. They've finally agreed to our exclusive distribution partnership, though they're demanding a 15% premium over standard rates because apparently we're disrupting traditional market structures. 15% is acceptable, I decided quickly. Considering what we're achieving with their cooperation, they could have demanded double and it would still be profitable. Oh, and Arthur, Callie added with a slight smirk. Lucifer won the Sovereign's tournament. Of course he did, I thought with a mixture of satisfaction and mild amusement. With me out of the picture, there was really no question about the outcome. The breakthrough that had taken us 2 months to develop was elegant in its complexity. A fully integrated necromantic resource processing and distribution network that leveraged every advantage Ouroboros possessed while creating entirely new market efficiencies. The key insight came from recognizing that we weren't competing with Western extraction guilds. I mused, studying the operational flowcharts that covered our command center's walls. We were revolutionizing how extracted materials moved from source to customer. Traditional necromantic commerce in the Western continent was remarkably efficient but could be improved upon. Local guilds extracted materials from dungeons, processed them using centuries-old techniques, and then sold them through established distribution networks to deliver products to customers across multiple continents. The system worked, but it was slow, expensive, and limited by technological constraints that nobody had bothered to address. Our innovation had been to create a comprehensive processing and logistics network that eliminated most traditional inefficiencies while dramatically improving product quality. Rather than competing for extraction rights, which were legally restricted to Western continent guilds anyway, we'd positioned Ouroboros as the premier processing and distribution partner for every major extraction operation in the region. Necromantic material enhancement and rapid distribution, I thought, watching as another shipment of finished products prepared for immediate teleportation to customers across 4 continents. We take raw materials that would normally take months to process and deliver enhanced versions to customers within days. Rather than simply buying and reselling extracted materials, our facilities immediately processed raw materials using proprietary enhancement techniques developed through the combination of my theoretical knowledge and Rose's family's centuries of practical experience. The resulting products retained all the traditional properties of materials while gaining improved stability, potency, and shelf life, creating substances that commanded premium prices while being cheaper to produce than conventional alternatives. Arthur, Callie said, interrupting my thoughts with obvious amusement. You're doing that thing again where you stare at data displays and grin like you've discovered the secret to immortality. She's not wrong, I admitted, though what we've accomplished here might be almost as significant. Sorry, I replied, just appreciating how well everything's come together. Come together is one way to put it, Callie said dryly. I prefer, miraculously succeeded despite your tendency to overcomplicate everything until it somehow works perfectly. Speaking of miraculous success, Callie continued, Jean should be back soon with confirmation from the consortium. If they've agreed to our terms, we'll have exclusive processing partnerships with every major extraction guild in the Western continent. The market response had been extraordinary. When we'd introduced our enhanced processing services 3 weeks ago, demand had been so intense that we'd been forced to implement a waiting list system. Crafters discovered that our enhanced materials performed significantly better than conventional alternatives. Researchers found that improved stability enabled experimental procedures that had been previously impractical. Military organizations began placing orders for quantities that suggested major strategic stockpiling initiatives. Jean entered our command center at that moment, his dark hair disheveled and his expression carrying the satisfaction of someone who just concluded a particularly complex negotiation. "They agreed to everything?" I asked, though Jin's expression suggested the answer was positive. "Exclusive processing partnerships for all 17 major extraction guilds, priority access to premium materials, and logistical support for our transportation networks," Jean confirmed, settling into one of the command chairs with obvious relief. "They even agreed to the non-disclosure provisions regarding our enhancement techniques, which means our competitive advantage remains protected," I noted with satisfaction. "At least until other organizations develop comparable processing capabilities." "What about expansion timeline?" I asked, studying the deployment schedules that would determine our operational growth over the coming months. "Vakert Corporation has confirmed they can scale up processing capabilities by 300% within 6 weeks," Callie reported, consulting her data displays with practiced efficiency. "Rose has been coordinating with her father to ensure adequate staffing and equipment for the increased volume." "Rose has been extraordinary throughout this process," I reflected. Despite being busy with schoolwork, she kept up with the work demanded by the expansion of the Vakert Corporation under Ouroboros. "The real question," Jean said, his strategic mind focusing on longer-term considerations, "is whether we can maintain operational security as we expand. Success on this scale inevitably attracts attention from competitors and regulatory authorities." "Any immediate regulatory threats?" I asked, knowing that Jin's political connections provided valuable intelligence about governmental attitudes toward our operations. "Nothing immediate, but several Western continent trade guilds have filed formal inquiries about our unprecedented market disruption," Jean replied with slight amusement. "They're not quite ready to challenge us directly, but they're clearly concerned about our impact on traditional business models." "Traditional business models that we've essentially made obsolete," I thought with satisfaction. "Let me guess," Callie interjected with a sardonic smile. "They're upset that someone figured out how to make their inefficiencies look as ridiculous as they actually are?" "That's surprisingly diplomatic phrasing from you," I observed. "I'm practicing being subtle," Callie replied. "Personally, I think they should thank us for dragging their industry into the current millennium." "That's more like the Callie I know," I thought with amusement. "Defensive strategies?" I asked, recognizing that our success would inevitably create enemies among established interests. "Diversification and legitimization," Callie suggested immediately. "Expand operations to additional continents so we're not dependent on Western continent cooperation, and formalize our relationships with major customers so they have incentives to support our continued operations." "I've been developing proposals for Northern continent operations," Jean added, activating new displays that showed potential expansion sites. "The Creighton family's territory offers opportunities that could complement our Western operations while providing geographical diversification." As I studied the operational data that represented 2 months of intensive development, I felt the familiar satisfaction that came from successfully executing complex strategies. The Western continent operations weren't just profitable. They were transformative, positioning Ouroboros as a dominant force in magical commerce while establishing technological advantages that would be difficult for competitors to replicate. "All right," I said, turning to address both Jean and Callie with the satisfaction of someone who just concluded a major phase of development. "We've proven the concept, established the infrastructure, and secured the partnerships. Time to scale up operations and see just how far we can push this system." "Finally," Callie said with obvious relief. "I was beginning to think you decided to stay in the Western continent permanently just to see how many new efficiency records we could set. It was time to go to the north." Chapter 621. Divine Beast 1. "Are you not rushing this?" Luna's voice echoed in my mind as I stared out the window of our private jet, watching the northern continent's snow-capped peaks grow larger beneath us. I was currently en route to Luminark, the capital city of Creighton family territory, with what amounted to Ouroboros' core leadership team. Well, almost the entire core. Reika sat across from me, reviewing operational reports with her characteristic focus, while Callie occupied the seat beside her, absently practicing minor spatial manipulations that made the air shimmer around her fingers. Jean had remained in the Western continent to maintain our newly established operations. Someone needed to ensure our processing networks continued functioning smoothly while monitoring for the inevitable political backlash. Elias and Carrie were holding down the fort in Avalon, managing guild operations and territorial responsibilities that couldn't be neglected during my absence. "Luna's not wrong to question the pace," I admitted silently, considering the rapid expansion we'd undertaken over the past few months. "But sometimes rapid advancement is the only way to stay ahead of developing threats. The West is not easy to conquer," Luna reminded me, her mental voice carrying the weight of hard-won wisdom. You've disrupted established power structures and profit margins. They won't simply accept your success gracefully. She was absolutely right, and that reality was precisely why this journey to the northern continent was necessary. The western continent would strike back, not through legal channels or diplomatic protests, but through the kind of direct action that characterized a world where individual power could reshape entire regions. The attacks are coming, I thought with grim certainty. And when they do, Ouroboros needs to be strong enough to survive them. The organizations that would move against us wouldn't be cartoonishly evil like the five cults had been. They would be legitimate businesses, established guilds, and regional powers whose interests we'd threatened through our success. They would justify their actions as necessary market corrections, defensive measures against unfair competition, or simple business disputes that required resolution through force. This world seems modern and civilized on the surface, I reflected, watching clouds drift past our aircraft's windows. But underneath, it's still governed by the fundamental principle that might makes right. The class system that persisted across all continents was the clearest evidence of this reality. Why hadn't democratic revolutions abolished nobility and aristocracy? Because those nobles possessed the magical power to level cities if threatened. How could you overthrow a king who commanded nine-circle magic capable of reducing entire armies to ash? It's possible, certainly, I acknowledged. But incredibly difficult when your opponents can personally eliminate thousands of people with the right spell. This principle extended to every aspect of society. Business disputes were ultimately resolved by whoever possessed superior force. International negotiations succeeded or failed based on the magical capabilities of the participants. In the end, everything comes down to strength, I concluded. Political connections help, wealth provides resources, but raw magical power determines what's actually achievable. Ouroboros had grown rapidly, but our success remained dependent on factors beyond our direct control. Our Western continent operations relied on partnerships that could be severed through political pressure. Our technological advantages could be replicated given sufficient time and resources. Our market position could be undermined through coordinated action by established competitors. What we need is untouchable power, I thought. Capabilities that can't be replicated, neutralized, or negotiated away. The northern continent offered opportunities to develop exactly that kind of power. Access to the Ashen territories would provide resources that no other organization could even attempt to harvest. A divine beast would grant me magical capabilities that transcended normal advancement paths. Callie's transformation into a zombie princess would give us access to necromantic abilities that complemented my own while establishing her as a force capable of independent action. Regional powers might be able to pressure us in one location, but coordinating action across multiple continents required resources and political cooperation that few organizations possessed. Diversification would transform Ouroboros from a promising regional guild into a genuinely international force. Eventually, I will be the most powerful person in the world, I thought with quiet determination. But that kind of advancement requires careful planning and measured progress. The key was balancing ambition with prudence, confidence with caution. Be ambitious but not greedy. Pursue opportunities aggressively without overextending resources. Be relaxed but not lazy. Maintain composure under pressure while remaining proactive about addressing challenges. Be alert but not anxious. Anticipate threats without allowing paranoia to compromise decision-making. Be ready but don't kill yourself with preparations. Maintain adequate defenses without sacrificing offensive capabilities. Step by step, I reminded myself, each advancement builds foundation for the next level of growth. Arthur, Callie said, interrupting my contemplation. We're beginning our descent toward Luminarch. You might want to see this. I looked out the window and felt my breath catch at the sight below us. Luminarch spread across a vast mountain valley like a jewel set in snow and stone, its crystalline spires rising toward the sky with architectural beauty that seemed to defy conventional engineering. The Creighton family certainly knows how to make an impression, I thought with genuine admiration. This is what civilization looks like when you have unlimited resources and centuries to perfect your craft. It's beautiful, Rekha said softly, her usual professional composure giving way to wonder as she studied the approaching city. It's ridiculously ostentatious, Callie corrected with characteristic bluntness, though I caught the note of appreciation in her voice. But I suppose if you're going to be ostentatious, this is how you do it properly. That's very much like Callie, I thought with amusement. Criticize something while simultaneously acknowledging its quality. Our aircraft touched down at what appeared to be a private airfield adjacent to the main city, the landing so smooth it was barely perceptible. Through the windows, I could see reception facilities that looked more like elegant pavilions than functional transportation infrastructure. Everything here is designed to impress, I noted. The Creightons understand that appearances matter when you're dealing with continental-level politics. As we disembarked, The crisp mountain air filled my lungs with a freshness that was noticeably different from the Western continent's more arid climate. This feels like home in a way the Western continent never did, I realized. Arthur. The familiar voice made me turn just in time to catch Rachel as she launched herself at me with characteristic enthusiasm. Her blonde hair caught the afternoon sunlight as she wrapped her arms around me in a hug that lifted her feet off the ground. Her sapphire eyes bright with joy that made my chest tighten with affection. 2 months, I thought, returning her embrace and breathing in the familiar scent of jasmine that always accompanied her. It's been 2 months since I've seen her. I missed you so much, Rachel said, her voice slightly muffled against my shoulder. Your calls were wonderful, but they're not the same as actually being here. I missed you too, I replied honestly, reluctantly loosening my hold enough to look at her properly. How have you been? How's your training progressing? I did it, she said with obvious pride, her sapphire eyes sparkling with excitement. I broke through to Ascendant rank 3 weeks ago. Father says my advancement was remarkably smooth, faster and more stable than most practitioners achieve. Excellent, I thought with genuine satisfaction. Rachel, that's incredible, I said, my congratulations entirely sincere. Breaking through to Ascendant rank at your age is extraordinary, even for someone with your talent. Thank you, she beamed, then looked at me with curious eyes. What about you? I could sense something different the moment you got close. Your aura feels deeper. Mid-Ascendant rank, I confirmed with a slight smile. The Western continent operations provided plenty of opportunities for advancement. Combat experience has a way of accelerating development. Rachel's eyes widened with admiration and something that looked like competitive excitement. Mid-Ascendant rank already? Arthur, that's incredible progress. Speaking of which, Rachel said, her expression shifting to curiosity as she noticed Reka and Callie approaching with our luggage. Father is eager to meet with you about the Etherite research coordination. He's been practically vibrating with excitement since your message arrived. Uncle Alastair has been looking forward to this as much as I have, I realized. The prospect of working with revolutionary magical materials would appeal to any researcher of his caliber. Chapter 622. Divine Beast 2. The self-driving vehicle that carried us from Luminarch's airfield toward the Creighton estate was a marvel of magical engineering. Crystalline panels that provided panoramic views of the mountain landscape while maintaining perfect climate control, seats that adjusted automatically to provide optimal comfort, and a transportation system so smooth it felt like floating rather than traveling across terrain. Rachel had immediately taken the same car as me, settling against my side with a contentment that spoke to how much she'd missed physical proximity during our 2 months of separation. Her warmth pressed against me as she curled up with her head resting on my shoulder, one hand absently tracing patterns across my chest while she pointed out landmarks through the vehicle's transparent walls. That peak there is where I had my Ascendant rank breakthrough, she said softly, indicating a mountain summit that seemed to glow with inner light. Father took me there for a meditation retreat and something about the magical saturation just clicked. One moment I was pressing against the wall, the next I was through it. The way she describes it makes breakthrough sound almost effortless, I observed with admiration. Though knowing Rachel, she probably made it look easier than it actually was. It sounds like the perfect environment for advancement, I replied, enjoying the familiar scent of jasmine that always accompanied her. Rachel murmured, snuggling closer with the kind of physical affection that reminded me exactly how much I'd missed her during the intensive Western continent operations. I kept wanting to call you during the breakthrough, but Father said it was important to experience it independently first. Uncle Alastair was right about that, I thought. Major magical advancement requires personal understanding that can't be shared or explained, only experienced. I'm glad you waited, I said honestly, running my fingers through her blonde hair as she settled more comfortably against me. Breakthrough moments are too important to be distracted, even by people you care about. I knew you'd understand, Rachel said with obvious satisfaction. That's one of the things I love about you. You always prioritize what's actually important over what might be emotionally satisfying in the moment. Though right now, what's emotionally satisfying and what's important happen to align perfectly. I reflected, appreciating the simple pleasure of holding someone I cared about after months of focusing exclusively on business operations and strategic planning. I missed this, I admitted quietly, tightening my arms around her as she practically melted against me. The Western continent work was incredibly demanding, but the hardest part was not having time for the people who matter most. I could tell from our phone calls, Rachel replied, her voice carrying the understanding that came from knowing someone well enough to read their emotional state through subtle vocal cues. You always sounded focused and professional, but I could hear the exhaustion underneath. I wanted to teleport there and force you to take breaks. She probably could have, I realized with amusement. I'm glad you didn't, I said with a slight laugh. Having you show up would have completely derailed my concentration, and probably resulted in several very awkward conversations with business partners who weren't expecting to meet one of my girlfriends during contract negotiations. Several very intimidated business partners, Rachel corrected with obvious satisfaction. I may be sweet and charming most of the time, but I can be quite fierce when people I care about are being overworked. That's definitely true, I acknowledged silently. Rachel's protective streak can be genuinely intimidating when activated. The vehicle began climbing a winding mountain road that offered increasingly spectacular views of the Creighton family's private territory. Unlike the urban sophistication of Luminark, the estate grounds showcased natural beauty enhanced by subtle magical cultivation. Forests where every tree seemed to glow with vitality, streams that flowed in patterns too perfect to be entirely natural, and mountain meadows filled with flowers that sparkled like living jewels. Father's been looking forward to your visit, Rachel said as we approached what appeared to be the main estate complex. He's been practically vibrating with excitement about the Etherite research coordination. I think this is the most enthusiastic I've seen him about a collaborative project in years. The Creighton estate itself was a marvel of architectural integration with the natural environment. Rather than imposing geometric structures on the landscape, the buildings seemed to grow from the mountainside like organic formations that happened to be perfectly suited for human habitation. Crystalline spires rose toward the sky while underground levels descended deep into the mountain's heart, creating a complex that was simultaneously magnificent and harmonious with its surroundings. As our vehicle drew to a stop before the main entrance, I could see a familiar figure waiting to greet us. Alastor Creighton stood framed in the doorway like a living embodiment of noble authority. Silver hair that seemed to hold its own inner light, sapphire blue eyes that missed nothing, and a bearing that spoke to power so absolute it required no demonstration. One of 4 nine-circle mages in the world, I reminded myself as we prepared to disembark. And one of 10 humans alive at radiant rank. Uncle Alastor represents the pinnacle of what mind aspect advancement can achieve. Ready to face father? Rachel asked with slight amusement, though I caught the note of genuine affection in her voice when she mentioned him. Always, I replied, though I was already preparing myself for the inevitable protective father dynamics that would complicate our interaction. We stepped out of the vehicle together, Rachel immediately moving to take my arm in a gesture that was both affectionate and possessive. The mountain air was crisp and clean, filled with magical energy that made every breath feel revitalizing. Arthur, Alastor said, his voice carrying warmth that was genuinely welcoming. Welcome to our home. I trust the journey was comfortable? Very much so, I replied, approaching to offer the respectful greeting appropriate for someone of his stature. Thank you for hosting us, Uncle Alastor. And there it is, I noted as Alastor's sapphire eyes flickered toward where Rachel was clinging to my arm. The temperature seemed to drop several degrees as his paternal instincts activated, despite his obvious efforts to maintain diplomatic composure. I understand you've brought samples of this remarkable Etherite material, Alastor continued, his professional enthusiasm overriding his paternal concerns as he focused on the truly important matters. From the preliminary reports you shared, this represents the greatest discovery in mana technology in recorded history. He's not exaggerating, I thought. Etherite really could revolutionize magical applications across every field. After all, it did in the future of this world. The samples are comprehensive, I confirmed. Raw materials, initial processing results, and documentation of the extraction procedures we've developed. Your research team should have everything needed to begin serious development work. Excellent, Alastor said, his eyes brightening with the kind of intellectual excitement that reminded me exactly where Rachel had inherited her enthusiasm for magical advancement. I've assembled our finest researchers to work on this project. The potential applications are extraordinary. However, Alastor continued, his expression shifting to something more immediate. Before we dive into research coordination, I believe we should address the divine beast bonding ceremony. The preparations are complete, and the timing is optimal for successful integration. Right to business, I noted with approval. I'm ready whenever you are, I said, feeling a familiar flutter of anticipation at the prospect of bonding with a divine beast. Excellent, Alastor replied, his sapphire eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Then let us begin immediately. The ceremony awaits, and destiny rarely offers second chances to those who hesitate. Chapter 6:23. Divine Beast 3. The massive ceremonial hall that Father led us to took my breath away, even though I'd seen it countless times throughout my childhood. The space soared upward for what seemed like impossible distances, its crystalline walls channeling and amplifying pure light until the entire chamber hummed with concentrated divine energy. At the center, a ritual circle carved from pure starlight marble gleamed with inscribed runes that had been crafted by the finest enchanters the Creighton family could commission. This facility represents centuries of research and development, I thought, studying the intricate magical arrays that covered every surface. My ancestors built this specifically to help pure light users achieve divine beast bonding, something that was previously only possible if they were found in nature. Arthur walked beside me, his presence both comforting and slightly intimidating now that I could sense his advancement to mid-ascendant rank. The power radiating from him was stronger than when he'd left for the Western continent, refined and focused in ways that spoke to intense combat experience. He's grown so much stronger, I realized with a mixture of pride and determination. I need to prove that I can match his development, that I'm worthy of standing beside him as an equal partner. Callie and Reika followed behind us, both studying the ceremonial hall with obvious professional interest. Callie's black hair caught the ambient pure light as her sharp eyes analyzed the magical infrastructure with the precision of someone who understood complex enchantment systems. Reika maintained her characteristic composed expression, though I could see her violet eyes tracking every detail with the thoroughness that made her such an effective subordinate for Arthur, though her gaze seemed to be teetering on something a bit beyond. The spire above us, Father said, his voice carrying easily through the vast space as he gestured toward the crystalline tower that rose through the chamber's center, has been designed to channel concentrated pure light across multiple layers of space-time simultaneously. Divine beasts exist all over the world, he continued, his sapphire eyes bright with enthusiasm for the subject. The spire creates a resonance cascade that attracts compatible entities from across the entire world, allowing them to manifest here for the bonding process. Arthur nodded with obvious understanding, his own magical knowledge sophisticated enough to appreciate the complexity of what Father was describing. I'd been preparing for this moment for years, training in pure light manipulation and spiritual discipline until both had become second nature, as that was my duty as the future saintess of this world. But knowing that Arthur would be watching, that this ceremony would determine what kind of divine beast would fight alongside me for the rest of my life, made the stakes feel overwhelming. I want to do well for him, I admitted to myself as we approached the ritual circle. I want to prove that choosing me was the right decision, that I can be the kind of partner he deserves. Rachel will attempt the bonding first, Father announced. Arthur turned to look at me, his dark eyes warm with encouragement and something deeper that made my heart skip. You've got this, he said softly, his confidence in my abilities both touching and slightly intimidating. He believes in me completely, I realized, feeling some of my nervousness transform into determination. I can't let him down. Cheer for me, I asked, rising on my toes to press a gentle kiss to his cheek. The simple contact sent warmth through me that had nothing to do with magic and everything to do with how much I'd missed being close to him. Always, Arthur replied, his smile carrying the kind of warmth that made me feel like I could accomplish anything. He doesn't seem anxious at all, I noted, finding his calm confidence both reassuring and slightly puzzling. Either he has complete faith in my abilities, or he knows something about this process that I don't. I stepped into the ritual circle, feeling the ancient runes respond to my presence with subtle vibrations that resonated through my bones. The starlight marble beneath my feet began to glow more brightly, while the crystalline spire above me hummed with increasing energy as Father's technology activated in response to my pure light signature. This is it, I thought, closing my eyes and beginning the meditation techniques that would prepare me for channeling maximum pure light output. Everything I've trained for, everything I've worked toward, comes down to the next few minutes. The first step was establishing perfect internal balance, aligning my magical energy, emotional state, and spiritual focus into a unified whole. I breathed deeply, feeling the familiar calm that came with proper centering as stress and anxiety melted away. I am Rachel Creighton, I reminded myself, future saintess of the world, daughter of one of the most brilliant mages alive, and someone worthy of standing beside Arthur Nightingale. I can do this. With my internal state stabilized, I began channeling pure light through my mana circuits, feeling the familiar warmth build from my core and spread throughout my body. The spire above me responded immediately, amplifying and focusing my energy with precision that spoke to Father's engineering brilliance. Time to add the supernatural element, I decided, activating my gift. Saintess, the supernatural ability that marked me as the future best pure light user of the world. A gift that amplified my pure light prowess beyond the norm. As it activated, my pure light transformed from mere energy into something that carried the weight of celestial power. The transformation was immediate and dramatic. My pure light blazed with intensity that made the ceremonial hall's ambient energy seem dim by comparison, while waves of divine authority radiated outward from my position. The spire channeled my enhanced energy across the fabric of spacetime. Something's responding, I thought with growing excitement as I felt presences stirring. Multiple somethings, actually. I could feel their evaluation, their assessment of whether I was worthy of partnership. Please, I found myself thinking as the magical resonance built toward a crescendo. I need a partner worthy of supporting Arthur's ambitions. Something that can help me protect the people I care about. The response came like a lightning strike. Fire erupted around the ritual circle as a presence of such overwhelming majesty manifested that even I, channeling divine authority through my gift, felt humbled by its magnificence. Wings of living flame spread across the ceremonial hall while a voice like controlled thunder resonated through dimensions. Phoenix. Not just any phoenix, but a male phoenix, whose very presence transformed the ceremonial hall into something approaching a divine sanctuary. Oh my, I thought, staring up at the magnificent creature that had chosen to answer my call. This is considerably more than I expected. A small phoenix settled onto the ritual circle beside me. His flame-bright eyes bright with youthful curiosity and inherent nobility that spoke to his divine nature. Though he was barely larger than a large eagle, his presence filled the entire ceremonial hall with warmth and potential. When he spoke, his mental voice carried the clear tones of youth touched with ancient wisdom. "I am Aurelius," he said, his mental voice carrying excitement that matched my own. "I have been waiting to find my partner, someone worthy of growing strong together." Around the ceremonial hall, I could hear stunned silence from everyone present. Even Father, who had witnessed dozens of divine beast bonding ceremonies, seemed shocked that a phoenix, even a young one, had responded to my call. A phoenix, I thought with wonder and growing exhilaration. I called forth a baby phoenix. Arthur's voice cut through the amazed silence, carrying pride and satisfaction that made my heart soar. "Incredible, Rachel. A phoenix, that's extraordinary. He's proud of me?" I realized, feeling tears of joy gather at the corners of my eyes. I did well. I proved myself worthy of bonding with the rarest divine beast. The bonding process itself was surprisingly gentle after the dramatic manifestation. Aurelius extended one small but magnificent wing toward me, and when I touched the offered feathers, I felt our life forces intertwining with a completeness that suggested perfect compatibility. "We are bonded," Aurelius said, his mental voice now carrying undertones of affection and excitement. "Your light called to mine across the world, Rachel. Together, we will grow strong and achieve great things." Chapter 624. Divine Beast 4. As expected, Rachel really bonded with a phoenix. I thought with genuine satisfaction as I pulled her into a congratulatory embrace, feeling the residual warmth from Aurelius's divine flames still radiating from her skin. Her joy was infectious, and seeing her succeed so spectacularly filled me with pride that had nothing to do with my own ambitions. Phoenixes, one of the 4 mythical beasts alongside dragons, cheilants, and basilisks, I reflected as Rachel practically glowed with happiness in my arms, each representing the pinnacle of their respective magical affinities. The categorization was fundamental to magical theory, so basic that children learned it before their first formal lessons. If basilisks were renowned for their mastery of deep dark magic, then phoenixes represented the absolute embodiment of pure light, even more than their legendary fire abilities. The duality was perfect, balanced, and had governed magical understanding for millennia. Wait, the thought struck me like a physical blow, and I felt Rachel's concerned gaze as my embrace suddenly tensioned. Basilisks are known for deep dark magic. Phoenixes are known for pure light magic. The facts arranged themselves in my mind with crystalline clarity. But cheilants and dragons, they don't have affinity for either. That's how it's supposed to be. That's how it's always been. So then why? The question formed in my mind like a crack in a dam, and suddenly the floodgates burst open. Why did Luna, a cheilin, give me affinity to both pure light and deep dark from her will? The contradiction hit me with the force of a revelation that threatened to shatter everything I thought I understood about the magical world. Cheilants weren't supposed to possess either affinity. They were masters of harmony and balance. But Luna's will specifically granted me access to both pure light and deep dark alongside other elements when she bonded with me. I remembered with growing horror. How is that possible if cheilants don't naturally possess those affinities? "Arthur." Rachel's voice seemed to come from an impossible distance. "Are you all right? You look pale." I barely heard her. My mind was racing through implications that made less and less sense the more I considered them. Every assumption I'd built my magical development on was suddenly suspect. Every choice I'd made potentially based on false information. Deep dark and pure light can't mix. The fundamental principle of magical theory echoed in my skull like a death knell. They're opposing forces. Incompatible. Destructive when combined improperly. But I've been using both for years. Luna's will made it possible. Luna, who shouldn't have access to either affinity. Pain exploded behind my eyes like lightning strikes. Each thought about the contradiction sending agony through my brain that made thinking increasingly difficult. The ceremonial hall seemed to tilt around me as basic magical principles I'd taken for granted began collapsing under logical scrutiny. "My brain hurts," Cheelants don't have pure light or deep dark affinity. That's fundamental. Unchangeable. Basic theory. My brain hurts. Then why does Luna have both? Why could she grant me what she shouldn't possess? My brain hurts. The pain was becoming unbearable. Like someone was driving hot spikes through my skull every time I tried to reconcile the logical contradiction. My vision began to blur as the agony intensified, making it impossible to focus on anything except the burning question that my mind refused to leave alone. Cheelan. Cheelan. Cheelan don't have either affinity. I can't think. Why can't I think clearly? Arthur, your turn. Uncle Alastair's voice cut through my mental chaos, though it sounded distorted and far away. The ritual circle is prepared for your bonding attempt. No, I thought desperately. Something's wrong. I can't do this now. I can't focus. I can't. But my legs were already carrying me toward the starlight marble circle, muscle memory and social expectation overriding my growing sense of panic. Each step felt like walking through quicksand as the contradiction in my mind continued tearing at my consciousness. Why did Luna grant me affinities she shouldn't possess? What does that mean about everything I think I know? What does that mean about her? The ritual circle's runes began responding to my presence, glowing with increasing intensity as they detected my magical signature. But instead of the harmonious resonance I'd expected, the energies felt chaotic, conflicted, as if my very presence was creating dissonance in the carefully calibrated systems. Something's wrong with me, I realized with growing terror. The contradiction is affecting my magical stability. Suddenly, I felt a presence wrapping around me like a desperate embrace, and a familiar ethereal voice whispered directly into my consciousness with an urgency I'd never heard from her before. Please, Arthur, don't think about it. Luna's voice pleaded, her mental tone carrying something that sounded dangerously close to panic. Please, just stop thinking about it. Luna, I thought, startled by the desperation in her usually calm demeanor. Why are you so afraid of me realizing this? What aren't you telling me? But instead of answers, Luna manifested physically in her childlike appearance that was exactly as I remembered. But her expression carried fear that made my blood run cold. She's terrified, I realized. Arthur, you need to stop the ritual, Luna said aloud, her voice audible to everyone present as she reached toward me with small hands that trembled. Please just step away from the circle. Don't attempt the bonding. Not now. But it was too late. The ceremonial energies had already begun channeling through the spire above us, responding to my pure light and deep dark affinities simultaneously in ways that the system clearly wasn't designed to handle. Alarms began sounding as monitoring enchantments detected magical patterns that violated fundamental theoretical principles. The system is rejecting me, I thought with horror as pain beyond description began tearing through my mana circuits. The agony was indescribable. Every magical channel in my body felt like it was being torn apart and rebuilt simultaneously, while the contradiction at the heart of my abilities created feedback loops that threatened to shatter my consciousness entirely. I could hear shouting around me, Uncle Alastair barking orders to shut down the ceremonial systems, Rachel screaming my name with panic that cut through the chaos, Callie and Reka moving with desperate urgency toward the ritual circle. The contradiction is tearing me apart, I thought as my vision began fragmenting into disconnected images. Whatever Luna's secret is, discovering it might kill me. But even as my body began failing, even as magical energies ravaged my internal systems like a hurricane of pure destruction, I couldn't stop the questions from forming. What is Luna really? What has she been hiding from me? What am I really? My legs gave out, sending me crashing to the starlight marble with an impact I barely felt through the overwhelming agony consuming my consciousness. Through rapidly darkening vision, I could see Rachel and Reka rushing toward me, their faces painted with terror that would have broken my heart if I'd had the capacity to feel anything except the burning need to understand the truth. Luna, I tried to think as darkness closed in around me. What have you done to me? But consciousness fled before I could form any more questions, leaving me drowning in a sea of contradictions that threatened to tear apart everything I thought I knew about myself and the world I'd been fighting to master. The last thing I saw before everything went black was Luna's childlike face staring down at me with an expression of guilt so profound it suggested secrets that went far deeper than anything I'd imagined possible. Chapter 6:25. Divine Beast 5. Why did this have to happen? Why? 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 The questions tore through my consciousness like shards of broken glass as Arthur's body collapsed onto the starlight marble, his mana circuits overloading from the contradiction I had created within him. Around us, chaos erupted as Alastair barked orders. Rachel screamed in panic, and Reka and Callie rushed toward his fallen form with desperate urgency. Why was my existence like this? Why was I born like this? Why wasn't I born as a pure Cheelan? Why was I born special? Why? I clung to Arthur's unconscious body, my small hands trembling as I felt the magical balance within him beginning to shatter. The deep dark was overwhelming his pure light, consuming him from the inside out like a poison I had unknowingly fed him for years. Every breath he struggled to take was my fault. Every convulsion that racked his frame was because of what I was. An abomination like me should have never been born. The truth of it hit me with crushing finality as I watched the person I cared about most suffer because of my very existence. I was supposed to protect him, guide him, help him become stronger. Instead, I was destroying him simply by being what I was. Something that shouldn't exist. Something that violated the fundamental laws governing magical affinities. When was the last time I wept? The thought came unbidden as I felt moisture gathering in my golden eyes. Tears. I was actually crying, something I hadn't done since Julius. Since the moment his connection with me had severed and I hadn't even been able to witness his death with my own eyes, leaving me alone in a void of guilt and grief that had defined my existence for decades. And now I'm crying again. Again. Why am I so useless? The memories of Tiamat's words echoed mockingly in my mind. Special, she had called me when I was born. The most powerful dragon in existence had sung my praises, declared me unique among all Cheelants, a creature destined for greatness beyond anything the world had seen. So why am I like this? Why am I so pathetic? Why do I only bring suffering to those I care about? Suddenly, pain exploded through my scalp as someone yanked my hair upward with merciless force. I found myself staring into cold sapphire eyes flecked with gold. Eyes that looked like Rachel's but carried an ancient weight that made my breath catch in my throat. Isolde Creighton. I had met her before, briefly, when Arthur had visited the Creighton estate years ago. Even then, she had unsettled me in ways I couldn't explain. The way her gaze seemed to pierce through illusions I didn't even know I was maintaining. The subtle wrongness of her presence that made my instincts scream warnings I couldn't interpret. But this was different. Where before she had been merely disconcerting, now she radiated an authority that made my very existence feel insignificant. The queen of the Creighton family, the woman everyone whispered had gone insane from the burden of her gift, stood before me with eyes that suggested the madness was just another layer of deception in a game far more complex than anyone understood. And she was a seer. Someone whose sight could pierce veils I couldn't even perceive. A Cheelan is crying so pathetically while her contractor is dying, she said, her voice carrying no malice but somehow cutting deeper than the cruelest insult. Each word sank into my heart like a blade, precise and devastating in its accuracy. Right? Pathetic. That was my existence. Do you want him to die? She asked me, her tone conversational despite the gravity of the question. Did I want Arthur to die? Of course not. I screamed, the words tearing from my throat with desperate fury. How could you even ask that? He's everything to me. Then why didn't you warn him? She continued relentlessly, though I could see in her eyes that she already knew the answer. An answer that terrified me because it made no sense even to myself. Why didn't I warn him? The question should have been simple. I had access to future sight, though that failed when it came to Arthur. More than that, I had intimate knowledge of Arthur's magical development, his dual affinities, and the fundamental contradiction they represented. I should have realized the danger of attempting a divine beast bonding with such an unstable foundation. I should have warned him about the incompatibility between deep dark and pure light affinities. I should have explained why my granting him access to both was inherently dangerous. I should have told him the truth about my own nature, why a Cheelan could possess affinities that Cheelans weren't supposed to have. But when I reached into my memories, searching for the moments when these thoughts should have occurred to me, nothing. Not just absence. Active blockage, as if something had deliberately prevented me from making these connections until it was too late. Every time my mind had approached the contradiction, every instance when I might have questioned the wisdom of Arthur's dual development, the thoughts had simply stopped, redirected, forgotten. I didn't know, I stammered, the admission feeling like another betrayal of everything Arthur meant to me. My mind, my memories. Every time I tried to think about warning him about the dangers, about the incompatibility, about what I really am, the thoughts just disappeared. Someone had been manipulating my consciousness. Someone had deliberately prevented me from protecting Arthur. But who? And why? My memories of understanding the contradiction were blocked. I continued, my voice growing stronger with horrified realization. My thoughts about my special nature, about why Cheelans shouldn't be able to grant dual affinities. Someone made sure I couldn't connect those dots until it was too late. Tiamat is making me clean up her mess again, Isolde sighed with obvious exasperation. What a hassle. Tiamat. The name sent ice through my veins as implications I hadn't considered began forming. The dragon who had praised my birth, who had called me special. Had she somehow orchestrated this? Had my entire existence been shaped by forces beyond my understanding? Only then did I notice what should have been impossible. The complete absence of sound around us. Alastair's shouted orders had stopped mid-syllable. Rachel's scream hung frozen in the air. Reka and Callie were motionless, suspended in the act of rushing toward Arthur's fallen form. Time was paused. My breath hitched as the implications hit me. I might be sealed and weakened, but I was still fundamentally a low radiant rank entity in terms of power. Isolde shouldn't be strong enough to achieve something this sophisticated, especially not with such casual ease. Even Alastair, despite his reputation as one of the world's most powerful mages, was only low radiant rank himself. How is she doing this? What the hell is going on? What is she really? Desperate for answers, I activated my future sight, the innate gift that allowed Cheelance to perceive the threads of fate and possibility that governed existence. Nothing. My eyes, which should have been blazing with prophetic vision, remained frustratingly dim. In the presence of this woman, my most fundamental ability simply didn't work. It was as if she existed outside the normal flow of causality, immune to the very forces that allowed me to see potential futures. A Cheelan who couldn't even read fate. What was my existence at this point? Stupid girl, Isolde said, her tone carrying the weary patience of someone explaining obvious truths to a particularly slow child. You are the most important piece in this game, so behave like it already. Julius doesn't want to see you like this. Julius. The name hit me like a physical blow, bringing with it a rush of grief and longing that threatened to overwhelm my already fractured composure. How dare she speak his name? How dare she invoke the memory of the only person who had ever truly understood me, who had accepted what I was without trying to change or use me? How dare you say his name? I snarled, my small form trembling with rage that felt inadequate against the enormity of my pain. This is why I wanted to die? Isolde sighed, tilting her head with the air of someone carrying burdens too heavy for any mortal mind. Dealing with so much, it's annoying, you know? The responsibility, the knowledge, the necessity of watching good people suffer for the sake of larger patterns. Her eyes shifted, and suddenly I was staring into depths that defied comprehension. Brilliant geometric patterns swirled in her irises. Not the simple enhancement of magical sight, but something that seemed to exist across multiple dimensions simultaneously. Looking into those eyes was like staring into the fundamental structure of reality itself. Say, weak Cheelan, Isolde said, her voice carrying new weight as she studied my tear-stained face with calculating intensity. Do you wish to save Arthur? The question hung in the frozen air between us, laden with implications that made my soul shiver. But there was no hesitation in my response, no doubt about what I was willing to sacrifice. Yes, I said, my voice carrying absolute conviction despite its trembling. I'll do anything. I'll sacrifice everything. My power, my memories, my very existence. If it means saving him. I don't care what it costs me. I don't care if I cease to exist entirely. Arthur matters more than anything else. Isolde studied me for a long moment, her impossible eyes weighing my words against criteria I couldn't fathom. Finally, she nodded with something that might have been approval. Good, she said simply. That's exactly what I needed to hear. She leaned closer, her voice dropping to a whisper that seemed to bypass my ears entirely and speak directly to my consciousness. What she told me next made my golden eyes widen in shock, terror, and desperate hope all at once. The instructions were clear, terrible, and absolutely necessary. And they would change everything. Chapter 626. Akasha's Eyes 1. Alastair's mind raced as he assessed the chaos unfolding before him, his sage's eyes automatically analyzing every detail with the precision that had made him one of the world's most formidable mages. I could forcefully terminate the ritual, he thought grimly, magical power gathering around him like a storm barely held in check. But the backlash would likely destroy not just the hall, but Arthur himself. His mana circuits would fry completely. His gaze shifted to the small figure clinging desperately to Arthur's unconscious form. A girl with violet hair and golden eyes whose presence pressed against his senses like a blade drawn across silk. The power radiating from her was unmistakable, ancient and profound despite her childlike appearance. A Cheelan. The recognition hit him with startling clarity as his sage's eyes pierced through layers of concealment and misdirection. Not a divine beast summoned by the ritual, Cheelans weren't categorized as such. More concerning, this wasn't a juvenile creature like Rachel's phoenix. A fully mature Cheelan, bound by seals so powerful they strain even my sight to penetrate. What is such a being doing here? And why is she so obviously connected to Arthur? Before he could pursue that line of investigation further, reality shifted in ways that made his blood freeze. Time stuttered, space folded, and suddenly, impossibly, she was there. Isolde, his wife, the love of his life and mother of his daughters. The woman whose brilliant mind and extraordinary gift had helped protect the northern continent for decades. The woman he had been forced to imprison for reasons that still tore at his soul every day. How? Alastor's power erupted instinctively, a corona of devastating energy that could have leveled mountains. But even as his magic blazed with the fury of a radiant rancor, he felt small before her presence. Isolde stood there with the calm composure of someone who had transcended such concerns, her sapphire eyes holding depths that spoke to knowledge beyond mortal comprehension. Acting on instincts honed by decades of protecting sensitive information, Alastor fractured the space around them with surgical precision. Light bent and twisted at his command, creating a pocket of distorted reality that would hide whatever was about to unfold from any potential observers. In the same instant, he extended his power toward Reka and Callie, rendering them unconscious before they could fully process what they were seeing. Some truths are too dangerous to witness. Mother. Rachel's voice cut through the tension like a broken cord, her face draining of color as recognition dawned. Her hand flew to cover her mouth as her body began trembling with memories that should have been buried. Alastor moved swiftly to support his daughter as her legs threatened to give out, feeling his heart break as he witnessed the trauma Isolde's mere presence could still inflict. Rachel's reaction was understandable. The last time she had seen her mother, the encounter had left scars that years of healing hadn't fully erased. This is exactly why I had to make that choice, he reminded himself, though the justification felt hollow in the face of his daughter's pain. What are you doing here, Isolde? Alastor demanded, his voice carrying the authority of someone accustomed to commanding respect from continental leaders. How did you escape containment? And why now? If she's here to harm Arthur, I'll have to stop her, even if it means I am saving the boy's life, Alastor, Isolde replied with the calm certainty of someone stating obvious facts. Nothing more, nothing less. Her eyes met his directly, and despite all his power, all his experience, all his careful preparation, Alastor felt himself diminish under that gaze. Because Isolde's eyes weren't merely special, they transcended the normal categories of supernatural ability entirely. Asha's eyes, the gift that connected her directly to the Akashic records, granting sight that encompassed past, present, and future. Not true omniscience, even Isolde's considerable talent limited her to high immortal rank in terms of raw power, but something far more dangerous than mere strength. She can see outcomes I can't even imagine, possibilities that stretch across centuries of causality. Which meant that if Isolde claimed she could save Arthur, she wasn't speaking from hope or theory. She had seen the path to success with her own impossible sight. How will you save him? Alastor asked, choosing his words carefully. 1,000 other questions burned in his mind: why she had changed, what had driven her to the actions that had forced his hand, whether the woman he had loved still existed beneath whatever she had become. But he forced himself to focus on immediate necessity. The boy's balance has been shattered, Isolde said, her clinical tone at odds with the gravity of Arthur's condition. Deep dark energy is consuming his body from within, overwhelming his pure light channels and creating cascade failures throughout his entire system. I can see that much myself, Alastor thought impatiently. What I need to know is how to fix it. The solution is elegant in its simplicity, Isolde continued. I will inscribe a divine miracle directly onto his body, creating a stabilizing matrix that can contain the opposing forces. Alastor frowned, his analytical mind immediately identifying the flaw in her reasoning. Standard divine miracles aren't powerful enough for this level of instability. The inscription would burn out before it could establish equilibrium, which is why I won't be placing it on his skin, Isolde said with the patience of someone explaining basic concepts to a child. I will inscribe it directly into his blood. Or rather, Luna will. Luna. The name clicked into place as Alastor's gaze shifted back to the Chelan clinging to Arthur's form. That's her name. But the implications of Isolde's statement hit him like a physical blow. A divine miracle inscribed in blood, that's only been accomplished by saintesses, Isolde confirmed. Women whose entire bodies have been sanctified by divine power, allowing even their life essence to carry pure light enchantments. Alastor's thoughts stuttered as he realized the magnitude of what Isolde was suggesting. If Luna possessed the ability to inscribe divine miracles into blood, and Arthur's blood could handle that, it implied capabilities that defied everything he understood about magical taxonomy. What exactly is that, Chelan? Rachel had lost consciousness in his arms, her body finally succumbing to the trauma of seeing her mother after years of separation. As Alastor supported her unconscious form, he found himself face to face with the woman who had once been his partner in everything, ruling their territory, protecting their people, raising their children. The woman who had been his anchor in a world gone mad with power and politics. Why did you become like this? The question escaped before he could stop it, carrying years of suppressed pain and confusion. Why did you change, Isolde? For a moment, something shifted in her expression. The cold calculation that had defined her recent actions gave way to something softer, more familiar, a glimpse of the woman he had fallen in love with decades ago. I was proud of being born with these eyes, she said quietly, her voice carrying echoes of long-buried warmth. I became prouder and happier when I was with you, Alastor. I was proud when we protected our homeland together, proud when I gave birth to our daughters, proud to be a queen and mother. But, Alastor thought, hearing the unspoken qualifier in her tone. Isolde's expression hardened again, the brief vulnerability vanishing behind walls of necessity and terrible knowledge. But the world had other plans for me. Even now, they are moving calculations that have been in motion for thousands of years, forces powerful enough to destroy planets when bored. Her gaze grew distant, as if she were seeing beyond the present moment into futures that stretched across impossible timescales. And she is still coming. For the plan to succeed, I must devote everything to its completion. It is my burden to bear, after all. Alastor thought with growing unease. Who is still coming? Isolde's attention shifted briefly to Arthur's unconscious form, and for an instant, her expression carried something that might have been sympathy. I am not the only one cursed with knowledge, after all, she said softly. Though his burden will prove different from mine. And incomparably greater. After all, Arthur Nightingale is the sole hope in this world. Chapter 627, Akasha's Eyes 2. Consciousness returned to me like waves lapping against a distant shore, first as fragmented sensations, then gradually coalescing into coherent awareness. The first thing I noticed was weight on my chest, warm and slight but undeniably present. The second was the absence of the excruciating pain that had torn through my magical pathways during what exactly? The divine beast bonding ceremony, I remembered with growing clarity. The contradiction between my deep dark and pure light finally catching up with me. I opened my eyes slowly, blinking against soft light that filtered through what appeared to be elegant curtains. The room around me was unfamiliar yet clearly expensive, the kind of guest quarters that spoke to the Creighton family's legendary hospitality and unlimited resources. How long was I unconscious? The weight on my chest shifted slightly, and I looked down to see Luna curled up on me in her child form, the only physical manifestation she could maintain given my current power level. Her violet hair spilled across my shirt like liquid silk, and her small form rose and fell with the rhythm of peaceful sleep. She stayed with me, I realized, with a mixture of warmth and concern. Before I could examine that thought too closely, familiar presences stirred at the edges of my consciousness. Erebus, my lich companion, reached out through our mental connection with the kind of careful inquiry that suggested genuine worry. Master, his voice echoed in my mind, carrying uncharacteristic uncertainty. Your mana circuits experienced severe trauma. Are you functional? That's Erebus's way of asking if I'm all right, I thought with slight amusement. Even in moments of crisis, my lich maintained his clinical approach to everything. I'm fine, Erebus, I replied mentally. Shaken, but intact. Valeria's presence was more complex, her consciousness intertwining with mine in the symbiotic connection we shared. Through our bond, I could feel her assessment of my internal state, mana circuits still tender but stable, energy flow restored to something approaching normal parameters, no permanent damage to my core abilities. The balance has been restored, she communicated through sensations rather than words. Though I sense external intervention. Something changed while you were unconscious. External intervention? The thought was troubling. What kind of intervention? But before I could pursue that line of inquiry, Luna stirred on my chest. Her golden eyes fluttered open, meeting mine with an expression that immediately shifted from sleepy contentment to overwhelming relief. Arthur? She gasped, her small hands gripping my shirt as she pushed herself up to look at me properly. You're awake. You're actually awake. The relief in her voice is almost painful to hear, I thought, reaching up to gently stroke her violet hair. She was genuinely terrified that I might not recover. I'm all right, Luna, I said softly, though even as I spoke the words, I wondered how true they were. The memory of agony tearing through my pathways was still vivid, along with the horrifying realization that my dual affinities might be fundamentally incompatible. No, you're not all right, Luna said, her voice cracking with emotion as tears began gathering in her golden eyes. This is all my fault. I gave you those affinities, I made you into something that shouldn't exist, and I almost killed you because of it. Here it comes, I thought as Luna's composure completely shattered. I'm so sorry, Arthur. She continued, her small form trembling as guilt poured out of her in waves. I should have warned you about the dangers, should have told you about the contradiction, should have explained what I really am instead of hiding it from you. I almost lost you because I was too scared to face the truth. Luna, stop it. The door to my room opened with perfect timing, interrupting both Luna's apologies and my attempts to calm her. I looked up to see Isolde Creighton entering with the kind of serene composure that seemed entirely at odds with the emotional chaos filling the space. Isolde, I recognized. What is she doing here? Isolde moved with fluid grace to claim the chair beside my bed, settling herself with the air of someone who belonged exactly where she was. Her sapphire eyes, flecked with gold like Rachel's but carrying a weight that made them entirely different, studied me with an intensity that made my skin prickle. I sent the girls away, Isolde said without preamble, her voice carrying the calm authority of someone accustomed to making decisions that others simply accepted. Rachel, Reka, and Callie were all hovering around your bedside with varying degrees of panic and determination. When I foresaw that you would wake within the hour, I suggested they might be more useful gathering information about what occurred during the ceremony. That was considerate, I said carefully, unsure how to respond to such matter-of-fact manipulation of my friend's behavior. Practical, Isolde corrected with a slight smile that didn't reach her eyes. Three young women in various states of emotional distress would have made this conversation considerably more difficult. This conversation? I thought, feeling a familiar prickle of wariness that suggested I was about to be drawn into something complex and potentially dangerous. Luna had gone silent on my chest, her golden eyes fixed on Isolde with an expression that mixed recognition, fear, and something that looked suspiciously like guilt. The change in her demeanor was striking, from desperate self-recrimination to tense alertness in the span of seconds. I imagine you have questions, Isolde continued, her attention focused entirely on me despite Luna's obvious distress. About what happened during the ceremony, about the nature of your magical condition, about certain individuals who may have been less than forthcoming regarding their true nature. Her gaze flickered briefly to Luna and I caught the subtle emphasis in her words. She's talking about Luna, I understood. She knows something about what Luna really is. Questions that deserve answers, Isolde added, leaning back in her chair with the relaxed posture of someone settling in for a long conversation. Fortunately, I find myself in a position to provide those answers should you wish to hear them and I wish to give them. Should she wish to give them? Why would you want to answer my questions? I asked, recognizing that information of this caliber rarely came without cost or complication. Because the alternatives are considerably more inconvenient for everyone involved, Isolde replied with dry humor. Because certain truths have remained hidden for too long and are beginning to cause problems that affect more than just you. Luna shifted uncomfortably on my chest, her small hands gripping my shirt as if anchoring herself against whatever revelations were about to unfold. The fear in her golden eyes was genuine and profound, suggesting that whatever Isolde was prepared to discuss, Luna understood the magnitude of it far better than I did. I should warn you, Isolde continued, her sapphire eyes holding mine with hypnotic intensity, that some of what I'm prepared to share will challenge assumptions you've held about the nature of magic, the structure of reality, and the true identities of certain individuals in your life. Her gaze shifted meaningfully to Luna again, and I felt my Chilean companion tense against my chest. She's talking about Luna specifically, I thought. Whatever Luna has been hiding, Isolde knows about it. However, Isolde said, her voice taking on the formal cadence of someone making an official declaration, I am prepared to answer any questions you choose to ask if I wish to, for as long as I wish to continue this conversation, with complete honesty regarding matters that others have found inconvenient to discuss. The weight of her offer settled over the room like a physical presence. Complete honesty about matters that had been deliberately concealed. Answers to questions that apparently went far deeper than I had imagined possible. I will answer your questions, Arthur Nightingale, Isolde declared with the finality of someone pronouncing judgment, about Luna, about yourself, about the forces that have shaped your development, and about the cosmic game you have unknowingly become a player in. Chapter 628, Akasha's Eyes 3. What are you? I asked first, needing to establish basic understanding before diving into more complex questions. Oh, an easy question to start with, Isolde said with obvious amusement, settling more comfortably into her chair. I am the queen of the Creighton family, though I suppose our previous meetings were rather limited in scope. I had to be cryptic back then, you were far too weak for these truths. Your light was nothing more than a dim torch in a tornado. She paused, her sapphire eyes studying me with calculating intensity. My gift is called Akasha's Eyes. It connects me directly to the Akashic records managed by Akasha herself, granting me glimpses of past, present, and future. My eyes widened in shock. That's completely different from what the novel described, I thought with growing unease. And infinitely more powerful than I ever imagined possible. If she can see across time itself, then she's been manipulating events based on knowledge of future outcomes. Which means, what am I? I asked next, the question feeling more urgent now that I understood the scope of her abilities. Can't answer that one, Isolde shook her head with what looked like genuine regret. The reason being that your identity is still forming, still evolving. I cannot guide you toward a future I've seen, because in all the futures where I provide that guidance, you don't become what we need you to become. I felt a chill run down my spine as I processed her words. Basically, anything she tells me about my true nature would lock me into a predetermined path, a path that leads to failure according to her visions. So I'm like a puppet, I realized with growing horror. But a self-evolving puppet that has to discover its own purpose without guidance. The implications were staggering. Every choice I made, every path I pursued, was being observed and evaluated by forces that could see the outcomes before I even began. Yet they couldn't directly influence my development without compromising the very results they were trying to achieve. There's an important question you should ask though, Isolde said, her expression shifting to something more serious. What is Luna? Luna trembled violently against my chest at those words, her small hands gripping my shirt with desperate intensity. I could feel terror radiating from her in waves that spoke to secrets far darker than anything I had imagined. She's terrified of me learning the truth about her, I realized. Whatever she really is, it's something she believes I'll reject or be horrified by. Luna will tell me herself, I said firmly, protective instincts overriding my curiosity. When she's ready. Isolde tilted her head with the expression of someone dealing with a particularly stubborn child, then snapped her fingers with casual authority. Luna vanished from my arms. Okay, so that question is important enough that you actually need to know it now, Isolde said with infuriating calm. And don't fall for the emotional manipulation. Her current state is partially artificial, being forced into child form messes with her mental processes considerably. She's much more mature and calculating than she's currently acting. I scowled at her, anger flaring at the casual way she dismissed Luna's obvious distress. Bring her back. After I explained what she really is, Isolde said implacably. Trust me, Arthur, this truth is necessary for your survival and development. She's not going to give me a choice in this, I realized grimly. Luna is artificial, Isolde said, her words hitting me like physical blows. She was created by combining essential elements from a dragon, a phoenix, and a basilisk, then fusing them into a singular entity. What? The word escaped as barely more than a whisper as the magnitude of her revelation sank in. Cheelans aren't a natural race, Isolde continued with clinical precision. They're artificial constructs, created beings designed for specific purposes. Luna is the only Cheelan in existence, by the way, a unique entity that has never been replicated. Everything I thought I knew about Luna, about Cheelans, about the fundamental structure of magical taxonomy, it's all wrong. That's why she possessed both pure light and deep dark affinities, I said slowly, pieces clicking into place with horrible clarity. Because she was built from creatures that naturally possess those affinities. Exactly. Dragon neutrality, phoenix pure light, basilisk deep dark, all combined into a single entity capable of granting access to opposing forces that shouldn't coexist. Isolde's expression grew more serious. Her memories of childhood, of living with other Cheelans, of ancient Cheelan traditions, all carefully fabricated backstory to give her a sense of identity and purpose. Her memories of her past are fake, I realized with a mixture of relief and concern. But that doesn't mean. However, Isolde continued, apparently reading my thoughts, her emotions, her loyalty, her care for you, those are entirely real. Luna is a genuine sentient being, Arthur. Artificial origin doesn't make her feelings any less authentic. She's not a puppet or a programmed tool, she's a living mythical creature who happens to have been created rather than born. The relief that flooded through me was overwhelming. Luna's love for me is real. Her distress, her loyalty, her companionship, all of it is genuine. But none of this was ever mentioned in the novel. Stop thinking about the novel, Isolde said, apparently reading my expression as my mind tried to process these revelations. Its relevance is basically dead now anyway, except for the one thing you have planned. The novel was just a medium, a framework designed to help you adapt to this world when you were brought here from your original reality. So my world is real, I thought, grasping at the one piece of validation in a sea of revelations. My memories, my previous life, that wasn't fabricated. Of course your world is real, Isolde confirmed with a nod. Even your Emma came here, didn't she? Though she arrived in the form of a very dangerous woman. The mention of Emma, of Alisara, hit me like a dagger to the heart. I pushed down the emotions threatening to overwhelm me. Right now, I needed to understand the scope of what I was dealing with. Why was Luna created? I asked, though part of me was already dreading the answer. To guide you, to grant you capabilities you wouldn't naturally possess, and to ensure you develop along paths that serve larger purposes, Isolde replied. But more than that, she was created because you needed a companion who could understand and share the burden of your true nature. My true nature? The phrase hung in the air like a weight I wasn't ready to carry. I can see the questions multiplying in your mind, Isolde observed with something that might have been amusement. And we have time for many of them. But understand this, Arthur, learning these truths is painful but necessary. The cosmic game you've been drawn into operates on scales that dwarf individual concerns. Cosmic game. The phrase suggested conflicts and machinations that spanned dimensions and involved entities beyond human comprehension. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what might be the most important question I could ask. Who created Luna? I asked quietly. Who has the power to artificially create mythical creatures by combining dragons, phoenixes, and basilisks? Isolde opened her mouth to speak, then paused. Her expression shifted and for a moment she looked almost uncertain. I can't answer that, she said slowly, though her tone suggested reluctance rather than inability. She can't, or won't? But then something changed in her expression. A smile spread across her features, not the cold, calculating expression she'd worn throughout our conversation, but something warmer and infinitely more disturbing. She raised her hand and pointed directly at me. You created Luna. Chapter 629, Akasha's Eyes 4. You created Luna. Isolde's words dropped like a thunderclap and my mouth fell open in pure, unadulterated shock. The impossibility of it crashed over me in waves, each more overwhelming than the last. I created Luna? How is that even possible? I mean, the original Arthur did, Isolde clarified with the casual tone of someone discussing the weather rather than reality-breaking revelations. Arthur created Luna? But Luna has existed for much longer than Arthur has been alive. She was bonded to Julius, the founder of the Slaymark Empire. That was 1,000 years ago. The contradiction made my head spin. Either Isolde was lying, or there were forces at work that defied everything I thought I understood about causality and time itself. Or was Luna's history with Julius fake as well? That wasn't fabricated, Isolde said, apparently reading my thoughts from my expression. Luna's bond with Julius was completely real. She has genuinely been alive for over 1,000 years, experiencing every moment of that existence. Then how did the original Arthur create her? I asked, my voice barely steady as I struggled to process the impossibility of what she was suggesting. Regression works by rewinding time, correct? Isolde asked with the patience of a teacher guiding a student toward understanding. So why couldn't something like temporal creation occur if regression has already been achieved in this world? The logic was sound, terrifyingly so. If I accepted that the original Arthur had somehow achieved regression, traveling back through time to restart his life with knowledge intact, then it wasn't impossible that he could have created Luna in some previous timeline and sent her back even further. But just how powerful was the original Arthur to accomplish something like that? What kind of abilities would it take to create a living mythical being and manipulate time itself? Well, that's a simple answer really, Isolde said with obvious satisfaction at my growing comprehension. I can't tell you the full extent of his capabilities, but I'll give you a general framework to understand the scope we're discussing. She leaned forward, her sapphire eyes gleaming with the intensity of someone sharing cosmic secrets. After mid-radiant rank, individuals must pass through the gates of transcendence to reach high radiant rank and eventually peak radiant rank. But beyond radiant rank entirely, there exists a higher tier, the highest rank achievable by sentient beings. This is where those called gods reside, divine rank. Divine rank. The phrase carried implications that made my earlier understanding of power seem laughably naive. Currently, demons possess the largest number of divine rank entities, Isolde continued. 7 beings they call the demon lords plus an 8th they refer to as the demon overlord. These are creatures whose power can reshape worlds on a whim. Arthur reached divine rank. And the original Arthur reached that level? The thought was both exhilarating and terrifying. If that was the potential I carried within me, what did that mean for my future? What kind of cosmic responsibilities came with such power? You're telling me quite a lot, I said with a shaky exhale, feeling overwhelmed by the magnitude of these revelations. None of this information will harm you to know, Isolde shrugged with casual indifference. The knowledge that would be dangerous for you to possess, well, I simply won't share that. Which means there are even more significant secrets she's keeping from me. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what might be the most important question I could ask. Why was I specifically chosen to be brought here? The words came out quieter than I'd intended, weighted with the fear of what the answer might reveal about my autonomy and identity. Since this will be the final question I entertain today, Isolde said, her expression growing more serious, I'll explain as much as I'm permitted to. She paused, studying me with those impossible eyes that seemed to see across dimensions. As you may know, there are 3 fundamental aspects that determine an individual's ultimate potential: mind, soul, and body. Through careful tuning of bloodlines and circumstances across generations, peak body aspect talent for Arthur Nightingale was achieved. Tuning across generations. The casual way she mentioned manipulating entire family lines was chilling. Unfortunately, she continued, no matter how much genetic and magical optimization was applied, mind aspect talent could never reach the heights required for our ultimate objectives. This limitation kept soul aspect development constrained and thus overall potential remained insufficient. So we brought a genius from another world, Isolde concluded with satisfaction. A genius of mental capability and strategic thinking who would translate into a mind aspect prodigy in this reality. You, Arthur, represent the synthesis of optimized body potential with transplanted mind excellence. I'm not just reincarnated. I'm a deliberately crafted fusion of 2 different people's strengths. The revelation was staggering. Everything about my existence, my reincarnation, my advantages, even my relationships had been carefully orchestrated by forces operating on timescales I could barely comprehend. Am I even really me anymore? Or am I just a composite being designed to fulfill someone else's agenda? Before I could voice any of these existential concerns, Isolde stood from her chair with fluid grace. But instead of simply leaving, she did something that shocked me more than any of her previous revelations. She bowed. Not a casual nod of acknowledgement, but a deep, formal bow that spoke to profound respect or perhaps recognition of something I didn't yet understand about myself. Her sapphire eyes met mine briefly as she straightened, and in them I saw something that looked almost like anticipation. Until we speak again, Arthur Nightingale, she said with the formality of someone addressing royalty. May you grow into what you were destined to become. And then she was gone, leaving me alone with the wreckage of everything I thought I knew about reality. Luna was created by me, by original Arthur that achieved godlike power and manipulated time itself. My entire existence is the result of careful planning across generations. I'm a deliberately crafted fusion designed for purposes I can't even begin to imagine. Before I could process these revelations any further, the door to my room burst open with enough force to rattle the walls. 2 familiar figures launched themselves toward my bed with expressions of relief, panic, and determination. Arthur? Rachel's voice cracked with emotion as she practically flew across the room. Master. Reka called simultaneously, her usual composure completely shattered. They tackled me in perfect synchronization, their combined weight and enthusiasm driving me back into the pillows as arms wrapped around me from both sides. Rachel's blonde hair spilled across my chest while Reka's violet locks tickled my shoulder, and for a moment the overwhelming complexity of cosmic games and temporal manipulation faded beneath the simple, genuine concern of people who cared about me. Whatever else is true, I thought as I was thoroughly and enthusiastically embraced, at least some things in my life are real. Chapter 630, Akasha's Eyes 5. The force of their combined tackle nearly knocked the wind out of me as Rachel and Reka crashed into the bed with desperate relief. Rachel's arms wrapped around my torso with possessive intensity while Reka claimed my left side, her usual composed demeanor completely shattered as tears streamed down her face. Don't you ever do that to us again, Rachel said, her voice muffled against my chest but carrying an edge of command that reminded me she was both the princess and the future saintess. Do you have any idea what it was like watching you collapse like that? Possessive Rachel is definitely making an appearance, I thought as her grip tightened to the point where breathing became slightly difficult. Master, Reika's voice cracked as she pressed closer to my side, her tears soaking through my shirt. I thought we were going to lose you. Your magical pathways were completely overloaded and nobody could explain what was happening. The raw emotion in her voice made my chest tighten with guilt. Reika, who never allowed herself to show weakness, was crying openly, something I'd only seen once before during our most dangerous guild mission. I'm fine now, I said softly, reaching up to stroke both their hair simultaneously. Whatever happened during the ceremony, it's been resolved. I can feel that my balance has been restored. Fine. Rachel pulled back to look at me with sapphire eyes that blazed with indignation. Arthur, you weren't just unconscious, you were dying. Your deep dark was consuming your pure light, creating magical feedback loops that should have killed you outright. She knows more about my condition than I expected, I realized. Rachel's magical knowledge is more sophisticated than she usually lets on. The doctors couldn't do anything, Reika added, her violet eyes still streaming tears as she clung to my arm. Lord Alastair had to personally stabilize your condition, and even then they said the prognosis was uncertain. Callie's voice came from the doorway where she'd been watching our reunion with uncharacteristic restraint. We've been taking shifts watching over you for the past 18 hours. Rachel refused to leave the room entirely, and Reika. She paused, her expression softening slightly. Reika hasn't eaten or slept since you collapsed. 18 hours, I thought with growing concern. I was unconscious for almost a full day. Reika, I said gently, turning to study her tear-stained face. When did you last take care of yourself properly? Don't lecture me about self-care when you nearly died, she replied with a watery glare that had no real heat behind it. Master, I've been with you since the guild's founding. The thought of losing you now when we're finally achieving everything we've worked toward. She couldn't finish the sentence, fresh tears cutting off her words as the full weight of her fear became apparent. She's been carrying this burden alone, I realized with a pang of protective concern. Reika always pushes herself beyond reasonable limits when she's worried about people she cares about. Hey, I said softly, using my free arm to pull her closer. I'm not going anywhere. Whatever caused the magical instability, it's been fixed. Look. I activated a small amount of both pure light and deep dark energy simultaneously, letting them flow through my channels in perfect harmony. The demonstration was minor, just enough to show that the opposing forces were no longer at war within my body, but the relief on both their faces was immediate and profound. How? Rachel asked, her analytical mind immediately focusing on the mechanics of my recovery. The magical contradiction that caused your collapse, what resolved it? That's a conversation for another time, I thought, remembering Isolde's revelations about Luna's artificial nature and my own cosmic significance. They're not ready for those truths yet. I'll explain later, I said diplomatically. Right now, what matters is that I'm stable and recovering. But you two clearly need rest more than I do. Rachel's possessive grip hadn't loosened in the slightest. I'm not leaving you alone until I'm certain you're completely recovered. Neither am I, Reika added with stubborn determination. Master, if something happens again while we're away. Callie will be right outside, I pointed out, glancing toward my vice guild master. And I promise to call for help immediately if I feel any magical instability returning. Callie nodded from her position by the door. I'll maintain watch tonight. Both of you need actual sleep, not the kind of fitful dozing you've been doing in those uncomfortable chairs. It took another 20 minutes of gentle persuasion, but eventually I managed to convince both Rachel and Reika that they needed proper rest. Rachel claimed the guest room adjacent to mine, close enough that she could reach me within seconds if necessary, while Reika reluctantly accepted the room across the hall. Promise me you'll wake us if anything changes, Rachel demanded, pressing a soft kiss to my forehead that carried both affection and warning. I mean it, Arthur. Any changes at all. I promise, I replied, touched by the depth of her concern despite her slightly overbearing approach. Reika's goodbye was quieter but no less intense. She squeezed my hand with trembling fingers, her violet eyes searching my face for any sign of lingering weakness. Master, she whispered, you're the most important person in my world. Please don't scare us like that again. I'll do my best, I said honestly, knowing that given the cosmic forces apparently manipulating my life, such promises might be beyond my ability to keep. After Callie had settled into her watch position in the sitting area outside my room, I finally found myself alone with the weight of Isolde's revelations. The quiet of the evening felt heavy with unspoken questions and terrible knowledge. Time to face the truth about Luna. I reached out through my consciousness, calling to the presence that had been my constant companion for years. Luna? I know you're there. We need to talk. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, Luna materialized in her child form at the foot of my bed. But instead of her usual confident demeanor, she appeared small and fragile, her golden eyes red-rimmed from crying and her violet hair disheveled. You know, she said quietly, not quite meeting my gaze. Isolde told you what I really am. She told me some things, I replied carefully. But I'd rather hear your side of it. Your truth, not hers. Luna's small form trembled as she struggled with emotions too complex for her current manifestation to properly express. I don't know what's real anymore, Arthur. My memories of childhood, of other Cheelans, of ancient traditions, Isolde says they're all fabricated. But they feel real to me. They shaped who I became. Even if her past is artificial, her current experiences and emotions are genuine, I thought, remembering Isolde's clarification on that point. What you feel for me, I said gently, is that real? Luna's golden eyes finally met mine, and the depth of emotion I saw there was unmistakable. Yes. That's the one thing I'm absolutely certain about. Everything else might be programming or fabricated memories, but my care for you, my desire to protect and support you, that comes from who I chose to become, not what I was designed to be. That's what matters most, I realized. Whatever her origins, Luna became someone capable of genuine love and loyalty through her own choices and experiences. Then we'll figure out the rest together, I said firmly. Whatever cosmic game we've been drawn into, whatever purposes we were supposedly designed for, we'll face it as partners. Real partners, not creator and creation. Luna's tears started flowing again, but this time they seemed to carry relief rather than despair. You don't hate me for being artificial? For not telling you about the contradictions in my nature? Luna, I said softly, Isolde made it clear that your memories were blocked, that you were prevented from understanding the dangers until it was too late. You're as much a victim of this manipulation as I am. And besides, I added silently, if I'm supposedly the one who created her in some previous timeline, then we're both trapped in a cycle neither of us fully understands. Chapter 631, Ashen Territories 1. I continued talking with Luna, who had indeed calmed down significantly from her earlier emotional breakdown. Isolde had been right about the temporary nature of her instability. As Luna settled into a more composed state, her analytical capabilities returned, allowing for the kind of detailed discussion we needed. So this divine miracle essentially enhances all my physical capabilities? I asked, flexing my fingers experimentally. I could already feel subtle changes in my body, a slight increase in strength, sharper senses, and an overall sense of vitality that hadn't been there before. Luna nodded, her golden eyes tracking my movements with obvious relief at seeing me healthy and functional. Your blood has been infused with pure light energy, transforming it into something beyond normal human physiology. The enhancement affects everything: strength, speed, reflexes, sensory acuity, even healing capacity. Divine miracle, Aurea blood? I thought, running through the implications. My blood literally turns golden when the enhancement is active, boosting every aspect of my physical existence. It's a relatively simple divine miracle in terms of complexity, Luna continued, but incredibly effective in practical application. Most divine miracles focus on specific abilities or magical enhancement, but this one creates broad-spectrum improvement across all physical parameters. She was right about its effectiveness. I could feel the change even in passive states. Colors seemed more vivid, sounds carried greater detail, and my body felt more responsive to mental commands. It was as if someone had upgraded my hardware while keeping the same operating system. In the end, I didn't get a divine beast, I reflected with mixed emotions. But I got something else. Something that might actually be more useful in certain situations. The thought carried both disappointment and genuine appreciation. A divine beast would have provided a powerful ally and companion, but the Aurea blood enhancement was completely internal, impossible to target, steal, or separate from me. It was a permanent upgrade that would grow stronger as I developed my magical abilities. Perhaps it's even better than a divine beast to a certain extent, I told myself, though part of me still felt the absence of what might have been. Besides, I added mentally, glancing at Luna's small form, I already have what amounts to a divine beast. She's just sealed at the moment. Luna was certainly more powerful than all divine beasts when operating at full capacity, and our bond was deeper than typical beast-human partnerships. Her artificial origins didn't diminish her capabilities or the genuine connection we developed over years of shared experiences. A soft knock interrupted our conversation. The door slid open to reveal Uncle Alastair, his usual composed demeanor showing cracks that spoke to deep emotional strain. Arthur, he said, stepping into the room with careful formality. May I speak with you? There are matters we need to discuss. Luna immediately began to fade from visibility, preparing to retreat to avoid awkward explanations about her nature. But Alastair's sharp gaze tracked her movement, confirming that his sage's eyes could perceive her even in spirit form. You may stay, Alastair said to Luna, though his attention remained focused on me. What we need to discuss involves you as well. He knows about Luna, I realized. His enhanced sight must have revealed her true nature during the ceremony. Alastair claimed the chair beside my bed, settling into it with the careful movements of someone carrying tremendous emotional weight. His sapphire eyes, so similar to Rachel's but aged by years of responsibility, studied my face with intensity that made me slightly uncomfortable. How much did she tell you? He asked without preamble. Isolde, I mean. How much of the truth did she share? I found myself in an impossible position. Despite our somewhat close relationship, Uncle Alastair had been a mentor and protector for years. I wasn't sure how much to reveal about cosmic games, temporal manipulation, and artificial beings. Some knowledge felt too dangerous to share even with someone I trusted. But looking at his face, I could see the desperation beneath his composed exterior. This was a man who had been forced to imprison the woman he loved, watching her transform into something he couldn't understand or reach. His need for answers was written in every line of exhaustion around his eyes. He's suffering, I realized. Whatever Isolde became, whatever forced him to take action against her, it's been tearing him apart. She told me enough to understand that events are being guided by forces much larger than any of us, I said carefully, choosing words that conveyed truth without revealing dangerous specifics. Isolde seems to be acting according to visions from her Akasha's eyes, making choices that serve what she believes is the greater good of the world. Alastair's expression tightened at my diplomatic phrasing. And you? How do you factor into her visions of the greater good? That's the million-dollar question, I thought grimly. How do I explain that I'm apparently a composite being designed to achieve divine rank and participate in cosmic conflicts I don't understand? I don't fully understand my role, I admitted honestly. Isolde made it clear that I'm important to whatever plans are in motion, but she also said that telling me too much about my purpose would interfere with my development. Apparently, I need to discover certain truths for myself. Which is probably the most honest answer I can give without revealing things that might be dangerous for him to know. Alastair absorbed this with the patience of someone accustomed to incomplete information and complex political maneuvering. But when he spoke again, his voice carried a more personal note. Did she seem like herself to you? The woman I married, I mean, not whatever she's become. The pain in his voice was almost unbearable. Here was one of the most powerful mages in the world reduced to desperate hope that his wife might still exist somewhere beneath whatever cosmic burden she'd taken on. There were moments, I said gently, when she seemed to remember what she was fighting to protect. When her actions came from love rather than just calculated necessity. It wasn't much comfort, but I saw some of the tension leave Alastair's shoulders at my words. Thank you, he said quietly. I needed to hear that. His attention shifted to Luna, who had remained motionless throughout our exchange, clearly uncertain about how much attention she wanted to draw from someone of Alastair's capabilities. And you, Alastair said to her, are considerably more than you appear to be. My sage's eyes show me power that rivals mythical beasts, sealed but undeniably present. What exactly are you? Luna glanced at me uncertainly, clearly seeking guidance about how much to reveal. I gave her a slight nod, deciding that Alastair deserved some answers given his obvious concern and genuine care for our well-being. Luna is a special Qilin, I said, providing a framework that was truthful without being complete. She possesses both pure light and deep dark affinities, which is why she was able to grant me access to both energies. Alastair's eyes widened slightly at this revelation. Both affinities? That should be impossible for any natural creature. I suppose you exist, but regardless. Because she's not natural, I thought, but kept that particular truth to myself. But he doesn't need to know the details about her artificial origins. Many things about Luna and me are unique, I said diplomatically. I see, Alastair said slowly, clearly processing implications I hoped he wouldn't fully grasp. And this bond, it's what enabled your survival during the ceremony. When your magical balance was failing. Partially, I confirmed. Luna's nature allowed for the intervention that stabilized my condition. Along with whatever Isolde did to inscribe the divine miracle, but that's definitely not something I'm ready to explain. Alastair studied both of us for a long moment, his enhanced sight undoubtedly revealing details about our magical signatures and the bond between us. But eventually, he seemed to reach some internal conclusion that satisfied his immediate concerns. I won't press for details you're not ready to share, he said finally. But Arthur, if there's anything you need, anything at all, please don't hesitate to ask. Whatever role you're meant to play in these larger events, you don't have to face it alone. He's offering support without demanding explanations, I realized with gratitude. That's exactly the kind of wisdom that made him such an effective leader. Thank you, Uncle Alastair, I said sincerely. That means more than you know. As he prepared to leave, Alastair paused at the door, his expression carrying one final note of vulnerability. If you ever see her again, he said quietly, if Isolde ever speaks to you about personal matters rather than cosmic necessity, tell her that I understand. That I've always understood even when I couldn't support her choices. The door closed behind him, leaving Luna and me alone with the weight of secrets, revelations, and the growing understanding that we were all pieces in a game whose rules we were only beginning to comprehend. Chapter 632, Ashen Territories 2. Now that the Divine Beast Bonding ceremony had concluded, albeit with unexpected results, it was time to focus on the second major objective that had brought me to the northern continent. The Ashen Territories beckoned with their promise of unparalleled necromantic resources and the key to Callie's advancement to zombie princess. The Ashen Territories. A region transformed into a wasteland of perpetual twilight by the Archlich's final battle centuries ago. The land itself had been saturated with such concentrated deep dark energy that it had become uninhabitable for normal life, but paradoxically perfect for harvesting the rarest necromantic materials in existence. If I'm going to establish operations there, I thought, reviewing my strategic priorities, I'll need Rose's expertise and her gift. I had asked Rose to come before, requesting her presence in Luminarch. While her combat capabilities would certainly be valuable, she had recently achieved low ascendant rank, putting her on par with Reika, Rachel, and Callie. Her real importance lay in her unique gift and her family's expertise in necromantic commerce. Rose's gift would be crucial for Callie's transformation into a zombie princess. The process required specific enhancements that only someone with Rose's particular talents could provide, combined with materials that could only be harvested from the deep dark saturated environment of the Ashen Territories. Beyond that, establishing permanent extraction and processing infrastructure in such a hostile region would require Vokert Corporation's centuries of accumulated knowledge about necromantic material handling. The northern continent's necromantic market was notably underdeveloped compared to other regions, a weakness that could be transformed into an opportunity for establishing supply chains that would serve multiple continents. The northern continent focuses more on pure light magic, I mused, considering the strategic implications. Their necromantic market is weak precisely because there's limited local demand. But that makes it perfect for large-scale extraction operations that can supply materials to regions with stronger markets. 2 days after my recovery, Rose arrived in Luminark aboard a supersonic plane that bore the Springshaper family crest. I was waiting in the estate's main courtyard when her vehicle pulled up, having insisted on greeting her personally despite Uncle Alastair's suggestions that I should still be resting. The moment Rose stepped out of the transport, her warm brown eyes found mine across the courtyard, and her face lit up with the kind of genuine joy that made my chest tighten with affection. She moved toward me with that flowing grace that reminded me of water finding its natural course, her auburn hair catching the afternoon light as she approached. "Arthur?" she called out, her voice carrying relief and happiness in equal measure. Before I could respond, she had closed the distance between us and wrapped me in an embrace that was both enthusiastic and careful. Clearly someone had informed her about my recent medical emergency. Her arms around me felt like coming home after a long, difficult journey. "I missed you so much," she said against my shoulder, her voice slightly muffled by our closeness. "When I got your message about what happened during the ceremony, I was terrified that something serious had gone wrong." "I missed you too," I replied honestly, returning her embrace and breathing in the familiar scent of the rare flowers she cultivated. "Though I'm fine now. Whatever caused the magical instability has been resolved." Rose pulled back enough to study my face with the analytical gaze of someone who understood both magical theory and human nature. "You look different," she observed. "Stronger, somehow. More present." She's perceptive, I thought with appreciation. The Aurea blood enhancement must be subtly affecting my entire presence. "The resolution involved some enhancements," I said diplomatically. "I'll explain everything once we have more privacy." Rose nodded, understanding that certain conversations required appropriate settings. "Of course. But first, tell me you're actually recovered and not just putting on a brave face for everyone's benefit." The genuine concern in her voice made me smile. "I'm genuinely recovered, Rose. Better than before, actually." "Good," she said with obvious relief. "Because when Father told me you were planning an expedition to the Ashen Territories, I nearly had a panic attack. That region is incredibly dangerous even for experienced necromancers." She knows about the Ashen Territories plan, I realized. Though she doesn't yet know her specific role in it. We made our way to the estate's private sitting room where I had arranged for refreshments and the kind of comfortable environment that encouraged detailed conversation. Rose settled onto the couch beside me with the easy familiarity of someone who belonged in my personal space. "So," she said, accepting a cup of tea with grateful hands, "tell me everything. What really happened during the ceremony, and why are you planning to visit the most dangerous necromantic region on the continent?" I spent the next hour explaining the events of the divine beast bonding ceremony, the magical overload, the dangerous instability between my dual affinities, and the intervention that had ultimately saved my life. I kept the details about Luna's artificial nature and Isolde's cosmic revelations to myself, but provided enough information for Rose to understand the scope of what had occurred. "A divine miracle inscribed directly into your blood?" Rose asked with obvious fascination. "Arthur, that's incredibly advanced magic. The kind of technique that requires either Sanctus-level abilities or..." She trailed off, clearly working through the implications of what such an intervention would require. "Or the involvement of someone with capabilities beyond normal classification," I finished for her. "Which brings us to the Ashen Territories expedition." Rose's expression grew more serious as I outlined my plans for establishing operations in the deep dark saturated wasteland. The extraction of rare necromantic materials, the establishment of processing facilities, and the long-term goal of creating a supply chain that could serve Vokart's expanding operations across multiple continents. "The northern continent's necromantic market is relatively underdeveloped," I explained. "Most of the demand here focuses on pure light applications. But that weakness becomes a strategic advantage if we can establish large-scale extraction operations that supply materials to regions with stronger markets." "That's brilliant," Rose said with growing excitement. "Father's been looking for opportunities to expand our supply chain diversity. The Western continent operations are profitable, but having access to Ashen Territory materials would give us products that nobody else can provide." She's immediately grasping the commercial implications, I noted with satisfaction. "That's exactly the kind of strategic thinking I need for this venture." "There's another aspect to the expedition," I continued carefully. "Personal advancement opportunities for key guild members. The unique magical environment of the Ashen Territories creates possibilities for enhancements that aren't achievable anywhere else." Rose's analytical mind immediately focused on the implications. "You're talking about Callie, aren't you? Her advancement to zombie princess." "Among other possibilities," I confirmed. "Your gift would be crucial for certain aspects of that process." Rose nodded thoughtfully, already working through the technical requirements and challenges involved. "The transformation process requires specific magical conditions and materials that can only be found in heavily deep dark saturated environments. The Ashen Territories would certainly provide those conditions." "Exactly. But establishing operations there will require extensive preparation and considerable resources. The region is hostile to most forms of life, and the magical environment creates challenges that go beyond simple material extraction." "When are you planning to make the expedition?" Rose asked, her voice carrying both excitement and appropriate caution. As soon as possible, I replied. But first, I need to secure permission from Uncle Alastair. The Ashen territories are technically within Creighton family territory, and any major operations there require his approval. Rose smiled with the confidence of someone who understood political dynamics. That shouldn't be difficult. Lord Alastair has always been supportive of your endeavors, and the potential benefits of successful Ashen territory operations would serve the Northern Continent's interests as well as yours. She's right about that, I thought. Uncle Alastair would recognize the strategic value of establishing such operations, especially if they strengthen the region's economic position. The conversation was interrupted by a soft knock on the door, followed by Uncle Alastair himself entering the sitting room with his characteristic composed bearing. Arthur, he said with a slight smile. I see Miss Springshaper has arrived safely. I trust you've had time to catch up on recent developments. We have, I replied, rising respectfully as Rose did the same. In fact, we were just discussing the expedition I'd like to propose. Alastair's expression grew more serious as he claimed one of the nearby chairs. The Ashen territories. He knew I would want to go there, I realized. Either he's been planning ahead or his political instincts told him this was inevitable. You understand the dangers involved, Alastair continued. The region hasn't been thoroughly explored since the Archlich's defeat, and the magical saturation makes it hostile to most forms of life. I do understand the risks, I replied formally. But I also understand the potential rewards. The materials that could be extracted from that environment would be invaluable for multiple aspects of magical advancement and commercial development. Alastair studied me for a long moment, his sage's eyes undoubtedly analyzing my magical condition and assessing my capabilities for such a dangerous undertaking. Your recent enhancement changes the equation somewhat, he said finally. The Aurea blood should provide some protection against deep dark saturation effects. And with proper preparation and support. He paused, clearly weighing the various factors involved in such a momentous decision. Very well, Alastair said with formal authority. I grant permission for an expedition to the Ashen territories under the condition that you take appropriate precautions and maintain regular communication with Luminarch during the operation. The relief and excitement that flooded through me was overwhelming. The second phase of my Northern Continent objectives was now officially approved. Thank you, Uncle Alastair, I said sincerely. I won't disappoint your confidence in this venture. Chapter 633, Ashen Territories 3. The reason why Uncle Alastair had never bothered to fully address the Ashen territories was twofold, and understanding his perspective helped explain why the region remained largely untouched despite being within Creighton family territory. First, his purification magic, while formidable, wasn't specialized enough to efficiently cleanse such a vast area of concentrated deep dark saturation. Alastair was primarily a combat mage whose abilities focused on destruction and protection rather than large-scale environmental restoration. While he certainly possessed the raw power to purify the corrupted lands if he truly committed to the effort, it would require an enormous expenditure of time and energy over potentially decades. He could do it, I mused as our expedition team made final preparations for departure, but it would be like using a sword to perform surgery, technically possible, but far from the ideal tool for the job. The second reason was more pragmatic. Alastair simply hadn't deemed it necessary. When he had finally confronted and killed the Archlich years ago, he had deliberately drawn the battle away from populated areas, ensuring that the Lich's death occurred in relatively uninhabited wilderness. The land that became saturated with released deep dark energy wasn't strategically important. No major cities, trade routes, or agricultural regions were affected. More importantly, Alastair had already addressed what he considered the real threats. The miasmic corruption that could have spread to populated areas had been carefully contained and purified. Since deep dark energy was fundamentally just another form of mana, dangerous in concentration but not inherently evil, he had concluded that the saturated wasteland posed no ongoing threat to his people. In his mind, it was a solved problem, I realized. The dangerous Lich was dead, the corruption was contained, and the remaining deep dark saturation was just an unusual magical phenomenon. What Alastair hadn't anticipated was that the concentrated deep dark environment would begin naturally producing necromantic materials of extraordinary quality. The region had essentially become a self-sustaining source of rare magical components, but since the Northern Continent had little use for such materials, their value had gone unrecognized. Until now, I thought with satisfaction. What he saw as a contained magical anomaly, I see as an unprecedented opportunity. My primary objective in the Ashen territories was specific and ambitious: the zombie crown. This ancient-grade artifact possessed the unique power to elevate an undead creature to zombie royal status, with the potential for eventual advancement to 9-star zombie king, a level of necromantic power that few had ever achieved. In this case, it will become Callie's tiara, I planned, allowing her transformation into a zombie princess. The expedition team I had assembled was small but exceptionally capable. Myself, Rose, Reika, Callie, and Rachel, 5 Ascendant rank individuals whose combined abilities could handle virtually any threat we might encounter in the deep dark wastes. 5 Ascendant rankers, I reflected as we departed Luminarch aboard a specialized transport vehicle designed for hostile environment operations. There really isn't much that could threaten a group of this caliber. The journey to the Ashen Territories took the better part of a day as we traveled through increasingly desolate terrain that showed the gradual effects of deep dark saturation. What had once been fertile northern continent wilderness slowly gave way to landscapes where normal vegetation struggled to survive, replaced by hardier plants that had adapted to the altered magical environment. As we neared our destination, the changes became more dramatic. The sky took on a perpetual twilight quality even during what should have been bright afternoon as concentrated deep dark energy in the atmosphere filtered and absorbed natural light. The air itself felt heavier, thick with magical energy that pressed against our senses like a tangible presence. The corruption is stronger than I expected, Rose observed, studying the transformed landscape through our vehicle's reinforced windows. The concentration of deep dark energy here is remarkable. It's not actually corruption, I explained, remembering my studies of the region's history. This land already had a naturally high concentration of deep dark energy. That's part of why the Archlich chose it as his stronghold. His death simply released accumulated power, causing the existing saturation to intensify dramatically. Which explains why the effects were so localized, I added mentally. The deep dark energy didn't spread because it was being absorbed by land that was already attuned to it. As we crossed the boundary into the true Ashen Territories, I felt an unexpected sense of calm wash over me. The oppressive atmosphere that was clearly affecting my companions actually felt comfortable to me. The concentrated deep dark energy resonated with my own magical nature, providing a sense of harmony I rarely experienced in more balanced environments. This reminds me of the well of miasma, I thought, recalling my previous encounter with concentrated negative energy. Though that was far worse, actively hostile and corrupting. This is just concentrated. For someone who wielded deep dark magic as one of my primary abilities, being in an environment so thoroughly saturated with compatible energy was almost invigorating. I could feel my magical reserves responding to the ambient power, my channels operating more efficiently than usual. Erebus, my lich companion, stirred within my consciousness as we entered the deeper regions of the territory. Through our mental connection, I could sense something unprecedented happening, fragments of memory that weren't his own beginning to surface. Master, Erebus's voice echoed in my mind, carrying uncharacteristic uncertainty. This place. I remember this place, though I have never been here. The memories are not mine, yet they feel familiar. That's because your skull came from the Archlich, I realized with growing excitement. Being in his former territory is awakening remnant memories stored in the bone itself. The implications were staggering. If Erebus could access the Archlich's memories of this region, we might gain invaluable information about hidden treasures, dangerous areas, and the location of artifacts like the zombie crown. Can you access specific information? I asked mentally. Locations of particular items or areas of interest? The memories are fragmentary, Erebus replied, his mental voice growing stronger as we traveled deeper into the territory. But yes, I sense significant objects. Powerful artifacts hidden in places of particular deep dark concentration. Rachel, meanwhile, was having the opposite experience. As a wielder of pure light magic and the future saintess, the concentrated deep dark environment was actively hostile to her nature. I could see her growing discomfort as the oppressive energy pressed against her magical defenses. This is getting difficult, she admitted, her usual vibrant energy noticeably diminished. The deep dark saturation is interfering with my natural magical flow. Without hesitation, Rachel activated one of her most powerful defensive techniques. Divine light blazed around her as she invoked a protective miracle, and I watched in fascination as intricate golden vine tattoos began appearing across her exposed skin, starting at her hands and wrists, then flowing up her arms and spreading across her neck and face in delicate, organic patterns. The tattoos weren't just decorative, they pulsed with concentrated pure light energy, creating a protective barrier that insulated her from the hostile environment while allowing her to function normally. The effect was both practical and beautiful, the golden designs complementing her natural coloring perfectly. The tattoos suit you, I said with genuine admiration, noting how the flowing vine patterns enhanced rather than detracted from her natural beauty. They look like they were always meant to be part of you. Rachel's cheeks flushed slightly at the compliment, the golden tattoos making her blush even more noticeable. They're not permanent, she said with slight embarrassment. The divine miracle will fade once we leave this environment. That's almost a shame, I replied honestly. They're quite striking. Though probably not practical for her role as future saintess, I added mentally. Callie, who had been studying the landscape with her characteristic analytical intensity, turned to address our group. We're approaching the heart of the territory, she announced. The deep dark concentration ahead is beyond anything we've encountered so far. This is where the Real expedition begins, I thought, feeling anticipation build as we neared our ultimate destination. Whatever challenges await us in the deepest parts of the Ashen Territories, we're as prepared as we can possibly be. The zombie crown was out there somewhere, hidden in the depths of a magical wasteland that few had ever dared to explore. With Erebus's emerging memories, my team's combined capabilities, and the enhanced protection my Aureate blood provided, I was confident we could achieve our objectives. Time to see what secrets the Archlich left behind, I thought as our vehicle pressed deeper into the twilight realm of concentrated deep dark energy. Chapter 634, Ashen Territories 4. We abandoned our transport vehicle at the outer edge of the true Ashen Territories, where the deep dark saturation became too intense for mechanical systems to function reliably. From this point forward, we would be traveling on foot through terrain that had been fundamentally transformed by centuries of concentrated necromantic energy. The landscape around us was both beautiful and unsettling in equal measure. Crystalline formations jutted from the ground like dark jewels, their surfaces pulsing with inner light that seemed to absorb rather than reflect the dim ambient illumination. Twisted trees with metallic bark reached toward the perpetually overcast sky, their branches bearing leaves that shimmered with colors that had no names in normal spectrum. This isn't just magical saturation, I realized as we began our trek deeper into the territory. The deep dark energy has been here so long that it's fundamentally altered the physical properties of everything in the region. Callie was the first to notice what we had really stumbled upon. She stopped abruptly during our second hour of travel, her sharp eyes fixed on a cluster of crystalline growths near the base of a corrupted tree. "Arthur," she said, her voice carrying uncharacteristic excitement. "Look at this." She approached the formation carefully, her spatial manipulation abilities allowing her to extract a sample without directly touching the potentially dangerous material. When she held up the dark crystal for our inspection, I could immediately sense the quality of necromantic energy it contained. "That's at least 7-star quality," Rose breathed, her professional expertise allowing her to assess the material's value at a glance. In the normal market, a piece that size would be worth several $100 million. Callie's eyes were practically glowing with enthusiasm as she scanned the surrounding area. "Arthur, there are formations like this everywhere. The ground here is literally covered with premium necromantic materials." She's right, I realized, allowing my enhanced senses to survey our immediate surroundings. What we're walking through isn't just corrupted wilderness, it's a treasure trove of magical components that most necromancers could only dream of accessing. Rose had joined Callie in examining the various crystalline formations, her analytical mind working through the implications of what we were discovering. "The quality here exceeds anything Vokert has ever processed," she said with growing amazement. "Some of these materials are approaching 8-star classification." 8-star? Reika repeated, moving closer to examine Rose's findings. I watched with amusement as both Callie and Rose began moving through the area with increasing excitement, cataloging discoveries that would represent fortunes in any normal magical market. Their professional enthusiasm was infectious, though I found myself more focused on the strategic implications than the immediate commercial value. If we can establish extraction operations here, I thought, Ouroboros will have access to materials that give us advantages in every field of magical development. Reika, who had been observing the treasure hunt with her characteristic composed demeanor, approached me with a question that had obviously been forming in her analytical mind. "Master," she said quietly, "I don't understand why the northern continent has never developed these resources. The materials here could transform their entire magical economy." It was a reasonable question and one that highlighted the complex political and cultural factors that had shaped the region's approach to necromantic magic. "Deep dark magic and necromancy are unofficially banned in the northern continent," I explained, keeping my voice low enough that our enthusiastic treasure hunters wouldn't be distracted. "Not legally prohibited, but culturally discouraged to the point where they might as well be forbidden." Reika's violet eyes sharpened with understanding. "Because of their focus on pure light magic?" "Partly," I confirmed. "The northern continent has always emphasized light-based magic as their primary tradition. But more than that, barely anyone here has natural deep dark affinity. And even those rare individuals who do possess such capabilities almost never pursue necromantic applications. The cultural bias runs deeper than simple magical preference," I reflected. "There's an ingrained association between deep dark magic and corruption that makes most northern continent inhabitants instinctively avoid the field. But surely the commercial value alone would motivate some interest?" Reika pressed, clearly struggling to understand how such obviously valuable resources could be ignored. "Under normal circumstances, yes," I said, my voice taking on a more serious tone. "But there's historical context that complicates everything." I gestured toward the twisted landscape around us, the physical manifestation of magical catastrophe that had occurred centuries ago. "The Archlich didn't just establish his stronghold here," I continued. "Before Uncle Alastair finally managed to defeat him, the Lich launched a devastating attack on the northern continent's major population centers. He completely destroyed a city with a guild branch equivalent to a gold-grade guild, killing over 1 million people since the Creighton reinforcements were too weak to stop him." Reika's expression grew somber as she processed the implications of such massive loss of life. "Uncle Alastair considers that attack his greatest failure as a leader," I added quietly. "He was supposed to protect his people, but the Archlich's assault caught him unprepared. The fact that he eventually won the final confrontation doesn't erase the guilt he carries about those who died while he was learning how to counter the Lich's capabilities. Which explains why he's never bothered to develop this region," I thought. "It's not just practical considerations, it's emotional. This territory represents his worst failure, and he avoids it as much out of respect for the dead as strategic calculation. So he leaves this area untouched as a form of memorial?" Reika asked with growing understanding. "Memorial, reflection, and acknowledgement of his own limitations," I confirmed. "Uncle Alastair is one of the most powerful individuals in the world, but he's also deeply aware of the consequences when that power proves insufficient." The conversation was interrupted by Callie's excited voice calling from a nearby formation of particularly large crystals. "Arthur, you need to see this." she shouted, her usual composed demeanor completely abandoned in favor of professional enthusiasm. Rose was already moving toward Callie's position, her own excitement palpable as she examined whatever discovery had prompted such a reaction. What kind of classification are we looking at? Rose called out, her voice carrying the kind of anticipation usually reserved for once-in-a-lifetime opportunities. 9-star potential, Callie replied, her words causing everyone to freeze in shocked silence. 9-star materials were beyond rare, they were the pinnacle. If there are 9-star materials just lying around here, I thought with growing amazement, then this expedition is going to exceed every projection I made. I began moving toward their position, my enhanced senses automatically scanning the environment for potential threats or additional discoveries. The Ashen territories had already proven more valuable than I had dared hope, and we were still in the outer regions of the corrupted zone. The deeper we go, the higher quality materials we're likely to find, I realized. And somewhere in the heart of this territory, the zombie crown is waiting. But as I approached the formation that had captured Callie and Rose's attention, my enhanced awareness suddenly detected something that made my blood run cold. A presence.